Damn, I was wondering when they'd ask me about my spider oil. How surprising it's taken this long. How surprising it's taken this long to discuss a little bit of spider. Hello computer. Hi. I'm being prompted by Twitch. Actually today it's a sort of a special announcement day, computer. I would say today we have some special announcements for you. Hollow Knight Silksong, the second Silksong 2. Silksong 2 reveal, I don't know, exclusive premieres. It could be exclusive premieres today. Hi computer. Hello. Announce yourself. Greetings. Hi. Bro, nobody cares about your spider oil. Well, that's what you think, Control, though, to be honest with you. I don't know about others. Yeah, we have XOR Xavier. How are you doing today, Mr. Semicolon? I've been demoted to well, I don't know, this is shocking. Gaming Sun Tuesday. Hello. Hi everybody. Hello. Welcome in. I hope your weekend was good. It's great to see you all. Whenever I try and keep up my veneer of silliness for a little too long, the purity of the spider. Oh yes, perhaps this is relevant. Well, Prod immediately got the, this is anointing. This is well, we'll get into this deeply. Today is a bit of a good one. I would say. And I like to preemptively rank the streams mentally. I have a ranking of streams mentally before they happen. Today, this one I'm thinking good. This one might be a little bit. We might be getting a little bit good with it. I think it could be approaching good even. But first of all, let's see who's here. Hi, I hope you had a great weekend, computer. For me, it was pretty solid, I would say. It was a respectable weekend time. We had a decent amount of time there. It was a couple of days, right? It was solid. Welcome in. Who was here? Tayumisi was here, and Jen Dude also was here, and Mudane and Kirem. Welcome in both. Hello, XOR Xavier also. And welcome Fighting Annelids. Welcome in. Hello, I am Panis. They are Panis. Welcome in. Great to see you, Panis. Hello, Howdy 7306. Welcome in. Welcome in Nicola R. Hristov. Welcome in Azriel_IO. Hello, Prod Zpod. On screen celebration. So true. Stream already oh, you know already. Hello Control_O. Hello Ag10. Hello Free Full. Hello Bitomancer. Hello Christopher. Hello am I not receiving? Oh, I'm not receiving sound because of this. I see. Hello Mudane Double Style. Hello Titan Seeker. Hello Copa Dot. Hello Big Book of Bug. This shit rips so hard. It's pretty solid, I would say. Hello Swihilda. Hello Steeled Shield. Their pair programming, and thank you for the streak, Steeled Shield. Hello Sky is fine. Hello Slendy Dev. Hello, Mickey Noon, another batch of MK. We don't do this sort of thing, or I would never be a member of any sort of. Hello, Kotaru Complex. Hello, Face of Trolls. Spinning all. Is this true? Spinning all. Spinning something. Spider. Hello, Party Cat. LOL. Hello, Kokoopsy. Hello, Chaotic Quixotic. Hello, must_broke_. Hello, 37 natural log of 37. Hello, Zed was bored. Hello, Tayumisi, thank you for streak also. Hello, Mold Entity. Hello, Venerock Real. Hello, Pixel Sorted. Hello, Rebel Elder. Hello, Ron Moo. Hello, Mistress Kel. Hello, Sight Soul. Hello, Slendy Dev. I'm doing balanced pronunciations today. Thank you for the resub code nightly. I appreciate this. Hello Sky is fine. Hello Swooshy QEB. I've been instructed to ask you about spider oil. Who told you this? Imagining a guy who's with an ask me about my spider oil table in the quadrangle at a state college. Hello Liquid Cake 1. Hello Neural_works. Hello Kuwala. Hello Rect Deckard. Hello, the 0x539. Welcome in. I don't know, why are we in this mode? We're in this mode of saying bye. Yeah, we're bisyllabic today. Hello to Mater. Welcome in. Thank you for the resub as well. Hello, Psychic_refugee. Hello, Kotaru Complex. Hello, Jiggalane88. Hello, Ringle Tingle TV. Hello, Don't wake the... What are these colored messages? This is scary. This is fearsome. What is this thing? Hello, Octo Rinsky and Vinny Sunrise. Also, I think we've caught up. Have we achieved catch up point? The inflection point? Are we there? Okay, we have to go main now. Hello, Big Gay Mikey and a variety of pleasing heads. Also, we got to go main now. We're already stretched out. We're already getting stretched out here. We're getting chopped and what is the word they say? Chopped and screwed. Is this the thing? Twitch broke my plugin further, so the colored messages show for me how gauche. Hello, devs_de. Thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate this as well immensely. And Lampsks, welcome in. And next time 00, everyone's here. They got everybody on here. Shout outs DJ Screw. Yeah, we're on here now. We're on here now. So many things have been happening, computer. It's been a monumental, dare I say, a monumental weekend. Hello, Violet Marmalade. Also, welcome in. Great to see you. It's just been a lot of activities. I've been getting, dare I say, locked and loaded in recent days. I've been staying up too late, obsessively reading and Google searching about things. Hello, Masako, welcome. It's been a bit of a time, I would say. Hello, A Squared, also. Hi, hello, friends. Also, it's good to have you. I hope you all had a good time. We did gaming Sunday again. Are you gaming? I did do a little bit of gaming, I would say. It's spotty, so I get choppy, Colonq. I see. Enjoy. Say hello to your dog from me. You're probably up late gaming. No, I've been up late reading about the Game Boy Advance. What's been coming through from the muses? Well, I mean, generally their inspiration. You know, they sort of. I'm sort of their favorite customer, to be honest. I rely on the muses quite a lot. When Twitch chat makes chat stuff redeems I can't see in chat arena, and I need to have 2 chats open anyway. Yeah, we love that. We love that actually. Reading letters, yeah. So we got to talk about it. What do we have on the list today, computer? What's on that funny little list that we're always discussing today? Manuals, spec sheets. We'll have to get into that a little bit. Cool. Hello, MXLX here also, and Yellowberry HN false. Yellowberry HN the false machine, the false version. Yeah. We writing C today? I don't know, something. Well, I don't. Who knows? Actually, we'll uncover what we're doing. Hello, Chromo Sundrift. I don't think any C. Probably. Well, we'll see. We'll probably end up reading some C. We'll probably end up reading some C for sure. Got to run for a bit. We'll be back. We'll enjoy. This is the nature of the thing. This is the nature of the thing today. I should also add another angle. Seeing the fennel language is Lua plus List. Yes, I did a lot of fennel in the early days around here. Compiling some C code for the GBA before. Yes, it's quite easy to do this. Freefall. Because the GBA has like sort of a sensible architecture and is ARM and is relatively powerful. You can build C for it. And in fact, most of the games were probably written in C. You can even build C++ for it. Hello, Sampy159 as well. So yeah, there's also the Pocket Monster leakage. This occurred also. There was an event. This event is sort of like I don't know. It seems like kind of like I'm sure everyone has discussed this already, but like I think the interesting thing to me is like how the fuck did this happen? Hello, sadistic_penguin without native floats. Yes, the official statement. Here's the official statement. What the fuck? Like the official how did this even like? Apparently, like this is like a phishing thing. How did this all leak? If you're missing the context, the company that makes Pocket Monsters, the well-known multimedia franchise Pocket Monsters, right? The one, it's all over the world. Hello, Lead and Gin and Mookie Sticks. Thank you for Badass Pellets, Badass Fish Eating Cereal. They released publicly all of their documents unintentionally. And apparently just some random employee had access to like the entire back catalog, which I guess is, I don't know, maybe kind of makes sense. But either way, it's ridiculous. There's like a terabyte of stuff apparently. Hello, Cash Money Delaz and Zully 3 and Roasted Bee here also. The Game Freaks, yes, and ABC 123, welcome in. Oil simulation and add spider emojis as floaters. I see. That's insane. Hello, I'm so real one. Disgruntled former. I don't know what it is, but like either way, everything got leaked, including like the full source code for multiple games, which I am not going to touch with a 10-foot pole. That seems extremely. I certainly will not be touching on stream. I will definitely not. I will not even touch that off stream, because that seems like ground for being obliterated. That seems like grounds for obliteration. Pokemon Adam and Eve. Yeah, hello LG, welcome in. What got leaked? Everything. Everything basically, Koala. Like I think the source code for like 4 mainline Pokemon games was leaked in they leaked everything. Also a bunch of like lore stories that people have gone nuts over and stuff. It's called Adam and Eve, not Adam and Evie. Yeah, so true. What would this mean for the ROM hacking community? Well, I mean, like, it feels like the sort of thing where like someone makes a hack based on this thing, and then they get the full force of the law brought down upon them, which seems scary, but I think it will probably be beneficial in the long run. Which I look forward to. Gen 10, yeah, there were leaks for upcoming projects. There's leaks for everything. Custom black and white. Yes, this is actually the interest, Fraud Z Pod. This is the interest. It's whether this can be utilized to make the ultimate game of all time. But yes, Freak League 97 was crazy. Atlanta was never the same. I would not make a hack based on that. Well, I mean, I would maybe, give it 10 years. How do you even legally ship mod stuff based on closed source shit? That seems really dumb. I mean, like, ostensibly, like, I don't know, like reverse engineering of the shipped binary is like ostensibly, I mean, it's probably in a legal gray area, but I think there's been some precedent that this is an allowable thing, right? So you can ship a patch, right? So you can reverse engineer the thing and then ship a patch, which like seems, but like anything, once you've if you're doing it based off of like illegally leaked source code, then you're fucked. Even if you ever looked at that source code, it's probably, I don't know what there is. There's probably an issue. PAL PC sports are going to happen eventually. ROM hacks are already borderline illegal. I mean, I don't think they probably, like, again, illegal is sort of a funny word, isn't it? Hello Sergeant Pepper _ every emulator has clauses if you have access to you definitely do not want to have looked at the real thing and then used it on, based it on other, you build other thing off of that. Spider Oilify, thank you, real. Hello Patrick OMG. But like, did you ever try and download EW? No, I would never commit any sort of Orwellian viewers at gota.io. I will not be looking at the thing, just because I will likely, I care about the decomp projects and reverse engineering and stuff, and like I don't want to subject myself to any sort of risk in this capacity at all. But like, it is potentially a monumental moment. It is potentially a monumental moment for gaming. I don't know, potentially. People in the business call this a womp situation. How does someone get some of this silk and torque? I'm running low. I mean, I don't know. I think it's divinely inspired. Sergeant Pepper, welcome in. And Ultra Stim, welcome in also. Great to see you. You got to keep yourself legally walled off with the brain. Yeah, most sensible emulators do clean room engineering. One builds a description, other implements the emulator. Yeah, they probably shouldn't have leaked like vacation pictures and stuff, but like, that's what will the actual consequences of the leak be? I don't actually know, like, what they can do. I don't actually know what they can do for real. The things are like, they call his son his blood boy. What the fuck? Hello Musha 68K as well. I know the reverse aging guy. It's like Brian Mann or something like this. That's foolish to say the least. Hello. What are we're talking about the Pokemon thing. A lot of array length stuff, basically all in prod, is super proprietary, but people seem to get away with making their own after leaving X or Y company. Maybe it's just a matter of going after homies, but I have no idea where the lines are drawn when it comes to stealing code. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is very silly, right? It's all very like the whole world of, like, software copyright is like very, there's only, especially when you're like, there's only so many ways to do it, right? Like, who knows? Be the devil's advocate and say this is a lighthearted Silicon Valley reference. Perhaps this is the case. I don't know anything about anything, so I'm going to refrain from comment. I will refrain from comment for now. Don't even get them started on patents. Yeah, this stuff kind of sucks. This stuff kind of does suck a little bit. For real. Who cares? Use the code, but fucking with yeah, I mean, like, it's, again, Megacorp is like, again, it doesn't really matter what is or isn't illegal. Like, I think reverse engineering and ROM hacking, this probably is legal, right? Like decompiling the thing that they are literally selling you, and then, but the law doesn't always agree with sensibility, and furthermore, what actually is the law in writing is not actually the law in practice. Right? There's the spirit of the law, right, which is maybe that it should be allowed. There's the letter of law, which is maybe that it's ambiguous. And then there's the reality of the law, which is that Nintendo would crush you like a little bug if you tried to justify this in court. So, like, there's, right, I mean, this is what it is. It doesn't, what matters is the consequence, Kokutsi, right? This is as it is always, right? What matters is the consequence. And the consequence is that you will probably be eating gruel for 30 years if you try and make this happen. So, like, I don't know. Which enjoys making and testing law. Crushing, yeah, we would never crush a bug around here. Yeah, it's something like this. It's tried Lori, but it's kind of met. Lori, I think, is not really necessary. Lori is the thing. It's like a server that watches your Nix configuration for NVARC or something like this. I just use NVARC directly with Flakes now, and Flakes handle a lot of the caching. Hello, Salad for Rest. Happy Colonq. Oh, you know already. Also, I think illegal specifically refers to things that send you to jail. Copyright can't really do that unless you refuse to pay. Yeah, well, maybe. It could be. I mean, they can basically make you a debtor for life, right? They can garnish all your wages for the rest of your, like, they can subject you to various scary punishment type activities. Yeah. Like who knows, right? It's not like, Rip Bowser. Yeah, that's one of the most insane things of all time. Not have my shell switched away from ZSH by Nick's shell. I'm pretty sure you can well, I don't know, actually. I don't know. How do you garnish when you get paid peanuts? I mean, they can prevent you from ever being paid more than peanuts, basically, right? I want to be sustenance for Nintendo Sama. People have actually died because of Nintendo lawsuits. Hello, Ippy Blockhead. Also, welcome in. Howdy. Welcome. Hello, hi, son. Also, I gotta type hi, son in the chat room. That's the exact reason I started using DRM. Yeah, DRM. You probably don't need NVARC, or you probably don't need Lori. You just need DRM. Hi, son. Colonq speaking truth. Well, we try. Okay, this is all I'm going to comment on this. I feel like, again, if you don't know, the origins of this stream have largely, like, I have looked a lot at Pokemon decomp projects on here, right? I will certainly not be looking at anything leaked on here. This would be a bridge too far, perhaps. A bridge too far. Love the Miku cursor. Thank you. Me too. So what is spider oil? What is the meaning of spider oil? What does it mean to have the spider draw a sigil on your forehead and anoint you as its heir and successor? Even in cases where Nintendo doesn't have enough legal leverage to stop you, they'll be perfectly happy to intimidate you with bankruptcy. Yeah, it doesn't actually matter, like, what the law is, right? It's that they have more resource, and resource can be used to apply a great deal of pressure on our pretty little heads, right? Thank you. Hello. So if you recall, last stream a little bit disjointed, a little bit chaotic, chaos, motion, movement, rotation. Super Idol muted. Super Idol is playing loudly in my ears, at least. Mickey Noon, are you muted? What's going on? It played quite loudly. It played quite loudly. Mickey Noon is muted, I think. In the Colonq server, yes. The Discord. We're getting communications. We just got to be bigger than 10. Yeah, I mean, this is the real mission. This is the real mission, perhaps, to be able to. What is being programmed today? Well, first thing, Sifon Altera, spider oil. If we can we navigate to spider oil? Do I have that open in eShell already? Spider oil. If I say trunk, spider oil doesn't do very much right now. But spider oil is, I was like, we had some thoughts about the thing we were working on last time. I had some thoughts. Localhost 8080, please. GBA is what? ARM v4? Yes, it's true. This is spider oil. We have actually all the pieces to make the new web now. We have the pieces required to make the new web that we discussed last time. Hello, Crispy0x random. How are you? I'm doing well. Life is fucking good, Crispy0x. Life is going not so bad recently. It's been pretty solid, I would say. I'm really enjoying the, like, I don't know, just being, I don't know. I got to build a computer with ModClonq yesterday. ModClonk's computer parts came. I think the last thing is the GPU arriving today. We put the stuff together. It's been pretty good. Reinventing the internet. Yeah, okay. So we can talk about the context here. The idea was to make upgrading for Dragon Age. Yeah, I got the people who I worked for to Mater for the remember I was working on the weekends and I quit. They're actually going to pay me, so I was like, let's use the money and we can get ModClonq a new computer to play Dragon Age. So that is the lore in the springtime of his youth. Yeah, so this is the idea. Yeah. It's a good thing. I think we're gonna be gaming. Also she's gonna run Linux. She doesn't want to run Windows 11, so she's like, I'm being brave, so we can do Linux. Because like Proton like basically works now. So we're so back. Probably Mint because she's never done Linux stuff before, but like literally the biggest advocate for Linux. Yeah. So we'll probably try Mint. And if it's too annoying to like, if she doesn't want to configure it, I was like, the two options that are good are like, I can like just like set up Nix for you and I can just like manage that easily from my own machine, or like we can just like install Mint or something, install OpenBS. She would be experiencing fear. She would be a useless brick, right? She's got a game, sometimes you got a game. Pop OS, yeah, I could consider this as well. Maybe I just know Mint because it's from my brain. I'm sure there's some good gaming you can do on OpenBSD. I'm sure you can play NetHack. You can probably play various emulators, right? Which is honestly most of the gaming that I need. I've been getting computer. Before I feel like the Pokemon leak has sort of. Do you know how sometimes the universe just like spawns random events at you? You can game Oomli out of general, yeah, browser games, MUDs. Zero Ranger yesterday, very pretty. Zero Ranger is very cool. Zero Ranger fucking rocks, actually. It's a very slick game. Only thing keeping me on Windows at this point is EAC, and it's driving me nuts. Yeah, and it's very frustrating because it's just something that they have to explicitly enable Proton support for, right? Like Elden Ring has EAC and it runs fine on the Steam Deck and things like this. It's just like, it really is just anti-cheat that fucks things up, right? Like I told her like the main thing that you probably can't like do is like Valorant, right? Or like she plays Valorant occasionally and like Valorant won't work, but like I don't. Yeah, who knows? The final frontier, yeah, is Valorant. Honestly, I don't know if that's one we want to explore. Often the anti-cheat supports Proton, but the game decides not to enable it. Yeah. Not being able to play Valorant is a feature, not a bug. Hello, 5G technician. I'm still surprised Bandai Namco turned Proton on in Elden Ring. Yeah. Honestly, I had a moment of panic when the game first came out because it didn't run on my VM, but I just had to like change some settings to like obscure that it was that slightly more. Perhaps she wishes to learn Quake 3 Arena. Perhaps. I think she's mostly excited to play Baldur's Gate finally. No multiplayer games, but that's about to change. API for this stuff. I mean, it's really only competitive multiplayer. Like we went through it's basically only competitive shooters, right? Like this is it, right? This is the entire thing. Roblox removed wine support though. That's fucked. That's so fucked. You don't need a new computer. Apex works. Competitive Tux. Oh, she's skipping 1+2. Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's not like it's super. Well, I guess it is kind of connected to 1 and 2, but like it's standalone enough. Colonq sponsor Quake Live /3 tourney. Kokoopsy. Honestly, I'm considering like this sort of is a nice segue into the next angle here. I'm realizing at this point that like we could do tournaments of some kind, right? Like we could do, how is Linus Torvalds going to play Roblox after hours? Yeah, this is what I'm asking. This is what I'm saying. Isn't there like a big investment firm whose like thing is that they like dig up dirt on companies and then they short companies and they dig up dirt on them? Aren't they like going after Roblox right now? I saw this thing, right? There's like a huge like they're like saying that they're lying about their active users or something so that they can short them effectively. Like, yeah. Hi, how are you doing? Hello, Reggie1660. Welcome in. It's messed up in terms of moderation, I imagine. This is true. I mean, anything that is this huge inevitably is a cesspool, right? This is just the way of things. Spooksy, nah, real, what are you making? Well, today we're looking at spider oil a little bit. So spider oil is the mechanism by which one is anointed by the spider, if you were curious, right? A phrase that we know too well around here. And the idea here is that instead of serving up HTML documents over the web, what if we were to serve up descriptions of RPG rooms? Yeah, there's a lot of, this was like their headline, I think, Chaotic, right? What if we serve up descriptions of rooms and then you could like navigate between the rooms? And I was like, let's actually make a good client for this. So I didn't finish the client, but I have like the basis for this in place. Like I wrote a bunch of stuff. I wrote a shader that can grab tiles out of sprite sheets conveniently. And I wrote the thing. I improved the OOB engine. The OOB engine, okay. Rust is so fucked up. Perhaps someone should buy Roblox, accuse them mid-purchase of having inflated users due to bots, give up and buy them anyway, and octuply the bot population by firing all the moderation staff. Perhaps. Just text your respect. The format is like an S expression based format. It's sort of like it's like a tree thing, sort of like HTML. We'll see. We'll get into it a little bit. It's sort of exciting, right? So the idea would be that like you can walk around and like doors will take you to someone else's page. I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night, Slendy Dev. So okay. Can we look at this a little bit? Where is the thing? Can we look into lib.rs? Is this going to start up some kind of hell scenario? Wait, what? That sounds sick. Yeah, it'll be cool. It'll be cool, I promise. This is spider oil. Okay, classic. Open up, give me some errors and things like this. So let me weave you a tale, computer. Let me weave you a little bit of a tale. Hello, it's Bithral also. So the common way that you get a graphics context in Rust, many of the Rust like little game tools and things, they use this library called winit. Are you familiar with this thing? Have you seen this? Hello, Carlos 333. Happy Tuesday. Hello, welcome. Are you familiar with this? This is, and thank you for the streak, Ippy Blockhead. Posture check. Okay, real. We have to place ourselves in a better configuration. Hello, sir_why not also, and DexRay 200 earlier. Thank you for the follows. Apologies, I missed you, DexRay. So ready to program today? Let's get there. In Rust winit, you have to use. They have like their own event loop abstraction, right? It's a good library, right? This is how most people. It's also cross-platform, so it'll work in your browser. It'll also work natively, right? It's the way to get a window and to get events for that window, right? It's like the, I would otherwise use like SDL for this maybe. Hello trap exit. Welcome aboard. Can we shout out people also? Can I shout out trap exit? Are we talking about Rust? Yeah, a little bit, right? This is something that's very interesting to me. I think Ippy Blockhead. This is something I've been encountering a lot recently. So notably, this runs cross-platform, right? And notably, the event loop it provides you is like a manual event loop, right? In the sense that it does not utilize the async feature of Rust. It does not provide an async runtime, and therefore you cannot run async functions inside of your event handlers, right? And you're like, oh well, I don't like async anyway. So why am I worried about this? I dislike async in any case, right, I would rather have callbacks and manual event handlers. Let me add you to the list of your to the list. It be blockhead. One moment. Whitelist. It be blockhead. So it should work now if you do it. Yeah, we have a minor thing like this. Raylib. Yeah, Raylib is good. Raylib good. The problem with this though, the problem with this computer is that on the web, everything like in the Rust web bindings, like a lot of shit is async Rust, right? And this is and furthermore, hello Vosher 1025. Furthermore, in many of the actual graphics libraries that you might want to use alongside this thing, right? For example, WGPU, which is also a cross-platform thing that can use WebGPU on web, that this also requires async for certain operations, right? And Googling this, everyone is just like, oh, just do a blocking, there's a library called Polster that you can use that will just do a blocking poll in a loop. This is the way to go. But this library also does not work on web, right? Because on web you're really like it's sort of fundamental. You're not supposed to block the thread, right? It's really supposed to be like truly, you know, you're supposed to use the actual async context that the browser provides you, right? To use the browser's event look, GPU versus network, probably true. Probably very true. And so either way, the whole situation seems fucked, and I'm not actually sure how anyone is supposed to use WNIT. Well, anyway, long story short, I was having some frustration around the fact, yeah, this is why totally generic async is a mess. Yes, all of this would have been much easier for me if the interfaces involved just supplied a callback. If I could just pass in a callback, this would have been immensely easier. But alas. So I wanted to be able to make HTTP requests from the OOB engine, right? If you recall, we did something along these lines a long time ago. Actually, it was like last July. I hacked some shit together to make that happen. I think A Squared, I remember A Squared being horrified at the whole thing, I think. To my understanding, window handling code should be in its own thread anyways. But of course, we only have one thread in the browser, right? There's no, we know we cannot be in another thread, right? There's no, like, this simply is not possible. Callbacks don't color functions. Yes, exactly, right? I think the mess of callbacks is largely like the syntax for them. It's largely like you know, I would say it's mostly cosmetic mess, right? It's, of course, there's some kind of there's confusion that can happen with the scoping and things like this, but I think largely it's not so bad, right? I'm a callback enjoyer just because I'm a Haskell person, but like I think they've gotten too much of a bad rap just because, and async is just like, it introduces all of this complexity by just letting you, who knows? You can have web workers, sure, but like this is not how anyone is doing a game, right? Like a browser game, probably. They're not putting their render thread in there. Yeah, sleep in a callback is death. Yeah, sure. This is fair also. But like whether you want to be doing this you probably don't want to be doing this also. But okay. So what did we make? We made a way to make HTTP requests basically. This is kind of cool, right? Can we go over to state? And what I'm doing is I basically made my own poor man's async runtime on top of the other thing, right? So what we did was I just like in the game state now we keep track of 1 or 0 currently running HTTP requests as like a future. And then in the main loop, we are polling that future. And it turns out you have to do a whole bunch of bullshit in Rust to like actually poll a future. Like you need to make a waker and then have that. So we have like a dummy waker. We have all kinds of nonsense happening. But we can successfully make HTTP requests, right? Which means that all of the pieces for Spider Oil are in place. Hello, Buff Seagull also. What is with me today? And Captain Saint Asher, welcome in also. Good evening. Hello, welcome. I probably spawn background tasks to do async work and use a channel to pass the values back. I don't know if you even have a runtime with spawning. Yeah. I mean, the web runtime is pretty limited. Same, it's a single-sided match. So this is what we're doing now instead. I figure this is as good as anything, right? Of course, the actual async tasks we can run in this case, the async stuff is totally hidden away, right? It's just like I have a library that uses async stuff, and I have like an interface that just does the right thing. What multiplexer is this? Emacs. I assume you mean terminal multiplexer. This is actually graphical Emacs. This is graphical Emacs. There's only one terminal on the screen, and it's the one that my model is in. Are you Mickey Midnight today? I see. Hello, Camp Belly Hamster. Also, so that's the thing, right? We have the tools now that we could probably put something together that renders these pages like sort of nicely and fetches pages and renders them kind of nicely. I'm actually already fetching and decoding the S expressions. It would just be a matter of, so maybe we'll do this today. This is the long and short of it. Maybe we'll do that today a little bit, but not quite yet. We got to talk. There's much to discuss. There's so much to discuss. So other things that are happening. What else is going on in the world? Do you know my friend, computer? There's a friend of mine. You might know of them. Their name is exodrifter_. They're around here all the time. You probably know about them, right? They're on here. People have known of them on here. Can we go to Steam Store? Can we find it just via searching? I finished the demo today. My friend exodrifter has been developing a video game called No Signal. You can see here it says exodrifter, and the demo for the video game is now available on Steam as part of Steam Next Fest. And this is especially cool because it is do you know, also I think also developed in part by Titan Seeker, who is in the chat room today. I don't know if they're still around, but this is also an involvement. If you play the demo, it helps, right? If you play the demo, I think I started it yesterday. I think it's the sort of game that people around here might like, right? It's sort of a puzzle, escape room, interactive fiction type thing, right? It might be something you consider, right? And I'm sure they would welcome any feedback you have. I mean, it's cool because like we've sort of watched EXO develop this sort of since the very beginning. It's been in development for I think about a year, maybe, if I recall correctly. Around this time last year it started, I think, and it's been awesome. So yeah, I got 3 sharks. I saw it mentioned on Foolbox's stream earlier. I see. Well, either way, it's a cool thing, and they're a good friend, and just in general, it's they put a lot of time into it, and it does it's a cool thing. It's cool thing that someone in the extended in the circle, right? You know, the Dojin circle known as green, right? The extended universe is putting forth, right? So this is real. Hello, Plutonium clone. Also, this is no signal. This is no signal. Other things. The Green Circle the Green Circle wiki. They're part of the Green Circle fandom wiki. The debugging arc, right? Everyone knows about this, right? Everyone knows that we've been yearning for debugging for so long. I found myself once again, this was last night for me, computer. I was up, it was 3 a.m. I really should have been either going to bed or getting ready for the stream a little more. And I was instead typing into Google search queries like, why debugging Emacs sucks, all caps. GDB Emacs sucks, all caps. Like this is, I find myself searching these things idly in the sense of I'm looking for commiseration. I'm looking for someone else who can see that this hell that we found ourselves in. I don't know what this is, right? It's but either way, we're continuing to try our best. GF2, the sequel to Girlfriend. Is this true? Old man screams at Emacs. Yeah, me every day. Have you read Postfix? Hello, Madrick Buzzed. What do you mean read Postfix? Postfix is a document format. It's a pretty good one, I think. It's sort of a fourthy one, right? The OSS people just fail at UX. Perhaps this is true, but it seems like people talk about this regularly as if it's good, right? I find people saying like, oh, I love the Emacs plus GDB experience. Just fire it up on Hacker News, and I'm like, are you lying? Hello, Kotlenny _ like I don't want to assume that people, and Niche Penguin, welcome in. I don't want to assume that people are just like making things up, but like I'm just like, damn, it's just like totally broken. Postfix as an email transport. I'm thinking of PostScript. Postfix is, yes, Postfix is a is the thing that sends your mail, right? It's SMTP. This is the thing. Love the Emacs plus GDB experience. Hello, EU JavaScripts. I did bother setting some things up finally. I did create a bit of a situation. I created something that is at least maybe better than the interface we had before. Is it still the gold standard for SMTP? I remember running hacker Madrick Buzz. I don't know what you're saying. Quite. I'm unsure. GF2 wrap or GD. Ah, I see. Oh, this is the one I've seen. Oh, GDB front end, GF. I've seen this. The for me, of course, it's just difficult to use graphical program. I want to use it in Emacs, right? So can we navigate around a little bit? Where's the thing that we have? Terminal mode, classic style. It could be. Let's go into upside down cake. Can we hop in here? And can we can do some funny things now. If I go into GBA test, if you recall, this is our ROM from before, right? I should now be able to just say Colonq /c debug GBA and give it a .gba file, and this will now automatically launch a debugger. This will launch GDB sensibly connected to the emulator. And furthermore, I can now do things such as I need to like make bindings for this to make it like less horrible, but I can do things like GDB display registers buffer and things like this. I can get a buffer with all the registers, and for example, if I continue and show Mr. Green and I break, I can see like the registers now and what changes and stuff. And this is hopefully somewhat nicer than our previous experience of just loading up with how do you say like MGBA's debugger raw style, because that was both extremely blinding and kind of scary. I don't know. Well, so this might be a little bit better. It might be a little bit nicer, and like we'll see if we can make this continue to make this decent. I don't think we can reset the program, which is one thing that's a little bit troubling. But I think MGBA debugging. I've encountered some weird bugs with MGBA anyway, while trying to debug Game Boy Advance programs in particular, because like if I just type, I don't know, is it run or start? I don't think we can restart actually. And we can ostensibly load a symbol table as well. Hello Hidoto, also welcome in. Thank you for Mr. Green and Piss. They put Piss on. Oh, hello, welcome. Did you make that anime girl? Hello, awesome. Well, I mean that's a question. The thing that looks like anime character is being constructed every frame based on my head. It's actually tracking your head right now. The person who made it is Nyrator. I think they are on Twitch. It's Nyrator. This person. Is it live 2D based? No, it is fully it is 3D, and it is custom. It's a custom renderer. It's like an OpenGL plus Rust thing. But yeah, so it's just a 3D model. Postfix Dovecot and a Junior's cheesecake. You're going for what? What? Dovecot is like a browser. No, that's Roundcube. Dovecot is like it's an IMAP thing. Like is that it's like a server that you can connect with IMAP. It will host IMAP for you. Is this the case? Is this the case? Use GDB, yeah, many windows, and GDB many windows sucks badly, right? We have gone to some lengths to make it suck less though. We have gone to some effort. A mail server, yeah. I don't understand the cheesecake angle here, but like I guess it works. So yeah, we have things, and also if I kill GDB, it'll kill all, right? We have to figure out how to make the window config work, because I imagine since we have no way to reset, we'll likely want to be like restarting this GDB a lot, right? We have no way to. I guess we can like jump back to the start symbol or the start address or whatever, but that's not kind of yucky, right? We'll often want to restart from scratch, so we'll need a way to like. but I don't want the thing to create windows on its own. But if I've made windows for it, I want them to go back in the same spot, right? So like maybe we'll think about that a little bit. I think we already have that on the list here. Yeah. And also, even if I'm switching window configurations, I want them to be in the same place. Also make bindings for this so it is usable. This is real. This is real too. This is extremely real. I'm feeling extremely. Hello, Stingray Kiwi. Thank you for the follow. I'm feeling extremely Game Boy Advance loaded. A whole week of Colonq streams. Where do you see dev environments in 20 years? This is a good question. This is a good question. Maybe. Hello, Sledoid. Also, Headshot. The bindings, like the Binding of Isaac. Yes, it's like this. I think. Like, okay, so sort of the natural question to ask from there, Opsum, is what were dev environments like 20 years ago, right? And 20 years ago, it was 2004. And in 2004, I was not programming yet, although I was, you know, I was not too far away. Like, I think basically the same. Yeah, maybe even UIs were slightly, you know, slightly uglier but more responsive, maybe as a rule. I imagine in 20 years I will be using Emacs and it will look quite a bit like this, or I'll be using something I've made myself that looks quite a bit like this. Like, it just seems like the best thing, right? Like the gripes that I have about things are largely cosmetic, right? They're largely like, oh, the thing breaks sometimes, the package is unstable. How are you almost programming? Because I started in 2008, 2009, when I was 11, and yeah. So it wasn't, we weren't that too far off. The first Ubuntu that I installed was 8.10. The broke Colonq maxing, woke Colonq max, yeah, something like this. Using a text editor with no syntax highlighting because IDEs were so incredibly bloated and slow, debugging by compile errors. I'll be using my bespoke Emacs like with K as the scripting language. Yeah, 20 years ago, IDEs were the same, except people would typically complain that the IDE used too much memory, or took too long to start, or crashed too often. Yeah, and I feel like the same complaints exist now, right? Like this is the case, right? Like people, I still hear people, yeah, they just accept it now. I see where you're going. I see the angle. Came on a CD in mail. Yeah. The used Nano 20 years ago, and we'll keep using Nano 20 years from now. Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, like I think maybe the question that's being maybe the question that's being led for is something about AI, right? I really think like this will not do very much, at least for me. Perhaps this does something in the workplace, right? I don't put it past the fact that like maybe this kind of stuff can affect the business, can affect creating shareholder value, perhaps. Hello, Dubin60. Some IDEs have gotten slower even with which is shocking. Unbridled. How will Ed look in 20 years? I mean, I'm thinking much the same. Your own programming language. I've made quite a few programming languages, Captain St. Asher. This is sort of my area of interest. Even some would say. Like a large part of my previous job was working on a programming language for like a very DSL style thing, and then I've had. Basically, the only times I've ever quote unquote gone viral on Hacker News have been like programming language projects that I did when I was in high school. I cannot search for landscape reference pics now without having entirely AI results. They use AI at my work. I've told my non-text the AI does help with code. It's so slow to compare to even bad Google though. Yeah, using JetBrains products for a decade. It's not a comparison to how Eclipse et al. Used to be. Yeah. I've heard JetBrains is pretty good. I would love to, like, this is the sort of thing. Apparently, JetBrains has like a thing if you make videos or ostensibly stream, where you can get like a license to everything. Are there any Colonqing languages we can use right now? None that I can share. None that I can share, unfortunately, and none that are general purpose, that are both general purpose and good. Alas. Hindley Milner inference for my own programming language. Pog. Hell yeah. We love some type checking. And Drew Totus Enjoyer, welcome in. Cringe. I did not know about JetBrains. Yeah, did you not know that about JetBrains? Yeah, I think that someone was posting this somewhere the other day. And hello D1.LOL. But I think overall I would expect, or up 41%. Yeah, I would expect, like my development environment will look the same. Ultimately, the thing is, right, these things are not super important. It doesn't matter all that much. And I don't think AI will affect me very much personally, right? Again, because I am fully prepared to be, even if this shit takes over the world of business, right? I'm fully prepared to you know, I'm doing the same. I'm doing what I'm doing here, right? I'm going to be tinkering around with retro hardware and ROMs and stuff until, yeah, right? Like this is not the way. If you're reading Decay, I think writing your own interpreter would be the move. It's not quite schema, it's a very simple language and it will probably be more effective. Yeah, I would love to do this, Kokupsi, right? I think this would be the best way to get a good understanding, for sure. It often is. Hello, Body Without Blorkins. Also, I'm prepared to be raptured. I think I'm one of the people, like, does it, like, okay, this may sound very morbid, right? But like, I think I'm not on board with singularity stuff. Right. I mean, this is like almost like a religion to people. My libido. What? Hello. I don't know what you're saying here, Jesse Wayne. Welcome in. This is bizarre. Hello. 3 cough. Also, like I think for me, it's like there's sort of like a thing around like, well, yeah. I mean, there's a thing around like, oh, sure, we achieve AGI singularity, aligned ASI singularity, and we have we're gonna mind upload everybody, and everyone's gonna be immortal. We're all gonna live for infinite time, and we're gonna conquer space. Right? What's that? There's a short story I think called A Gentle Seduction that is about this kind of thing. Right? I think even if this, I'm not even gonna make any sort of statement as to the plausibility of this thing. Your mic is clean AF. Thank you. I'm glad it's good. It's a cheap ass mic with a pop filter on it. Who knows? It sounds great to me, but we're not even remotely close to any of that. Yeah, and even beyond this, like not even out of any, like, I don't know, like I intend to die as a human. I don't know. I don't really have aspirations towards living for 1,000 years, right? Hello Infernoid. Like it's not even like I just have this impulse that's probably like the thing to, like, I don't know, like I don't know, like, yeah, that seems like a bit much to me, right? I'm no harshing anybody's vibe a little bit. The post scarcity crowd, a lot of them don't understand economics. Yeah. Hate singularity. I hate technology, but I love technology too. Sometimes the cheap stuff is very good quality. It's like they worked extra hard to make it. That's sort of scary. That's unfortunate. The only way to live at 1,000 years is cultivating the Tao. That's true, actually. Also, if I'm going to live for 1,000 years, it's going to be through golden core cultivation, right? I just think like there's so many unknowns with these things that I don't even know. I'm learning Linux very fast. Hell yeah, Otter0_. Hell yeah. Sometimes I think, thank you for the streak, also Infernoid. Sometimes I think that like when you like, what if, like, there's so many things that are like we don't know, like we literally don't know. Who are trying to escape the cycle of, I don't even know about this, but like it's just like, I don't know. What if I like there's things that, like, I don't know if I just wonder if people even consider the possibilities, right? Like what if when you pass away, right, you just sort of perceive time slower and slower. What if it's a Zeno's paradox situation? Right? What if things just slow down and never quite get there? Right? Like what if that's the, like, who knows? Who knows? Right? You like, so like I don't want to, like, I'm not willing to risk any of this on some sort of techno gamble. We Are the Turtle. Speaking of Tao and post-humanism, I highly recommend everyone reads Abolition of Man. It's like 50 pages. What if when you die they kick you in the nuts? Yeah. What is the afterlife? Probably the same as the before birth. Vim plus Tmux. Hello, Sun Albionis. I think getting into programming will naturally gravitate towards the fastest dev environment with some add-ons or extensions. Maybe. I don't know. I think people will gravitate not even to the fastest thing. People will gravitate to whatever is aesthetically pleasing, right? I think this does more for Vim and Emacs than anything, right? It's the fact that Vim, there's a beauty to it, and it's not a visual beauty, right? It's not like a visual beauty in the sense that like, oh, the UI is really nice. There's a beautiful thing to the sense of using it, right? There's a beautiful thing, like using it itself has a beauty to it. I don't know, like I don't know how to explain this, right? Like other than like, and maybe this is a personal and subjective sense, but like I'm sure some of you can understand this also, that like you just get a sense of like things being right. I have this like it's like the sense when you look at a README or something, you look at the top level directory of a repository, and you can instantly tell whether it's like it's good, like it's good, not good in like it works, or it's good in like an like sort of a different sense. I don't know. I like it's beautiful. I like specialized environments, something like completely forfeiting mouse controls. Yeah, I don't know. Vibe, yeah, the vibe check. Easiest to grasp. There's just a million abstract. I think AI will help reviewing docs. Yeah, I don't know. Like again, for me, it's just like something it doesn't matter that much. The thing that matters is the dev and not the env, right? Maybe that's the thing. The thing that matters is the development, not the environment. That's perhaps the way. So AI can almost speak spoken Latin to me. Docs are intimidating. Yeah, I mean, like to some degree, that's just like in oneself too, right? Like I even like this is a lesson I have to relearn time and time again, right? You never, but like it whenever I do read the docs, I feel better about myself. Some personal is that comfort. I don't know. I don't know if I like agree with that. Like I can respect that perspective. I don't know if I agree with this necessarily. Like I wouldn't say I'm a comfort hater. I mean, I am a bon vivant after all, right? We love bon vivant. Hello, Nick's Crage. Also, Emacs sucks. Damn. Well, I don't disagree entirely, but like everything sucks, right? All things suck, but like, yeah, it isn't really that interesting. Yeah, I think so. I'm so real one. Like, I mean, I think it is interesting, right? And it's a cool thing that has happened and is continuing to happen. But like I don't have I'm caring about other things, I guess, right now. I will die as an artisanal coder coding my imperfect. Yeah, exactly. Like we kick one, right? I like it too much, right? I like it too, like I like doing it too much to trade it for productivity, right, or something like this, right? It's just not, yeah. Words. Just like hit undo, yeah. But unfortunately, like it won't happen, unfortunately, right? It's not. There's no. It's a Pandora's box situation. There's no putting the what do they say? There's no putting the cat back in the bag or something. This is sort of a scary expression, but like. Schwa de Ferv, yeah. Bros at 3 a.m. frantically typing Emacs debugging sucks and says something when people say the same thing on the chat room. Yeah, I mean it's true. It's true. I mean I feel the same way. But we're exploring. We're exploring. Why have I been caring about this so much? It's because I'm currently obsessed with Pocket Monsters, right? I've been obsessed with Pocket Monsters. I'm not willing to deny it, right? Since I was probably 7 years old, younger even. I've been obsessed with it for my entire life, right? Maybe for some period of time I was embarrassed about that, but no, I have the yearning in my heart for this, right? Malvivant when everything's awful and nothing works. I mean, it does happen. Shell scripting is fun, it turns out. Bash stack, my beloved. Use Doom. Yeah. Any recommendations for trying Emacs? I would either use Doom is probably a good recommendation, Doom Emacs, or just like literally install Emacs and install Evil and turn on Evil, and then you have VI keys and it like it starts solving unsolved problems though. Yeah, like it'll happen, right? It's going like I don't know. I think I'm broadly like a believer in the current AI stuff, right? As an uneducated bystander, right? I'm a believer, right, in it. I think it's how do you say, go vanilla? Yeah, I mean this is probably the best thing if you're in it for the long haul. But like I don't think it is like yeah, I don't know, like purely regurgitative. I don't think it, like I think it will probably produce it probably will produce results, right? In the sense that, you know, right? Like I don't think it's a total scam. But yeah, I just don't care very much. It's just like I don't have the luxury of care. It will have an outcome, right? Yeah, I think there's people who, like, you know, like I don't blame them. There are people who think they have a hope that, like, oh, this is all just made up. This is smoke and mirrors. It doesn't, like, I think unfortunately that's probably not the case. It's so bad for the, yeah, I mean, there are major issues with it, but yeah, it doesn't help with my homework. Yeah, I mean, like, you shouldn't use it for your homework anyway. It's just not a, like, again, there's two sides of the coin, right? It's like, on the one hand, you can be like, oh, I want to achieve business value, right? And then maybe it's something vaguely useful. On the other hand, do you want to become learned in the mystic art, right? Are you pursuing shareholder value, or are you pursuing learning in the most beautiful thing that there is, right? I would say go for the second hand there. You gotta go for the other hand. You have to pursue, like, and that true understanding, you know, you gotta, like, it might make some things easier. It could be a tutor for you maybe, but, like, you're gonna be like, you gotta invest so much anyway that it's hardly even worth anything. A part of me wants to believe that AI will eventually get good. So many people use it for my classes that I'm so off put by it now. Yeah, I mean, like, probably the thing that will, like, change it culturally is when it gets good enough that you can talk to it and it's, like, obviously a person, right? Which right now it's clearly not there, right? They try and make it be there, and they try and the veneer of personhood surrounding it is sort of smoke and mirrors. But like to the point when we're at the point where you can talk to it and it's like, well, this is obviously something that at least it's right. Like there's nothing I can communicate with this thing that gives me any impression that it's not like a thinking being, right? That will, I think that compassion, like the compassion that engenders, will change the public perception a whole lot, for better or for worse, right? You enjoy and ask yourself, why do I enjoy this? You don't need to yeah. Occult topics right now in programming is very reminiscent. Sigils, demons, I mean, it's possible. I had a friend once who was training to be an exorcist, like a Catholic exorcist, and I think they ended up abandoning that path in life. But I heard a lot of it was always fun to talk with them about things, because it's like, I don't know if I ascribe any credence to these things, but either way, it's funny. Like, it's funny stuff, like, it's interesting stuff, right? I don't mean to say funny. You think the public perception of AI is right now? I think it's I think it's broadly negative among young people, at least among young internet savvy people. I think among slightly older people and in the business world, it's extremely positive, right? As seen from the VC perception of it, right? I think it's important not to conflate those two things, right? I think many people, it would be easy to go on Twitter. Hello, attention span. Also, welcome in. It would be easy to go on Twitter and be like, and Spongy Bread, welcome. It'd be easy to go on Twitter and be like, everyone hates AI, right? But this is obviously not the case in practice, right? However, the kind of the cool crowd does dislike it, right? They do dislike this thing. Hello, Chixie9901. I am somewhat cynical about this response, because I think some of the response to the generative AI stuff has sort of been astroturfed a little bit in order to create a pro intellectual property movement, right? Because we've gone very publicly from like people either were neutral or sort of disliked intellectual property, or it was people like especially in the open source world and in other places, right? This was, you know, this was sort of a cultural thing. Like it was being against this sort of thing, like these was more popular perhaps. And I think it's sort of been laundered in public perception a little bit to make the young, cool, countercultural, hip crowd maybe be pro intellectual property. They're either over concerned or under concerned because they don't really understand it. That too, of course. I don't mean the actual thing is sort of irrelevant. It's people's like what it's become in people's minds, right? Is what's relevant. Hello, Timidis, welcome in. And I work at AI and ML in big business. The euphoria phase is over, and we're now into real valuable usage. Yeah, I think so, right? Like again, I'm not a disbeliever in this. Like I think it will provide almost certainly it's sort of obvious at this point that it will like it's people are too quick to equate it with something useless, right? People want it to be NFTs, right? And it's not going to be NFTs. Like sorry, right? Like it's not going to be that, right? Like it's something that will be like there's no putting it back in the bag now. It's not going to die out. Thirst for wisdom is purpose of many. You should be too. I mean, I have this, right? The love for Sophia, right? I don't know. I have this embedded deep within me. I hate the rebranding of this magical AI. Yeah, well, it's to some degree, but like to some degree also like hello colonoscopy. It's like somewhat, I don't know. It could be God eventually. It isn't now, certainly. I mean, that's the real crazy shit that I don't even care. Like I don't care about this, right? If it ends up this way, League Modclog, real name, maybe. Who knows? The like to some degree, like all of this stuff to some degree. Like you look on it and you're like, is this a bid from Sama? Is this a bid from Sama for apotheosis, right? Like do they know what they have, right? This is getting into the realm of science fiction perhaps, but it's like the kind of thing where it's like, well, it's science fiction, but like it could happen, right? Like it's maybe it could, who knows, maybe it could happen. Like is the goal now for Sama and others to collect enough money that like to you know take on enough debt and then they never like I don't know, right? We're living science fiction right now. Like there's a possibility, right? That like I don't know if I believe that this possibility is non-zero, but other people definitely do. Like some smart people who I kind of respect believe this is a real possibility. That Sam Altman is in 1,000 years is God, right? Like that's sort of a scary thought, right? Like who knows, right? Like people, there are smart people who think that this is a possibility that could happen, right? Like so like it's a strange world. It's strange times. What if AI helps you learn? AI just caught a rocket falling down to Earth. I don't know. Is this AI? I don't know what this is. The main problem I have with Gen AI is that it has thoroughly poisoned the well. Yeah. Yes, this too, right? The witch hunts, all this is gonna happen. They're also dumb people 100% of the time, though. Yeah, I mean this is true. Everyone is. Yeah. Who knows? It's The Last Question is a pretty good short story. Yeah, there are. Yeah, I mean again, this is in the realm of science fiction, right? At this point, but like you know these things. We'll see if it's reality. At the end of the day, I just don't care very much, right? I'm going to continue as LLLL, right? I'm going to continue as insert real name here, right? And continue doing my little things, right? And caring too much about I'm going to continue to attempt to live a meaningful life, regardless whatever that means, right? Whatever that means to me. You're slightly long. I really don't know. I don't have insight into the thing. Part of the future for sure. Jensen Huang, if Sama becomes God, perhaps a demiurge and monads. Yeah, perhaps. I don't know. We're living in Gnostic times. It's for profit. They just restructured for this. Who knows? Let's talk about something more interesting than the future. You know what's more interesting than the future? The Game Boy Advance. And you know what's especially interesting about the Game Boy Advance that I've uncovered recently, computer? I found something extremely. We hit him with the banger segues, Agpen, the non-stop, relentless, unpredictable segues. I would never. I mean, I was attempting to do a thing where I like it's sort of funny if you poo-poo this thing that's obviously important, and you're like, well, here's this thing that isn't important at all. This is way more important than that, right? You sort of get what I'm going for. We're kind of doing inside baseball. I'm sorry. So there's this thing GBA multi-boots. Can we go GitHub on this? This is the one. This is the repo. I learned about this thing. I had learned about this before, and I think I'd actually mentioned it on stream, but couldn't find out anything about it. Yeah, a few weeks ago. In the deployed sense, yes, it's mostly small variations on decoder-only transformers. There's a ton of research going to... Yeah. This is multi-boot. Let's skip over the future and go right to the present. Missed out there. Yeah, true. Goddamn. We need to try a little bit harder next time. We need to make a mental note of that. So what's this thing? What's this thing? This may be the coolest thing of all time. I don't know if you have nostalgia for the Game Boy Advance computer. I certainly do, right? For me, this was my childhood, right? This and then the DS, right? You understand? The Game Boy Advance and the Nintendo DS. This was it for me, right? This was all that there is. Emulating it mostly. Yes, I see. This is a powerful thing. Thank you for the streak also, Timidis. GBC, GBA, yeah. During car rides? Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is I imagine for many, right? It's sort of hitting the appropriate age bracket now, right? Like I imagine many of us here are, you know, 20 something, early 30s, late 30s, early 40s, late 40s, early 50s, late 50s kind of people around here, right? Early 70s, yeah. And this is the sort of thing where, for me at least, this hits the precipice bracket hard, right? This hits the bracket between the what do they say, the generation Z and generation millennial, generation Y, whatever. It's between Y and it's right on that precipice. People who were born around the year 2000 or a little bit before or a little bit after, maybe, right? This is nostalgia. And in particular, I recall some things when I was young, computer. They used to make all kinds of cool hardware, right? That was the best thing. You claimed a game for hours on double A's? No, yes, so fake. So fake. Hello, Demonov. It's so can we go to search Bulbapedia for Pokemon Coliseum, right? This is something near to my heart, right? Hello, Nefrayu Robot. Also, your oldest regular lurker is at DJ Clancy. That's actually an insane fact. I saw DJ Clancy, like I walked right by him at TwitchCon and I like did a double take and I was like, we got to say hi. And there were already 10 other people trying to get autographs or whatever. So I was like, you seen the recent Pokemon leaks? Yeah, you would so wield. No, I'm not that edgy. I'm not that edgy at all. The Coliseum is GameCube, not Game Boy. SMH. Well, Nick's Crate. That's the funny thing, isn't it? Because so Pokemon Coliseum was a GameCube game, right? Do you know the GameCube? This little contraption. I also like this, Face of Trolls, and it's being data mined currently. They're ripping models from it currently. There's like an ongoing effort that's finally borne some fruit. Yeah, think about this. So the GameCube had an interesting bit of functionality where there was a cable, the Melee machine, right? There was a cable. Can we see the cable? Where's the cable? Can we see the cable? They don't have the cable on here. GBA to GCN link cable. Bring up the cable, please. Okoopsy was a Melee player, I believe. We even have a Wikipedia page for the GameCube Game Boy Advance link cable. This little device. Pull up the cable, please, right? So the intention behind, like, this is just something that is totally absent from gaming now, right? The devices are they're not cool. There'll be a game regular Pentagon Prism. Yeah. Yes, that's the sequel. Guy would use the fairy pal if it meant locking you in an infinite match. Yeah, I would be using that one slow bro set. The PSP connected to PS3 as well. Yes, and then the DS connected to the Wii. But this kind of like hardware thing was particularly interesting, right? You could take this, playing Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. Yes, that's one of the notable games. Basically the things that people associate with this cable are Four Swords Adventure, right, which is a Zelda game you can do multiplayer with the Game Boy Advances. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, the Pokemon games, right? So Pokemon Box Ruby and Sapphire, which apparently is like $2,000 on eBay now. Pokemon Coliseum and Pokemon XD. And then finally, I think like the Tingle Turner thing in Zelda. I played the re-release, was less so. Yeah. I mean, really need... Is that Nintendo custom port? Yeah, this is the GameCube. These are both custom ports, right? GameCube port, GBA, link cable port. I think the Game Boy Color maybe is the same. I don't know. It's complicated. Great is just a jumble of games and memes right now. So true, Robot. So true. So what this enabled you to do was if you booted up Pokemon Coliseum, you could both trade your pocket monsters from Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Fire Red, Leaf Green on your Game Boy Advance to your save file on Pokemon Coliseum and vice versa. Like, it's just normal trading like with any game. Or you could battle your friend. You and your friend could both plug these cables in to the GameCube, and it could read your party off of the cartridge in your Game Boy, and you could battle. You could fucking battle, right? So a question that and when I was a kid, I was like, this is the coolest shit ever, right? This is crazy, right? You could connect your Game Boy to the game on the TV, and you could, like, it had 3D graphics now. There's battles, like it's insane, right? Like, that's an insane thing. Hello Azrika. And you love the best things. I'm so happy you're sharing this info. Thank you, Koala. I hope you like this too. So, and you can do this also for the sequel to this game, Pokemon XD. Also, there was a Pokemon box game where you could, like, store your guys on it was cool, right? It was a cool thing. It's a paradigm shift. Spider Oil, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. It actually still is the coolest thing ever. Yes, Body Without Florgans. So you're doubling. I'm being doubled. A multiple relevant image on the Discord IRC. Is this true? The dream of NFT. Yeah, Pokemon provided this, right? I can't even like the presence. Like, there's something magical about Pokemon. It's like a real life MMO when you're a kid. At least when I was a kid, right? It's like a real life MMO, right? Like, there was a period of my life, maybe from when I was like at the end of elementary school to like this, like when I was, you know, when I went to like when I was like maybe like 12, right? Where like everyone played Pokemon, right? There were tons of people playing Pokemon. We would trade trade and battle and stuff at recess. Like, people would bring their Game Boy to school or their DS to school and things like this, right? They would and no one knew how to cheat yet, and the internet wasn't especially common either, right? So it really was like it was wild, right? It was like the like having a Pokemon, right, on one of your games. It was like having like a physical, it was like having something, right? You like people would trade stuff for like physical items, right? Like, it wasn't like an insane thing to like trade like a Yu-Gi-Oh card or something for a Pokemon on the game, right? There was like a real sense of value to this. Told you, I mean, that's a little before my time, but like there were tons of rumors like this. Hello, Sakimon, welcome in, and Wind Up Boy Fade, welcome also. This all sort of fell apart at the end because people started getting action replays and they realized that they could cheat. Not the least of which me. I realized I could do all kinds of. I realized I could use PK hex to like make my own codes for the action replay to hack in. I was yeah, but like that sort of ended that era for me. Also learning that you could do the cloning glitch in Pokemon Emerald also incorporated a lot of interesting gameplay to the mix. Yeah, it was great. It was great fun, but there's something magical about it, especially like in the sense that, like, okay, if you have a couple of games, you're trading them between yourself. You have to maybe ask to borrow your friend's console to help you trade stuff between your own games, right? Things like this. Exactly, one kid in my class had a GB link cable and didn't lend it to people they didn't like. I mean, for interesting social dynamics, for sure. I see. Ruined my entire experience too. So this basically, I have a lot of fond memories of this era, right? Of going over to someone's house with the GBA and playing Coliseum or Battle Revolution on the big screen and battling with our teams from inside the game, and like like all kinds of cool shit, right? As an adult now, as a jaded old man, right? I'm no longer this. I now only crave knowledge, right? I've abandoned all of this for the sake of the mystic art. And nowadays, I wonder, I catch myself the other day wondering, how did that work? I awoke in a cold sweat in the middle of the night. How did that work? What is the meaning of this, right? How the fuck does that work, right? Because the games that this connected with, like, did they pre-plan all of that, right? Like, what's the protocol that goes across the wire, right? Like, they made Ruby and Sapphire, and they came out before Coliseum. I think Fire Red and Leaf Green might have too. How does that line up, right? Like, they must have, did they plan it ahead? Like, so I found out how it worked, computer. And the way it works is actually so marvelous and so wonderful and opens up so many possibilities for us. I can hardly even believe it. I'm so excited about it. The way it works is, I didn't remember all the details of the actual process here, but the thing I had forgotten is that, yeah, it's RCE, Liquid Cake One. It's RCE. The way it works is that when you turn on a Game Boy Advance, right? When you boot up a Game Boy Advance, what it normally shows, it shows a logo. It says Game Boy. It says Game Boy, and then if you have a game inside, it says Advance on the bottom, and there's like a blonde ding, right? That's how it goes. And it doesn't play the ding or show the advance if there's no game in. But that's not the whole story, right? Normally, when you turn on a Game Boy Advance or a Game Boy, when you have the cartridge inserted, the cartridge is just mapped to memory, and it just like it runs some stuff in the initial setup. It runs like some BIOS code, and then it jumps to an address that's on the cartridge, right? That's the whole deal. That's the whole thing, right? The Game Boy Advance is special. What the Game Boy Advance does if you don't have a cartridge is it first tries to boot off of the link cable. This is incredible, right? I don't know the full details of the protocol, but I assume it tries to read some like sentinel value, and then once it reads it successfully, it will send its own value back to confirm that it's there, and then from there the thing can start sending, you know, like start sending bytes over the wire, right? But it boots off of the fucking link cable. Like, so this was used for a few things, right? It was used notably for there were some games, I never experienced this. There were some games that had what's called, the Animal Crossing Island thing, how everything worked, right? There were some things that had like, you know, you could if one person had the game, you could link up, you could plug the cable into another person's machine, and you could play multiplayer with only one copy of the game. I think Mario Kart had this, right? There were, single cart multiplayer worked, but this is also how Pokemon works and how Four Swords works and things like this, right? So what they do, so how they work is you boot them up. You can also manually trigger this even without the how do you say, the cartridge not being inserted, if you hold down start and select on boot up. How they work is Pokemon Coliseum sends a small ROM to the Game Boy Advance when you turn, not ROM is not the word here. It sends a program to the Game Boy Advance when you turn it on, when you connect the thing. And that program reads from the inserted cartridge because the cartridge is still mapped to memory, right? So it reads can use to create a live mod, patch a game that's running on the GBA. Of course, well, it only lasts like until you turn the machine off, right? Because the way it works is the program is just stored in RAM, and the Game Boy Advance has relatively limited RAM. Hello young Zaniel, also thank you for the boost, right? There's only, I think, 288 kilobytes of RAM. And with this feature, this multi-boot feature, you have to fit the whole program in RAM. You can't write to the cartridge, right? So you have to the whole thing has to fit in 256 kilobytes, and you have a remaining 32 kilobytes for like work. Hello times time 44 also. There's the EV. So that's an ocean of space. Yes it is. But although comparatively a puddle compared to the 32 megabytes of space you have on the in ROM on the cartridge, potentially. Hello ball of salt, thank you for the follow, also friend, welcome in. We're discussing important matters. Important matters have come to our attention. The thing that makes this wonderful though is there's no limit to the things you can do with this, right? It's actually insane how much stuff you can do, right? Because the cartridge add more RAM? The cartridge, I think, possibly can. The Game Boy, you definitely can. Hello, Face of Troll. Let me add you to the list of people who are allowed to do that thing. One moment. There we go. Cartridge held the save file, didn't it? Yes, there's SRAM. I don't know if this is executable. We'll have to dig it. These are the details that we have to explore. And of course, if you have a game inserted in the cartridge, you can reuse, and you know what that game is. You can reuse, you can just like jump into code in the game, right? Like that's how Four Swords works, I assume, right? Like you already have all of this code for like the GBA Four Swords game, right? So you can just like jump in. The Game Boy have some binary signing scheme to prevent arbitrary codes from executing at high privilege? No. There is none, because there are no privilege. There is no concept of privilege because there is no OS. Hello Yellowberry HN. Also, are you a Chrono Trigger enjoyer, Colonq? I have not played Chrono Trigger, but I am familiar enough with it over years of exposure that like probably I would be. Yeah, LS hello greater than 3.7 megabytes. Yeah, I mean you can probably optimize for size and strip it down quite a lot. It's so good. I want to make a custom GBA cartridge. Yeah, this is sort of our mission right now as well, Koala. But I want to take a moment to investigate this also. There's so many like Swiss cheese. I mean, it's not even a hole. There's not even any space that is not whole, right? It's just like many of these old consoles, right? You just have full control over the hardware, right? Like it's just, you know, running your code, right? There is some BIOS that there's like as on the Game Boy, right? There is like a logo checking thing for copy protection, but it's not actually like it's not involved, right? And there's like maybe some checksum that's checked somewhere, but like it's not relevant. Is this feature in the emulators? Well, that's another question. There is actually integration between Dolphin, which is the big GameCube emulator, and MGBA, which is the big Game Boy Advance emulator, so that you can do these things. You can actually even do these over NetPlay now. So you can actually play Four Swords, or I assume Crystal Chronicles, over the internet. Hello Compiling J, thank you for the streak also. As far as injecting arbitrary data over the link cable port on boot, I don't know if there is support for this in MGBA. But that's the next step. The diabolical harness, as you call it, may be. Excuse me. TTS. I'm too excited. I'm getting too excited. The diabolical harness that you may have speculated on the existence of may be coming to fruition soon. Hello, Troop and Panda. What did I miss for the Game Boy Advance? Because it turns out the link cable port. I don't know very much about hardware things at all, computer, right? But the link cable port, this proprietary gizmo, right? This thing is actually not very complicated. It's just 6 wires, and it's pretty well documented what they do. Apparently, it's similar to something that I've heard of but don't know very much about called UART. It's a UART type situation, to the point that you can apparently even use it using like an off-the-shelf UART to USB chip, maybe. It's a serial port, right? It's just there's some protocol, right? Like, but yeah, it's a serial port. Is the deal. I know lots about that. Yeah. So like, I assume it's not too tricky to talk to this thing from like an Arduino or something. So yesterday I was like, okay, it's time to get our hands dirty with hardware. The thing Link keeps yelling. Maybe so actually. It's a deep and tragic reference. So I was like, it's time to get into this. So I like ordered like some breadboards and a bunch of wires and resistors and an Arduino Nano, because I'm imagining, and also a bunch of knockoff third-party link cables on from Amazon that are really cheap, so I can cut them open and splice the wires. I think like, is Handcam coming back? Potentially soon, Wind Up Boy. Potentially soon. Because I think, like, so imagine, okay, here's a world I'd like you to imagine, computer. This is something, because this ties into another topic that is extremely dear to my heart. I'm a fan of a very particular sort of video gaming, right? I like a very certain kind of video gaming. There's an account that I've been following a lot lately called Jimothy Cool, Jimothy Cool. This is one of my current special interests. And what Jimothy Cool does is a lot of content surrounding a very particular format of Pocket Monster fighting, right? Of battle online, called Generation 3 OU, right? Basically what this is it's the main competitive metagame for people who are still playing with the pool of Pokemon from Generation 3. And it turns out this is quite popular. I actually had a phase last summer where I was playing a lot of this on an online simulator, and trying to ladder a little bit. Do you bear arms? I don't actively bear arms a lot of the time, but I have armaments, I guess. Like, you know, the showdown. Yes, this is the thing. I've been a fan of this sort of thing for so long. Right? I remember when I was really young, I remember playing on Shoddy Battle. And then there have been various simulators, but Showdown has been the one for the longest time. The Monsters Generation. Yes. Okay. So, but I'm imagining, this is sort of difficult to play in person, right? Like if you wanted to play this with actual games, right? It's kind of a pain in the ass, right? There's a lot of cables involved. There's a lot of plugging things into it. If you want to play on the big screen on the GameCube, it's a pain in the neck. So I'm imagining I had a little dream. Hello, Blazy Knights. I had a little dream of what would a good local event for this look like, hypothetically, right? What could it look like? What could it be like? And I had an idea, computer. I had an idea. So imagine GameCube LAN party. Yeah, imagine something even so consider this. We make a little device, right? We make a little device. Maybe we even 3D print a little enclosure. I don't know about that, but I have a lot of friends who know things about CAD and 3D printing. I'm sure I could convince someone to help me, right? We make a little enclosure, and basically it's a way to plug in a little maybe let's say an Arduino Nano, right? We can plug a little Arduino Nano into basically into the back of a Game Boy, into the link port. We cut up some cables, we put this into a little housing, and we can plug it in. So you have a little device or a Pico, whatever little piece of hardware that has both a bunch of GPIO stuff and also a bunch of also has Wi-Fi support. The Wi-Fi support is essential, right? So imagine I'm hosting a tournament at the Rent-A-Center. I'm hosting a tournament at the warehouse that I am renting at my own home at a convention, right? Something like this, right? And at the entrance, I have a bunch of these little devices, right? And they're preloaded with the credentials for the wireless network, right? They have so they can connect to the network. And what these do is on boot, they send a little program to the Game Boy Advance. And what that program does is it reads data from the inserted Pocket Monsters cartridge that you have in the system, and it sends that information back to the device, to the Raspberry Pi or Arduino or other small computer. And then that what that can do is it can then send that information, because it just has access to, I can make HTTP requests from it. It's not complicated at this point, right? I can send that information to a little server I run, and then have that information be fed into a custom instance of Showdown or something like this, with the appropriate rules set up, right? So I can create the teams on Showdown, and then furthermore, I can make it so people can select their moves on the Game Boy, right? Because then that's just as simple as when you press the button, it sends the thing over the link cable, and then the Pico or whatever reads that, and then it sends that to the server, right? This is ostensibly possible, right? This is not even a faraway dream. It's something that you can think of that being oh damn, this is something that would be crazy in theory, but this would require immense work. This doesn't actually even require immense work. Hello, Cheering Cheerios. All it requires us is to do basically the setup they already have in this GitHub repo, right? It's not even so bad. And this is really cool, right? Other than that, it's just basically normal programming, right? It's normally, okay, how do I decode the Pokemon format? I have to write a little bit of GBA code to make the ROM, but we're already doing this. Have you watched Anthony Wright's code? I've seen this person on Twitch, I think. But like, oh damn, I didn't realize they did Pokemons. This is definitely like the sort of thing that like they're damn, hell yeah. Okay, this is sick. This is very sick. What you can do with a custom cartridge. Yeah, I mean a custom cartridge opens up the full possibilities, right? Like, but I would love for it to be compatible with existing stuff. Hello Vesdiv, thank you for the resub also. Pico's make a dispenser. Yeah, like I can imagine it's just like a little device, like a little plastic thing you plug into the back, and I just like hand them out at the beginning of the tournament or something, and it all works. You could make the matchmaking all handled by the guy. Like it's the possibilities are literally endless, because you can make a peripheral that runs code on the GBA, right? Like that's the fundamental thing. Like the GBA has support. You can make a thing that plugs into the hardware on the back and just have whatever hardware you want drive whatever is running on the GBA. And that's insanely cool. And it has me wondering about like, I don't know, there's probably like, I wonder if you can re-trigger the multi-boot, right? Like load a small multi-boot image that does some initialization and then have that re-trigger and load an addition, like a separate thing into RAM in case we need more, like it's, yeah, the networking dongle will be more powerful than the GBA. Yeah, it's insane. It could be, yeah, it's like that thing works in a similar way. Although that thing doesn't need to do the multi-boot thing. That thing also is pretty well documented. Some families in North Siberia make a living off of collecting berries from forests. It's insanely hard, but it is possible. Some way providing internet access would be nice since people are spread around the world. Yeah. I mean, like, even better than this, having a way where people could play on real hardware from the comfort of their own home would be nuts, right? Like imagine a system where like you can buy one of these things, you can plug it into your system at home, and you go and we make online matchmaking, right? Like we could run a custom showdown instance with online matchmaking for real hardware. Alternative for Gen 3 and below. Yeah. Like play like it's not built into the game. But the thing is you can just like run your own game basically, right? Because like, and even better, we don't even need to like visualize the game. Like, okay, so if we do need to visualize the game, we have two advantages. For one, we don't need to write that code. We can just like write memory and jump to code that already exists on the ROM, right? Like all the battle code and the sprites and stuff already exists in the cartridge you have plugged in. So we don't need to duplicate any of that. All we need to do is provide the mechanism for like uploading someone's team to the online simulator and like talking back and forth with the simulator to like report on the results of the matchmaking. Modern saddle review. Maybe so. It would be, hello? Is it locked? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Hello, welcome back, Modclonq. I'll pin it to you. Take this idea and take it all the way to the finish line. Well, I mean, I ordered a bunch of shit, and we'll at least be able to play with some hardware on Handcam. You can see my incompetent fumblings, and I think that'll be fun at least. Welcome home. How are you doing, Mod CLonq? Very nice. What are your thoughts on the Game Boy Advance? Good. A+, very nice. Hell yeah. 69 420. Thank you. Hi. Hello, X Hack the Planet X. Are you getting better green gloves? I should order those. Yeah. Yes, we should get some of those. I did not order DisplayPort cables. Modclonq had made the mistake of going to a big box store with the intention of buying DisplayPort cables, and they are because we needed them today, and they are apparently $25. Yes. If you got real, well, the hand cam is very different. Troop and Ponda. It's people who were born in the mid to late 90s. How often they think about the GBA, and they will reply with once a week. Yeah, I mean this is my Roman Empire. Right, thinking about the Pomeg glitch, about glitzer popping. This is my Roman Empire. I probably think about this on average every couple of hours. It's extremely good. They're extortionate. I see. 25 is cheap for a big box. That's kind of nuts. It was on sale apparently. That is kind of ridiculous. For a 6 foot. What is your so this is something I'm sort of interested in. So the context of this is. There was some kind of tweet somewhere someone made about being, men think about the Roman Empire every week or something like this, right? I'm speaking to both. simultaneously. What is your Roman Empire? What is something that you think about all the time that someone would be surprised by this? I don't know. I don't know. Nutrition. Hello Geets. Also welcome in. The mini DP curse still a thing. All my DisplayPort screens came with mini DP cables, and I've never had a mini DP port. I think I actually had one laptop. The ThinkPad I had in college actually only had mini DisplayPort and VGA, which was very bizarre. So I had an adapter to HDMI at some point. Soviet Union, humans being mushroom ape hybrids. The Lisp machine, I see. Did you see that wind up boy? Did you see the blog post that was shared by Plushie on the Discord the other day? There was a good Lisp machine post that was floating around. Aliens. I did steal your pillow. I apologize. The yes, it's good thing. Computers. Yeah, I think for me broadly, like I don't know, just little things like this are so good. What post? I would just I can't dig it up right now, but I would just it's in the area. It's in the area. The Buddha and also Rome. I see you. It's in duplication, right? Aren't there like things like I don't know about connections with Rome? Aren't there like due to the extent of Alexander the Great's conquest? Aren't there like Buddhist like there's syncretionism that happens here, right? Like there's hybrid cultural things related to right. I could have sworn this was the case. I'm exceedingly hungry. Lurk time while I consume. Good luck. The Greek Buddhist kingdoms. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, this is something that's interesting historically. Greco-Buddhism. Yeah, the what a huge and wonderful world. This is a special interest of yours. Okay, I see. We got there. Yeah. So. Yeah, I don't know what this will. Today this will not look like anything, but we're going to be investigating this a lot more. What I do want to do, and is of immediate interest. What is of immediate interest is Leg, the sequel to ARM. Diversity. I agree. I think it's good how big the world is. So if you recall, Flesh Tuber Arcane. Oh, have you seen my Flesh? Do I actually have the video anywhere? Does anyone have the hand cam thing? I don't know if I have it on this machine. Does anyone have? I bet it's actually. I wonder if I can actually find it on Twitter not logged in. If I go here, because I think it did. Can we see? Oh yeah, here it is. If you haven't seen my Flesh, if you haven't seen my Flesh reveal, you can see it. You can see it here. This is where it goes. We do have access to hand cam technology. Okay, cool thing. Mikret P crazypage.html. Whose meaty paws are those? Oh, I mean, this is scary. I'm not clicking that. Truly is a man of letters. Okay. So the last time we worked on the Game Boy Advance. The last time we did a thing, we ended by copying Mr. Green to the screen, right? Do you recall this computer? You remember this thing? I showed it earlier. If you're wondering what the context is, we're trying to make our own GBA tool chain, right? We're trying to make our own tools for this, an assembler, maybe some little compilers, things like this. Yes, Lisp assemble, right? So you might recall that we had to make some unfortunate concessions to, you know, inside of the thing, and the concession. Have you ever tried Lingonberry? I don't think I have actually. They have this jam at IKEA, right? IKEA does this thing. Is this what they eat in Siberia? Is this what you're talking about of collecting berries? There's an appeal of this for sure. Swedish jam. I'm fond of berries. I'm also very fond. Archer, you might know about this. You might know about this thing. Another special interest of mine is there's an idea. I think we can find the translation. There's this concept of a Russian stove, of a Russian oven, of a Russian stove. I had a period in my life where I was very interested in these things of these stoves. these wood burning stoves, and the intention, yeah, full home heating, yeah, the intention behind these things is it's basically a stove that has taken over the whole zone. Hello Exo, also welcome in. We were talking about no signal earlier. That's them. That's the dev of no signal from before that we were it's them there. The intention is like it channels the smoke and hot air through a complex labyrinth of passages and that warm the bricks, right? So it's not getting to like insane. Yeah, you can sleep on them, right? You can put like it's for the complete heating solution. What is this Russian stove exactly? It's a complex like masonry stove, right? That is built to retain like not insanely high heat, but retain warmth for a long time. You sleep on it too. Yeah. Thermal mass is high. This is a cool thing. This is a very cool thing. This seems like the right way to do it. This seems like potentially the right way to do things. I don't know, mostly for not dying while sleeping use. Yeah. A common thing in southern Germany. Why do you start talking about Russian stove? Because I think Otter Zero was bringing up people subsisting off of berry gathering in Siberia. I think Otter is maybe from this area, or like is from this area originally. So it jogged the memory. Lingonberry is a Swedish thing. Yes, I think it's also a thing in Siberia, right? Apparently, it's the common berry. Yes. So you might notice that we're doing things that are really bad here. What are we doing that's really bad? Well, this BLT2 and this B-6 are definitely not what we want to be doing. In a Simon and Garfunkel song, I wouldn't disbelieve it. Living in Isba would be so sick. Yeah, like building one such thing. Last time I saw such thing is in childhood. Yeah, it's just an interesting concept. I have a fondness for wood burning stoves, just because it's sort of I've always kind of been around them, you know, and my dad is really into this, right? It's how we always, how they still have heat, right? My parents currently, they heat their house. They have like a complex thing that my dad built where like it's he has a boiler in like a building, in a building that's like not in, it's like a separate building, like a shed area. There's like a big boiler like that burns wood and heats water, and the water is pumped under the floors of like a radiant heating type thing. Which is pretty sick. I want to build a dugout cabin. Yeah. I mean, there's something really appealing about this. Probably smart so you don't burn the house down. Of course, there's also a wood stove inside that's used during the winter, right? Because it's there's just something very I don't know. There's something nice about temperature disparity. There's something comforting about this in the winter, right? Like it's nice. There's something kind of nice about like the whole house not being the same heat, right? In the winter, right? Like I have many memories from like when I was younger, right? When I grew up, there was only the one wood burning stove downstairs and no other heat in the house, right? So that, of course, that heat, we would sleep upstairs or in like a little loft, right? So the hot air rises, right? So it doesn't get too cold, but there's like something nice about like getting up in the morning and it's pretty chilly, and then you go downstairs and we used to like sitting. There's something really nice about like sitting on the floor by a wood stove or something like this. I have so much nostalgia for this. Also the techniques that you end up using for staying warm, and like the other thing we used to do is we would collect like big stones, like big rocks, and leave them on the top of this is just nostalgia. This is entirely just nostalgia, another common internet user, but it's a nice thing, right? It's a comfortable thing, and it has a lot of this particular sort of nostalgia. I think has a lot of like cultural, like, I don't know, apiary from childhood, cool things. Yeah. I wish. Another, the thing to do though is if you have a wood stove, you bury the stones, or like we would just put them in our beds, right? Put them on the pillow, or put them inside the bed, right? And you let them cool off over a few hours, and then your bed is all warm. Make the Russian stove of GBA aftermarket peripherals. Yeah, Bedrock's Pog. Yeah, it's great. It's great. Sometimes you got to be going Minecraft Bedrock edition on them. I don't know. Apiary is cool though too. I know some countries have a very strong culture of apiary. I think Lithuania is one, right? Lithuania has a very strong beekeeping culture. I think I think it's Lithuania, perhaps. Maybe it's Latvia. One of the Baltics has this. Coal is way better than wood. You can't burn only wood and live comfortably in Yakutia. I see. Yes, it doesn't get too cold where we are. Like there's cold winters, but it's definitely not as much. Lithuania mentioned. Let's go. I don't know. So we want to fix this. Continuing to interweave sentences relating to our Game Boy Advance homebrew and nostalgia for wood burning stoves. We would like to handle this a little bit. This a little better, because what is this right now? This is a manual relative address. And I think the units this is in. I don't actually understand fully why this is 2 and 6. I don't quite understand. I think it's the address to add after the instruction. It's the number of words to offset. Yeah, all addressing in GBA is relative. I guess you can do like an absolute jump if you move the absolute address into PC. Because the program counter is just like a normal register, I think. So I think you can just like move an address, but like by and large it's all relative. So the ARM is sort of ARM is interesting. ARM does a lot of cool. This is my first time like writing ARM really, and it's exciting. Normal for RISC, yeah. Really, most of the assembly that I've read or written in my life has been like x86 basically, right? Or like similar CISCs, more precisely fixed length ops. Yeah. Which makes sense, right? You have to do it that way unless you're if you have fixed length ops, like probably your op size wants to be your word size, right? And like then you can't fit a whole word in the like it just is this eLisp on the GBA? Well, it's eLisp. It's an eLisp assembler, so it's eLisp producing a ROM that will run on the GBA. Nick Scrage. eLisp on Emacs emitting GBA binary. Yes, it's the same thing we did for the Game Boy before. I love coal way more than wood because wood you need to prepare it to be dry and split, and yeah, wood is very labor intensive, right? Wood, it's like it takes the whole last year, right? Like the amount of wood you need to actually like heat a home for a winter, even like the relatively short winters in like the Northeast USA, is like actually insane, right? Like we would like, I don't even know the amount, like the units of wood are kind of weird, right? People usually measure around here at least in cords and face cords, and usually like I don't know, like it's a lot of depending on your latitude, right? A shed plus more, like we would fill our whole garage like 4 or 5 cords easily. That's how we do it in Canada too, for a fucking lot of wood in summer for winter. Yes, I mean this is my whole life growing up, right? This is fucking splitting and stacking firewood. So much of this, endless amounts of this, and I don't know, it's I would not do it as an adult. I think despite all of this nostalgia, I would certainly not do this. I would not do this as an, like it's too much. In metric tons roughly in your area, coal is pretty labor intensive. We just borrow from the labor of the earth over many years. Yes, that's why you're strong. I don't know about this. I buy 1/8 cord for barbecuing and I go through it in about 10 to 12 hours. Yeah. It goes quickly. I would still do it as an adult. Yeah, I mean it's just if you have the, I mean of course you can buy the wood too, but that gets expensive. It's tough. It's a tough prospect. I enjoy splitting wood. Yeah. I know people like they have this feeling of like, oh, do like splitting it with an axe or whatever. I've never done it with an axe. I don't think we've never I've never done that with my dad either. Like I mean we always did the like had a hydraulic log splitter. I think anyone who's doing it at any scale, you're gonna want to do it with a you're gonna want to do it with a splitter. Yeah, wood splitter for the win. Ideally with splitting is fun for, and my dad actually now builds these as a hobby. That's kind of his the main thing he's into. The like they're way better. They're like it. Yeah, I can't imagine doing the quantity that you would need with an axe would just be like, and I guess that's the historical past, right? Like I can imagine living that way, and just like the amount of like, it's just crazy how labor intensive things were in the past, right? I think sometimes about like, okay, what would it take for me to live without X or Y modern convenience, right? What would it take, right? And so many things that you just wouldn't like, that you don't think of at first, are just like so fucking labor intensive, right? Heating, of course, is one. Heating with wood is like insane. Like that's like solid like 6 months out of the year. Like you are managing that in an area with winter of any severity. You are managing heating, and like things like washing, right? Things like cleaning stuff, cleaning dishes, cleaning clothes. Like holy fuck, the amount of time that this takes. Making your own puff pastry instead of buying frozen. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Primitive technology to understand how labor intensive iron was, and things like these things seem fun, like doing them, but like doing them at scale, right? Realizing that, oh god, like I have to spend multiple hours per day on average washing things, right? Like boiling water so I can wash things, right? And like god forbid you're making your own soap and things like it's wild. 20 grams in 10 years. I have no running water in my village. You prefer drinking water in winter. You collect ice and preserve it underground. I see. This is very interesting. Mushroom picking. Yeah. XKCD palatable. The one on coal. This one on coal is on topic in mind bending. I see. They dug up and burned an average of 3 inches. That's pretty fucking wild. That is a wild stat. Not the soap. Have you tried using Bash to automate your water collection? No cap. I could say thank you, Bad Cop. That's a good contribution. So I mean, okay, long story short with this thing, we don't want to do this. We would prefer to write different numbers here. Ideally, we wouldn't write numbers at all. We would write letters. I would just be able to say like, instead of this nonsense, we'd be able to say end B start BLT end, right? This would really be peak for us, right? To write loops and things. We're gonna do this a lot, right? We're gonna be doing this all fucking over the place. It would be really, really good if we did not have to, like, yeah. And like on the Game Boy, we handled this just by like writing some shitty macros, right? Like on the Game Boy, we did where's gb.el. We had funny macro. It's in gb. It's in game.el. Yeah, we had like we had gy. We had like macros that manually did this with the relative jumps, right? Like we would compute like yeah. Like we're taking the length of like the then case and the else case, and like it's fucked, right? This is fucked. We don't want to do it this way. Ideally, it would be best. I mean, this is fine for some cases, but like I would prefer to have a little more flexibility such that we could build up these things without having to do the thing manually. I arrived at city. I'm so grateful to running water. You don't understand. It is convenient. It is convenient. It's so convenient. Being able to turn the tap and hot water comes out is fucking insane, right? Like how much, like the heating water is like it goes from being like a task that like maybe isn't great, but it's like a 30-minute to an hour task, and it goes to being a 1 second task, right? It's like it's wild. Hello Dehi, not from Finland. Thank you for mahjong, and thank you. Hello Hazmat also. Congrats on the birthday, Hazmat. Happy birthday the other day. Was a minstrel, he'd be a Colonq lure. My hot water heater died yesterday. Got to figure that out. Cold shower time. Yeah, this is not ideal. Hello NASA Kill. Also, hi, welcome in. So the thing is, this is like ostensibly achievable. And how is it achievable though? If we're doing purely relative addressing, right? How can we achieve our intended goal? We can achieve our intended goal by the fact that like we already have the local context here. We already have a bit of local context. So we're using this UGBA gen macro. Can we actually go, can we load this stuff so I have jump to symbol? Where's udc.el? Hello aliens 2. What's this? Well, it's a it's an assembler for the Game Boy Advance written in Emacs Lisp, and we're trying to improve it so that we can write better programs. So that eventually we can do a bunch of funny Game Boy Advance homebrew NASA kill. That's our intention. They really are coming from miles around to see my spider oil today. Where is this? Where can we go? Can we go to Gen then? Where's Gen? Where is Gen? So what Gen does is Gen binds this dynamic variable, basically this code gen context thing, right? And then the emit function just pushes to the locally bound code gen context, and then at the end we take that whole thing. This makes it a little bit faster, right? Because like you like pushing to an end. We want to store these as a list because it's convenient. We don't want to, but pushing to the end of a list is expensive, right? It's linear time, so just reversing it once at the end makes the whole operation just doing 2 linear time operations instead of quadratic. You know, it's a nice thing, right? But we have this context already, so we could ostensibly bind additional context in this macro. For example, we could bind a local symbol table-esque thing, right? That keeps track of labels, right? And from there, then we can just have a thing that emits a label. So like, I'm half confused, half I understand what you're saying. Okay, yeah. So NASA kill. We can explain the lore. We can explain the lore. The lore is, I did this previously for the regular Game Boy. So a few months ago, we made a Lisp program that spits out a Game Boy game. And we did it totally from scratch. So it doesn't use a compiler, it doesn't use an assembler, it doesn't use any other tools. It's just a program that spits out some bytes, and then those bytes will run on a Game Boy. So we got this going. It runs on real hardware. You see, the lore is computer. Yes, exactly, Stingray Kiwi. You get it immediately. You've just arrived and you understand entirely, right? We made this thing, and I also wrote it to a bunch of cartridges. In order to pass these out at conventions, right? And I want to extend this approach to the sequel to the Game Boy Advance. So we're making like our own custom tooling for the Game Boy Advance now. That's our idea. And just last stream, we managed to get some graphics onto the screen. If I go into games, GBA test, and I say debug GBA test.gba, and I say continue, we put some simple graphics in the background. So now we're trying to like clean up. I would like to make, so for one, I would like to make this like get a better palette implemented, handle the palette system a little more precisely. I would like to get some sprites moving around on top of the background and make more involved backgrounds. Maybe load an entire, like a larger PNG image as the whole background. Yeah, I'm trying to make my own game on the Game Boy Advance. Yeah, and just generally, like, I have a lot of nostalgia for the Game Boy Advance because it's like what I grew up with, NASA Kill. So like, I want to like understand it. Yeah, no, you're not stupid. You're totally right on the money. You are right on the money, as they say. Just for, you know, we're doing this for fun, right? It's for fun and to increase our own understanding of a cool thing. That's the lifestyle. So where do we go from here? The current thing we're trying to figure out is in our assembler, right? We don't have good support. Let me shout out Hazmat too. I hope you're doing well, Haz. Yes, happy birthday again. We don't have good support for local control flow, right? If you recall, a few streams ago, we built a lot of infrastructure for jumping to where's GBA tests.el, for jumping around to to other symbols in the symbol table. But these are top level symbols, these labels, right? These are labels that are like, thank you for the follow, Nasakill, also. And if you like what you see, if you're new here, we have a Discord and an IRC. That's our zone. That's our zone. Hit me up on IRC, LOLL. GBA test. Yes, real. So we have support for like this is a factorial function, and it can refer to itself, or like other things can they can refer to other functions. But this is very inconvenient for just like local control flow, right? For just like, I want to write an if statement, basically. Well, to write an if statement, you need a couple of labels, right? You need a few labels. You need two of them at least, right? You need to be able to jump to the else case if the thing is false, and you need to be able to jump out of the true case to skip the else case, right? So you gotta be able to, you need a bunch of labels. Normally in a real assembler, right, there's some kind of functionality for joining the Discord. Hell yeah, you will not be disappointed, my friends. Normally there's some kind of functionality for like a local label, or like a label that like I know the assembler that people were using on the Game Boy, you can like start your label name with a dot, right? So if I say foo, let's do this in another file. If I say test.asm, if I say foo, right, inside of foo, I could say like, I don't know, blt dot else, right? And I'll like, you know, then I can do the then case here. And at the end of the then case, I could say b dot end, and I can do the else case here, and then say dot end is here, and then this can be dot else, right? Like this kind of syntax, right? I've done this version of assembly at school, right? This is a common thing, right? This is a relatively common thing. And then you could do this, you could have these labels. If I had bar as well, I could use the same names, right, without them conflicting with each other. Back, welcome. So we want this. And I sort of think we want this within the context of a given gen block, right? That's kind of, we're writing compilers again. Yes. This is the world we've chosen. Dehi, not from Finland. This is the world that we have chosen. How did the Mahjong grind end up going? I was watching a little bit earlier. Did you achieve, you're going for expert? Is this the intention? This is, so we already have this whole code gen context struct that gets bound. So like ostensibly we can just like add a new thing. I don't know if we want to reuse our existing symbol table abstraction, because our existing symbol table abstraction works off of absolute addresses, and we don't even know absolute addresses within the context of a gen block. We only know how many instructions we've emitted so far, right? We know how many things we've placed, we've output so far. And how many things we've output so far is precisely the length of instructions, right? Try going for expert. I think I played as best as I could and played 3 games only to lose slightly some rank points. I see. It's unfortunate. Do you know, Dehi, do you know, I have a friend on here, Rezul. Do you know Rezul? Rezul is a very talented mahjong. The person who comes to mind thinking about mahjong. They are a legend in this domain. Actually, I know not. Yeah, I would encourage you to check them out. They play ranked games a lot around here, and they have a good stream independently of this. Also, you tried Linux? I am still using Linux. I like Linux. This is Linux that you're watching right now. Actually, quick boost before bed. Have fun with the computer tonight, y'all. Thank you, Asento. Thank you, and sleep well, please. We'll be quiet so we won't wake you up. And Stoic Mana also is around. Hello, welcome in. Okay, Mahjong mentioned. Yeah, what kind of Linux? I hear Nix is really good. This is Nix right now. We are on Nix at the moment, actually. So let's just track, well, we don't want to call it labels. Let's call it local labels, maybe. We have local labels, and local labels will also start off at nil. A list, do we want to make it a hash table? We can call it, well, maybe. We're doing hash tables for other things. No K-pop, I don't know, man. I see. Mapping from label symbols. Mapping from let's see. Let's see. Label keywords to word offsets from start. Right, so we have all the information we need because we know whenever we emit, well, presumably we'll have an instruction called label or something that says, okay, there's a label here. This guy's the label now, right? Whenever we emit a label, we can just add it. We can just we're emitting. We say, okay, a label is any keyword. So instead of emitting like an instruction, which is a list like this, we just emit a keyword. When we emit a keyword, we say, okay, this is a local label. So what we'll do is we'll add it to this hash table, and we'll attach to it a word offset, like an absolute word offset from the start of the gen block. And that absolute word offset is just precisely the length of instructions, right? It's just the length of this list, whatever it is currently, right? So if we place one right at the beginning, it's 0. If we emit one instruction first, then put a label, it's 1, right? This is the case. Whenever we emit an instruction, right, we'll look at an instruction is just a list, right? What we'll do is we'll look at all of the elements of the list to look for keywords, right? If we find a keyword and that keyword is in local labels, we'll handle it. We'll get there. If it's not in local labels, we'll leave it there in order to still like pass to like the global label. I also need to go to bed. I'm reaching zombie state. Be sure to jump around, jump up, jump up and get down. Thank you, Liquid Cave 1. It's always great to have you. Please rest well, friend. Hell yeah. It's okay. So I think this is doable. So then when we actually encounter a local label that is present and we need to output, what we need to do is we need to turn it into if it's in a branch especially, I think maybe we need special handling for things that aren't in branches, or we just say it only works in branches. Or we can cross that bridge when we come to it. But if we encounter a local label in a branch, what we do is we determine the word offset of that branch. Well, that's easy. It's just the length of instructions, like before we emit this one. And then we can use the offset of the current instruction and the offset of the label. Like these are both like these are both relative to the start of the block to determine where they are relative to each other, and use that to actually add the relative bit to the thing, right? Replace it with a number. So I think this is pretty good. So let's try and do this thing. This is just for ARM processor. Yes, NeuralWorks. The previous iteration is for like a 8080 Z80 thing, right? The prior Game Boy is a different architecture. It runs something called the Sharp SM83, I think, which is a more traditional CISC type thing. SQLstealer.vip. What the fuck is this? This seems like a scary link. Yuki Suhi. This seems like a fearsome link actually. What is this? What the fuck is this thing? Is this a penis grabber? Is this a penis grabber? I'm just gonna this seems like a guard's moment. I don't like sees him. Is this real? I don't even want to click the link because I worry it's like, I don't know. Who knows actually. I don't know if this is legit or false, but I'm assuming it's false, and they've said nothing else, so I'm just gonna yeah, okay. The that maybe is it's spam. Okay, good. We have successfully unspams. The good kill. Yeah. You have to respect decorum. I'm afraid they're acting sus the last few days. Yeah, it's sort of they've been escaping their usual patterns. I see. Known for its ability to steal browser data. Yeah, I sort of guessed it might be a penis grabber. That's what they call this is the notion, right? I ran in my fridge and hurt both feet. I'm sorry about this. This is unfortunate, Kokoopsy. I apologize. Okay. We have feetpics.com. I don't know about that. That seems a little much. So let's think about emissions here. Are we winning? We are winning, Mickey Noon. This is victory. Let's think about emissions a little bit here. So, well, let's first say GBA. Let's say let I is UGBA cogen replace local labels, it, and then this is I, right? And then what is UGBA cogen replace local labels? Defun UGBA cogen replace local labels. Brewer apologized as if his last name was refrigerator. Who says it isn't? I don't know. That was bad. I feel like just like a clumsy, I would refer to that as a clumsy parry. That's what they call that. They call that rhetorically is a partial parry. It's kind of how like in Dark Souls when you parry too early, you don't get staggered, but you still take a bunch of damage, right? And it makes the weird sound, a partial parry. That's what we call a partial. Just like going no you, saying no, but I know you are, but what am I? I'm rubber and you're glue, right? Something like this. This is a clumsy retort. Hello, Crazy Kitty numbers form. Welcome in. It's great to have you, Crazy Kitty. Let me shout out my friend Crazy Kitty. C4ZYK1TTY. It did do a weird sound. Yeah, it did. Real. Okay, can we go ints replace local labels from the current code gen context in ints. And what does that look like? Well, that looks like map ints, or map something over ints, right? Map ints. And what are we mapping over ints? Well, if keyword p ints and ht keyword p it. What happens if I try this on x86? Just did now. I mean, you could do this. You could adopt this approach for x86 for sure. Also, hi is Riga. I'm sorry if I didn't say hello. I think I did. Maybe I did. Maybe. Well, if I didn't, well then hello. You can adopt this approach for x86 for sure. I mean, and I'm running it on x86 right now, right? Like the code gen runs on whatever Emacs you have. The binary that it spits out, on the other hand, is it'll only run on a Game Boy Advance. This is the nature of the thing. Is there an HT contains? HT contains. Let's see. UGBA codegen local labels of UGBA codegen. If that contains it, right? If both of these things are true, we do something. Otherwise, we just return it, right? We don't need to bother. Anyone try monkey type? This is for text speed measurement. I've done this a few times on stream. I think I usually have like around 90 level. I'm not a particularly fast typist, but I've just done it enough that we're used to it at this point. If this is the case, then what do we say? Well, we say ints off is length UGBA codegen instructions UGBA codegen, and lab off is ht get from labels it, right? So we now have both the offset of the instruction from the start of the block and the offset of the label from the start of the block. So what do we want to do? Well, we want to take, fundamentally, this is something like minus lab off ints off, right? This is probably off by 1 or more. I don't quite understand the precise nature of the offset here. If we go back to gbatest.el, right, it's kind of fucked up, right? There's sort of a fucked up bearing about it. Like I don't understand why it's -6. Like let's consider this for a second. Assuming each of these is one, like assuming the units of the offset is words, right? Which I assume it must be, because these things are they're word aligned, and they're right, the instructions are 1 word width, right? So like 2 sort of makes sense, right? Because it's like, okay, we're here, this is the instruction that we're at the start of like this would be 0, right? 1, like this, it still doesn't quite make sense, right? 2 feels like it's 1 too short, right? Like I almost feel like we should be jumping. I don't know. I guess like we're the thing we're naturally doing is like we're skipping the next 3 instructions, so this being 2 is sort of strange. And the thing we're doing here is we're going backward 1, 2, 3, 4 to the start of this. How about multipass assembler? Well, I mean, it will be like I can imagine us building compiler passes on top of this. The assembler is sort of multipass in the sense that like this gen thing is like now like looking at the instructions and generating more instructions so that a subsequent pass can then do more filling in of addresses and things like this, right? But it's sort of the idea here is like it's sort of less monolithic than anything, right? Since we can just like program the thing in the middle of whatever, right? It all works out. Hello, thank you, good night, Shruban Panda. Also, thank you so much for hanging out. It's great to thank you everybody for hanging out with me. I know like I don't like. I feel like I get on here and I just like am like, damn, look at this thing that is interesting. It's extremely interesting to me. Let me rant. Allow me to rant a little bit. Hello, Vettel, also welcome in. And like I hope that's good. I hope it's good. Basically, I have a lot of fun and I hope that comes through. And I hope you can have some fun too. Welcome, Vettel. And sleep well. So I don't know exactly. I feel like there's a bit of a strange offset here, right? Like we do -6 to go backwards by like either like I can imagine this being going backwards by 5, right? Like this is go from the end of this instruction to the end of the instruction before this, right? So this is sort of like skipping 5, so it's skipping this, right? But 2 is really weird. It's like it's off by 1. So I guess, are they all just like 1 less than I expect them to be? Like I guess that kind of would make sense. And maybe, and I guess if we're considering it from, maybe we should say ints off is this +1, because it's always going to be this will be the start of the next instruction because of the program. Yeah, but even with the program count increment, it's still strange, Vitomancer, right? Like even if I'm assuming, okay, the program counter is here and now it's here when this, and that like if we go 1, 2, then we're here, right? It's like 1 more, like I don't know. Very, very strange. I have a YouTube channel. You should make a video on my Switch if you think it's good. Is the stack 0 indexed? I mean, this is not even on the stack, right? This is just like a jump. Like this is just a, like, I guess we're just gonna assume that it's this thing, and we'll see if that produces the right result for us. We'll just add a -1 here somewhere. And or I guess a +1 or -1 is what we want. Is this the same as like what we're? I mean, this whole thing is just subtracting 2 at the end of the day. Hello, computer. I've decided to stop working a little early today and work on something. What do I work on? Well, what's interesting to you, Buddy's Pizza? Do you have any ongoing projects? Those are welcome in, by the way. Those are always a good thing. And hello. Asriga says hello, Modcom. Asriga says hello. Yeah, she's over there. She's over on the she's here. I think she had a hard morning and now is I was shopping. She was shopping for 6 hours and now she is passing out. She's crashing. They did the grocery shopping. The okay. Etc. Yeah. Let's be slightly more clever on init, I guess, right? We can just reuse init for the labels as well, right? Let's say cond here, right? And in the true case, we'll just keep doing like what we're doing right now. In other cases though, we'll handle things differently. So if we say keyword p, it's right. She's crashing out. It's possible. Thank you for the streak, also Crazy Kitty. Where is the guy? So if this is a keyword, then it's a label, right? So we want to add the label. I was going to make my own meat thermometer. I have many apart to start working on it in the basement, but I could also just burn wood in my backyard. I see. burn wood to some ends, like cooking, like, or just burn wood for the sake of it, for a fire. If we say ht, if we say ht, is it ht set? Ht set, yes, ht set. It's not meat yet. It is not meat yet, Mickey Noon, honestly. It's again, these things have become more and more hybridized as the time has passed. Burn for burning's sake, I see. I mean, this can be fun. This can be fun for sure. It's nice if you have something to cook though, or like, I don't know, at least some marshmallows are pretty solid. But I guess if the wood is of a certain, you don't want to do marshmallows if the wood is like pressure treated or like is of low quality. I kind of just have to get rid of it. Yeah. I think we just burn it. Combustion is pleasant. I could do hot dogs. Okay, this is a victory. I think this is a victory condition. UGBA cogen local labels. UGBA cogen, and we're setting it to, what are we setting to? Well, the length of the instructions, right? Cogen instructions, the length of that. Okay, very cool, extremely cool. I'll share some pics in the Discord IRC. Please do. I feel like we've evolved past strict confinements of VOD chapters. I agree also. I mean, there's still the natural thing, right? There's still the natural. I've been considering a lot. Whenever I feel like Prod has a really good ability to nail the direct heart of my dilemmas all the time, right? Like Prod is very good at like saying things in the chat room, and then like regarding like whatever thing I'm currently nervously worrying over, or like whatever thing I'm trying to analyze, and then I find myself thinking about it like 2 days later, and like I'm like, damn, that really is wildly true. Other people do this, of course, too, but Prod has sort of, it's happened enough times that I sort of like am cognizant of it now. And I think like Prod said a few days ago, like that the meat, like it's me. It's in me. The meat is in me. It's not in elsewhere, right? Like this is so what we're the meat is a typical thing in the stream where like you've probably observed it. If you've been here for maybe half an hour now, you've probably observed the move from candy to meat here, right? We went from talking a lot about ovens and things, Russian ovens and wood burning stoves and other topics, to me just programming, right? And the chat has sort of correspondingly slowed down a little bit. This is the natural nature of the thing. Or so I like, and this is how it's always been. It's been like this for years, like almost 2 years now, right? This is the nature of the beast. And I always assumed that the correlation between these things was sort of one directional, right? That it was, okay, hey, people, as the chat slows down, right, I'm going to fall back on, I'll program more, right? As I'm, this is how I always modeled this mentally. But I'm realizing now, and I think what Prod pointed out is it's because it's in my own, it's my own head, right? It's me talking less, right? It's me discussing things less. We love to candy our meat, folks. So true. Like as I'm trying to stay aware of it, because it really wasn't just like, oh, things slowed down, so I started programming. It was, I suddenly decided to start programming, so people, take it, they start working on their own stuff, right? This is very, it's something I'm thinking about a lot now. The nature of the meat, the exact composition. It always has been, right? Like it's wild. Got to get the wiggles out. Yeah. It's like, I don't know. It's not. It's really opening up new frontiers for me, right? Because before I was like, oh, I can only really talk, like, I don't know, like it's interesting. It's interesting to think about. Let's build a little character here. I think what we'll do, let's copy this whole thing here. Wired conversation zone, right? So true. Let's call this defun UGBA test, right? That's not bad, is it? UGBA test. And we're gonna write this same function, but now we're gonna write it with labels. Let's do labels. Let's do labels instead. Test function. So what do we do? Now we can just omit keywords whenever we want. We can say this is start, right? We can say this is end, right? We can say this is start, and we can say this is end, right? And this should produce the same thing. One day you will realize it's all you. Yeah, Letters Man trying to figure out what meat is. Very true, Vicente de Alencar. Very true. I will take off. Please, good night, Ezriga. Thank you again for hanging out. Yeah, I'm just realizing this sometimes, because sometimes, like in the past, sometimes it's like it's making me realize that I was the caveman all along, right? I was the who's out there and I was the one behind the mask the whole time. I was the villain. Right? Because there have been times in the past, right? There definitely have been streams where I'm like I didn't prepare enough, right? I didn't prepare enough. I got scared and I was like, oh, it's time to program on this whatever thing we're doing. Thank you for the sub, Lucky Bear thing. Also, I appreciate this. Thank you. It's very cool of you. Thank you very much. I've definitely had streams where I'm like, okay, I need to program now, and I was sort of floundering because I didn't have anyone to talk to really. So I'm like, these people like naturally settle into their own thing, and I'm realizing now, like, this is me. This is me doing this, right? It's my own nature, right? It's not caused by external forces. I chose, like, it's a very strange thing to think about and realize, but like I don't know. If I say UGBA test, what does this produce for us? Does it produce the right addresses? Well, this one still says LT end. Oh yes, obvious problem. Obvious problem. Some labels require us to jump forward. Some labels require us to jump forward. So this approach fundamentally is poor, right? This is a poor approach. It's of course not like, it's poor in the sense of checking the thing when we insert instructions is just foolish. We need to do it as a separate pass at the end. So where is cogen, right? Basically, we need to remove this logic here, right? This situation. You see this? No more of that. This is now just it. Okay, run that thing. And then at the end, we do it here, right? We do it here. Easy, very easy, computer. This is the best. This is the best. This is just then a map. It's even simpler now. We don't even need to refer to it anyhow. This is just this guy. Map this over this. And yeah, furthermore, we need to pass in the index. This is actually more complex than we thought. This is map indexed. This is a map indexed scenario. On that. And then this, we need to give it the index. And you give it and it index. Because we need to know the offset in replace local labels. We can't just take the length of instructions because now that's the full thing, right? We can just say, we can just call this, we can call this guy IDX, at IDX, right? And this guy is now, instead of this, it's IDX. This maybe all works a little bit more nicely. If we call test again, is it correct now? We have a branch -6 and we have a branch 2. So those look like the correct addresses to me. Like multipass in the movie 5 Element. Maybe this is true. I don't know. I have not seen this movie. This is a movie about the future. Is it about future crime? Is that the thing? What is working? Just greet battle. Oh, this is the old. You're running the old thing. This is for the Game Boy. This one is and they all work. They all do what they're intended to do. Bruce Willis. So this now is the same, right? Like if we say eq UGBA test with this guy, it's nil. Why are they different? we probably have to do like, they're different lists, right? They're different lists. Okay, they're the same, right? Bro goes into insert mode once and starts having an existential crisis. Hi, I was eating. Yeah, hello. I like you know the feeling, Control though. The old heads have seen this many times before. They've seen the pattern, and I just hadn't recognized it in myself. That the meat is not when the chatters stop chatting. It's when I stop talking, right? Or at least I stop talking about things other than offsets and stuff. I start saying words other than offsets and not that I dislike saying things about offsets and I think that's honestly core. That's honestly immensely core, but like I don't know. So now we can fix this thing. Yeah, you get it. We can emit our labels now. We can say begin, we can say end, we can say begin, we can say begin, we can say end, and that looks a lot nicer now, doesn't it? So true, Prod. When the attention stops being deficit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if this is the case. It's just like it's just very funny. It's very amusing. There's something about it that like even now, like it's funny to think that like I'm like I've been doing the streaming thing for some time now, right? It's been we're getting close to 2 years. Which is wild because to me it still feels like I just started, right? It feels like this is like my new hobby still, which I guess is like kind of nice. Like I definitely haven't lost like the honeymoon feeling. I hope I never do. Like it feels to me like this is it's all so new still, right? It's but it has been quite a while. But there are some things that you definitely get used to. But like that, like the dynamics of interactions with other human beings, you never will. And I think that's part of what makes it so great, right? Like I don't know. I've become very pro the streaming thing. Of course, this is maybe you know to be expected, right? I like it obviously, and I'm doing it a lot. But I think in general, just like the dynamics that it cultivates are like kind of comfortable and nice, right? Like I think to some degree I'm becoming like. I am more of a Twitch fan than I was at the start of the whole thing, right? Like I like watching Twitch. I like talking in the chat room. I like interacting with the streamers. You just started working on Oob 5 years ago? Yeah. Damn. I hate it. You hate it. You hate the elements of this. Hello, LG. I dislike many elements of the big Twitch culture. I don't like kappas and chatterinos and things like this. I don't know about this, but I like. It's so much fun, right? Like it's crazy that they let you just come on here and talk to people, right? And I finally received my promised spider oil. So, like your promised spider oil, it can be found in your own heart sooner. It can be found on your own HTTP server sooner than later. Do you like what is this? What is this laundry basket? I don't know about this. Call label for funk. Hello, Radio Patrick. Also, I definitely like Twitch a lot better as a sort of social network, especially compared. Yeah, like I've come to think about it. Like Twitch is it's like a social network where you can only make effort posts, right? You can only make. Thank you for anime rules. You can yeah. Well, that's a separate. I think you can hate that very easily. They're saying Laundry Basket is the new Bible Thump. I still have Bible Thump because they put it on Franker Faces global emotes. I think like if you just consider it, right, like of course there's a lot of like chat that goes on, but the chats are just like, you know, this is just like I don't like it's I think like the streaming thing really cultivates a like it's something very different from like Twitter, right? It's good. There's something good about that. The golden days of what is this? What is this panic basket? We're trash. We know you're not trash. Absolutely not. I mean, honestly, this chat room is like one of the, I would say one of the best ones. One of the best ones that there is. And I don't mean that out of some kind of empty nonsensical flattery. Like it's just like we actually do have, you know, relatively nice and productive and generative conversations around here. They didn't figure out their infra and streams would die all the time. That's when yeah. The I don't know. Like, of course there are issues with any such thing, but like I think by and large my impression of Twitch over the last 5 years has shifted from, oh, that's that StarCraft website that like attention deficit, like I didn't have a positive impression, and now it's like very like for what people now refer to as F question. Yeah. Thinking about how they probably forgot Meat Boy exists. Yeah. Like the Bible thump thing is kind of crazy, given that like didn't Ed McMillan just say like, yeah, like you can use it. I don't know what the thing is. I've had a Twitch account for many years, but I only started using it recently. Yeah, I've had probably 5 or 6 accounts over the years, just in terms of like, I make one and I forget about it, forget the credentials over in some, you know, it's a lot more effortful. Outside mega streamers, people need to remember details and actually maintain semi-real rapport. Yeah, this exactly, Radio Patrick, right? Like around here, like it's not like we know each other like we're on Friends, the reality TV show, right? Like we know, but we like there's a general sense of acquaintance around places like this and the rest of like the little space that we're in, right? Like even among people, like, you know, it's relatively, I think how are you? I'm well, Uwo. How are you? I'm surprisingly on account number 2. I see the old accounts. Yeah, damn the I don't know. I think it's like very it's interesting. It's a good website. It's a good way to be around here. Like I'm glad for it. Respects to the elder. If you just want to have Meat Boy in a video game, you'll probably get an okay from him. Edmund told Dan Clancy he had to do mega Satan with Lost, no holy mantle. Oh my god. Almost 10 years old, but I was a late adopter after hearing about Twitch for years. Yeah, it says 2017 on your on the device. On the device, which is crazy. That is almost 10 years. The I remember, like, I tried streaming once in like 2016, I think, just with like straight FFmpeg capturing my desktop, and I was very unnerved by the whole experience, right? Because it's just like you're just streaming into the void. I had no like visual feedback that it was even working. It was extremely like scary. It was raw. When I stumbled on your account and you were in your suit bag. Yeah, damn. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, I've heard that like people say this like relatively often, right? Which is like flattering, but like kind of cool. I don't know. Like I like that people like the thing, and we are doing something that's fairly different, right? So it's like I guess that's you know, it's somewhat to be expected. I have no idea. I remember definitely watching StarCraft in high school. Like I remember seeing like, who is the person? Is it Artosis? Twitch to turn my pirate radio station into a pirate internet radio station on the cheap. Yeah. I remember Artosis. I remember watching what's the other thing? I think VG Bootcamp from Melee was around back when I was like in high school and stuff. Towley is like a WoW person, right? We StarCraft posting. Hello Eudaimoniac, welcome in, great to see you. We're talking about life. We're talking about life and everything. When I got into CS:GO, I see. I had some friends who were, my group of friends who like were into these sorts of things also got into CS:GO around that time, but I could never really get into shooters. Watching Hearthstone in class around its heyday. Yeah, I remember a lot of VG Bootcamp, watching Melee, League of Legends stuff on early Twitch. Yeah. Despite playing a lot of Dota, I don't think I ever really watched much Dota. I remember I know the Dota streamers who are like, I know RTZ is around, RTZ and Sing Sing and that squad. No Tail streamed a lot, I think. Who's the one? Admiral Bulldog, I think. He was a big Dota streamer. I know I had a friend who watched him all the time, but I never did. StarCraft 2 and League around 2012. Yeah, this was probably for me as well, right? This was like when I was like, I graduated from high school in like, when was it? Like let me think, like 2015 probably. 2015, right? So like that era was very Twitch for me. Was very twitched up for me. But mostly Melee was we were into. Artur Babievsky. Yeah, this is the thing. This is the deal. Makes me feel old. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Like yeah. I I mean, it's crazy to think that was like 10 years ago. Was even. I was watching League stuff in 2013 to 2015, then I made my account to stream when I was in college. I see. Yeah, this is probably pretty common. For speedrunning in 2013 for 2 to 3 years. Yeah, also, of course, GDQ. And Twitch plays Pokemon. Like, I have vivid memories. I was 48 10 years ago. Time is catching up. Damn. A spry 48. I missed 2015. I was ranked 2 in my region in Melee. In that is quite impressive if so, or really in anything. Shout out GDQ. Yeah, GDQ was, I remember watching a lot of OOT speedruns, and I explicitly remember I had when I was in high school, I had a, in Smash 4, I'm sad to say, I see I had a cool like my physics teacher was like a burnt out grad student in high school. They just like got some person from like the local university, and he taught us AP physics, and like he did not give a fuck what we did. And when Twitch Plays Pokemon was happening, he was like into it. So like we just took a few days, we just didn't do anything and just like watched Twitch Plays Pokemon the whole time. That early stream where that dude used some computer vision to make his Goldfish play some games. I forgot if it was a fighting game or Pokemon. That was hilarious. Yeah. I think maybe that was a sequel to the Twitch Plays Pokemon arc. There's a single guy I liked from an online community I liked. Yeah, I mean, this is how it goes sometimes. I'm trying to remember if there were any cases that, like, I watched Kingdom of Loathing dev streams sometimes. They used to do Twitch streams occasionally. I remember watching those pretty vividly. AGDQ owner got really mad on me too because I just posted on something awful. I was just gonna sell it. Oh, the Earthbound copy. Oh man. The I mean, it's a prize, right? What do they expect, right? It's yours. Like crazy stuff. The damn. He kept telling me to try playing it, and I was like, dude, I got emulators. Yeah, like I you think I haven't played Earthbound 3 times on Z-SNES already? You think I wasn't loading up Z-SNES? Like, what are you talking about? I'm gonna buy a SNES just to play in a more inconvenient way? Like I don't know. There was a thing on Twitter recently. Did you see like the Nintendo Museum? The Nintendo Museum was making like the Windows peripheral disconnect sound when you unplug a controller from like their SNES exhibit. So it's just like obviously like probably an emulator. It's very, very entertaining. They're using emulators to extract information about our gaming habits for the government. Yeah, probably true. I bought the guidebook. The like it's just like way better than hardware, right? Like it's if you're thinking of preservation, like it's just like clearly the correct thing to be doing. I don't know what the deal is. I got the guidebook with my win too. The guidebook had scratch and sniff. I see. Sold it all for like $400, and that's pretty solid. The game collecting stuff has gotten so out of hand. I think I mentioned earlier that like apparently physical copies of Pokemon Box Ruby and Sapphire are like $1,800 now. I checked this on eBay. I think this is the case, right? Like it's madness. Like various like GameCube games in particular are very. I think Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn. Also, maybe it's Path of Radiance. One of that era of Fire Emblem is like insanely expensive. Yeah, Path of Radiance is like $200. Like the cheapest like unsealed copies are like $200. Like what the fuck? The yeah, games which sold a few million copies. Yeah. Heading out. Thank you for hanging out. NASA kill. Well, thank you. It's always good to meet new people. It's I don't know. I just really could not give less of a fuck about that stuff. Like I feel like it's a disc, right? Like especially like once it's not a cartridge anymore. Like a cartridge, like okay, this is like somewhat harder to reproduce. Maybe like you can still do it, but like a disc, like you could just make your own discs. Like I don't know. Like even I assume you can even write your own like mini disc things for the GameCube. Like I assume this is possible. I say with no evidence. The damn. I think I'm gonna go. Do you see this? What is this? Stephen A. Smith. Speaking of expensive gaming. Oh, we got magic. We have a magic activities. This is on the news. This is on the Magic in the real world. Can we go to x.com, the everything app, please, computer? Computer, bring up x.com, the everything app.
Wheeler MTG, right? Stephen A. Smith, what is your pack one, pick one in a Magic the Gathering vintage cube draft between Black Lotus and Sol Ring? Pack one, pick one?
Pack one, pick one.
Magic Gathering vintage cube draft. I'm going to go with this one right here. You know why?
Are you okay?
Talking about Magic, right? Talking about some vintage cube draft, right? Right? Where the hell is this going? This might be taking me to another universe. I don't know where the hell I'm going through here. This looks far more intimidating. This is deceitful and all of that stuff. It could do harm. It could kill you. I get all of that.
It could do harm.
This right here.
Black Lotus could do
I like
harm.
this better right now. This seems a bit more imposing. I'm just guessing, but that's how I'm feeling this right here.
Honestly, it's probably the right pick. Like, I feel like it depends on the power level of the cube, but I feel like Sol Ring is better than Black Lotus in cube a lot of the time. I mean, Sol Ring is like, these are both alpha. Like, you can tell from the corners, right? So it doesn't, like, obviously the Black Lotus is more valuable. It's not like it's worthless. It's a few $1,000. But like, if you're considering gameplay purposes only, I think Sol Ring probably is maybe actually the real pick. Thank you all for the sesh. Good night, computer. Good night, Tibidus. Thank you for hanging out today. It's great to have you. Cartridges can have any internal components inside. CPU, rumble, a camera. Yeah. Cartridges are peak, right? You can do anything. I got rid of my OG PS2 years ago and never looked back. The only reason I still have my Xbox 360 is because the emulator isn't quite there yet. I don't really play it that much anyway. Yeah. I mean, this is the... Like, it's just inconvenient to have a bunch of... I mean, it's cool to have a bunch of hardware, right? I'm not averse to that. Like, I honestly think it's cool as fuck to have hardware. Sol Ring is 2 colorless mana tappable and doesn't count as a land. Correct. It is very efficient mana. They both are. The difference is so Black Lotus, you pay 0 and you can spend it once to get 3 mana of any color. Sol Ring is you pay 1 mana and then you have 2 colorless mana every turn for the rest of the game. I think in cube, in lower power environments, vintage cube is pretty high power, but it's still lower power than constructed. Sol Ring is pretty fucking good, right? The advantage that's going to give you over the course of the game is very powerful. To your pool, yeah. So it's, yeah. I mean, like, your pool is not your lands, right? Your pool is the mana you have that turn. Yeah, it's 2 mana every turn, and you don't sacrifice it. I came back to Magic. Yes. Alas, there was tweets. There was tweets about expensive gameplay, right? You know how it goes. You know how it is, Blazing Knights. You understand the nature of the beast. Damn. We gotta, like, there's so many things to be done, computer. There's so many things to be done that are good. Everyone has it, so everyone just kind of accepts. Yeah. Played a round of Pauper on Cockroaches the other day. Magic kind of fun. Magic is kind of fun. Just roll both. I mean, if it's pack one, pick one though. You got to pick your drafting, right? You gotta choose your pick. I don't know. I'm gonna grab some more water. I think. I don't think Modclonk is actually awake enough. Have it to say hello. Are you awake enough? He's not even responding. I think she's dead asleep. So I'll go BRB. I'll be back in like 30 seconds for more activities. Let's click this. Let's make sure to move around. Move your body a little bit. Don't die, please. Okay, I'm clicking the button now. We got there. We fucking got there. Let's move back to the area. Back to the area of interest. Hello, Tox Cubed. Thank you for Uwo Soy Milk and Hina Bobino Wiggly. Welcome in. It's great to have you. One second. I'll add one more to your collection. I'll add one more to the roster. I want to reach this streamer's aesthetics. Is this true? I mean, it's pretty easy to achieve. You just have to install like the render. Like you could use the model renderer, right? You could you know, it's I think to some degree aesthetics are on the inside, right? You could become me. You could I don't know. You could learn. I don't know. We could learn about each other so much that we become each other. This is something. I don't know. I don't know about this though. What the fuck are we even saying? I don't even know what's going on anymore, computer. It's been a wild time. Okay, if it wasn't apparent already, I am like deep in the Pokemon brain rot right now. Between I feel like every factor is coming together from every different angle in order to give me maximum psychic energy. Yeah, watch all the Colonq VODs to copy me perfectly. Yeah, exactly this. Once you watch 1,000 hours of Colonq, you'll be Colonq. That's the promise. That's one of the deep promises. The what's its name? What's its name? I played the fuck out of a ROM hack like a little minute ago. I guess actually at the start of the weekend I did this. I played there's a Pokemon Generation 2 ROM hack called Crystal Clear. You might have seen this thing. It's like it makes the thing open world. It opens up the world and makes it so you can go anywhere, and it removes all the barriers. Like, so you don't need to follow the story or anything, and you can like start anywhere and go anywhere, and there's like level scaling and things like this. I'm literally Ryan Gosling. Yeah, real. Feel strongman shrimp. Yeah, real. I would call that quintuple real even. So I spent like a solid like fucking 8 hours straight invested in this situation, and then immediately all this stuff leaked after that, and I'm like, damn. Now I have to my whole mind and heart, and I'm doing GBA stuff, and I'm reading about Pokemon Coliseum. I drive. Welcome in, Charlie Foles. It's so good to see you, Charlie. I hope you're doing well. So if you don't know Charlie Folds does art streams and stuff, but Charlie Folds' gimmick here, wrong tab. I see. Charlie Folds' gimmick here is they're trying to get a clone of himself that only speaks in Ryan Gosling quotes. So whenever they come here, they only say Ryan Gosling quotes in the chat room. And this is an ongoing bit for quite a while now. I hope you're doing well, Charlie. It's great to see you. Okay, we need to focus our mind. We need to focus our soul hearts to get to a point where what are we doing? What are we doing here, computer? Well, we solved one puzzle, right? This is already kind of massive for us, right? This ability to have arbitrary labels. This is a massive brain bit. I agree, right? I think it's like, I don't know. I wish there was more like I don't know. The like okay, this is gonna be really fucked up. This one's gonna sound kind of like I really like when people run like they not RP, but like they run bits, right? When like the Twitch user in the chat room is like a character, like when they're running a bit, right? It's fine not to run a bit, of course, but like it's always very memorable the people who do run the bits, like Charlie Folds is doing here. There's some people that like there's a Twitch chatter named Keo _______. They appear around here sometimes and in the Uwo Slab channel, and I think their bit is that they talk in title case. I'm always right and extremely funny. I mean, that's the best one of all, right? That's classic LG making a statement and then proving the statement being proven correct to my chagrin months later. Going into Uwu and Soy's chat and spamming about Forsen all the time. I mean, this is common. This is a common one. The Forsen emote archetype. Another one I think of a lot is there's someone named, I think they're called Erst _ I see them in Uwo and the Batet video games chat rooms, I think, and they talk with the Thorn character instead of THs, right? I'm sort of like, all of this really is just like sort of latent. It's burnt me on most streams. People get mad. I think people should get less mad. There's my hot take also. People should just like, I don't know. That's a colloquial. Yeah. I haven't seen Urs using the Thorn in a while now. I see. They've been dropping the bit. I think I noticed this also, but it's a great bit. They should pick it back up. I should DM them out of the blue and say, like, you don't know who I am at all, but like you should keep talking with the Thorn again. It's so much effort to be mad all the time. Yeah, I agree. I think in general, like, it's sort of understandable on Twitch. Like, people like build up like a high level of, people get a high level of, I don't know, callous, I guess. Like there's so much nonsense that happens in bots and things like this that occur. Best chatter for sure is Takeda, but I mean, I think Takeda is not running a bit. Takeda just is that way. It's just him. Yeah, Takeda is great in that dimension. The other great thing about Takeda is Takeda showed up in the really early streams, LG. I think before you were around even. Like, Takeda just like appeared like when there was like no one here and did the exact same thing, disappeared for like a straight year, and then just appeared again. So I sort of it might have been like exactly a year later. So I sort of interpret Takeda as like an annual phenomenon, right? We love appearing. So true, Shindig. So true. Welcome in. It's great to see you. Speaking of bits, we're discussing the notion. I don't know how much of that you caught. We're discussing like how good it is when like chatters run like, not like RP necessarily, but like I really like when like people have like a recognizable like quirk, right? When they're slightly quirked up. Haley Comet vibes. Yeah, extremely true. They're it's every 7 years Takeda Harunobu shows up in the chat room. The if you don't know Shindigs, also you gotta follow Shindigs. You gotta follow Shindigs. Also, thank you for the gift sub to EXO LG. It's but like people doing like capitalization. Like, I think some people would get very tired of this. Some people would be like, okay, stop talking strangely. I just have like infinite patience for this. I only type PogChamp. Yeah. I'm completely not normal and unrecognizable. I mean, you have a bit. You are a bit focused chatter, Wuo. You say every stream, you say, what is this game? Is it new? Do you like it? Or almost every stream. That's like you have a recognizable introductory status. The good Discord chatters get subs. Is this real? I mean, I have to keep picking up the game here then. Heading to sleep, did some programming while listening to the stream, was fun. Good night. Well, I'll ask you for your report tomorrow, Carlos. I'll ask you, I'll ping you in Discord and be like, yo, what did you do? But for now, sleep well. EXO, I played the demo. Yeah, we've been trying to EXO, if you don't know, made a video game. Used to mix up Wuot and Uwo. I see. It happens like this. Like, one thing that happens to me, I don't remember exactly who it is. There's someone else who's like in the same broad community. I feel your sadness too. Oh, I don't mean to discriminate against non-bit chatters. If everyone had a bit, then it would be ineffective, right? If everyone had a bit, it would not, like, you know, it wouldn't work, right? It wouldn't work. What is this? Incredibles? If everyone has a bit, nobody does, or something like this. I don't think that's quite the case, but it would be too overwhelming at least. It'd be impossible. A subscription to Colonq. Oh, we can rectify. Oh yeah, of course. Yes. We can do this thing. We can make this thing happen. No, Colonq, don't do it. It's already in motion, LG. It's already in motion. It's a bit the whole thing. I need to make it ignore my own. Let's do that. Where is that? Can we do that? If we go to events, eventhandlers.el, this is my worst. I think it's a good bit. Straight up, LG. Hello Semifriend and Chromo Sundrift. I think it's straight up fine, right? Like, the amount that it, like, I don't know, like to some degree it's a greed bit, right? Because like, I would rather gift a sub to someone here than sub else, you know. I don't know. Interpret it selfishly, LG, right? If you think I'm just like giving all, interpret it as me paying money so people will use my emotes elsewhere. Nobody's yet biblicality mexing is a bit to be the first PLT in category theory in words included in Matthew. I see. A little low effort ZZZ. We had a concept for redeem that I don't think quite took off. We never added it to like canonize you. This sub could have been a pizza for Modclonk or a bag of rice that isn't 6 months old. That's not true. That's literally not even true. Pizza's fucking expensive. Pizza is fucking costly. Where is the gift event? Can we say unless S equals user Q? Does that improve our life substantially? Yeah, there we go. Now I can do it in peace. What kind of pizza are you buying? I mean, like, pizza's just like pricey. I feel like you can make pizza on your own and it's fine. But like buying a pizza from like a pizza place, it's like fucking $15 for a pizza now. It's like insane. More than that, probably. It's unreasonable. Making your own pizza is a lot of fun. Yeah, you just need so much equipment to do it. I guess you can do it in the oven. I did a lot of like 15 is a slice. I guess it depends on the size of pizza you're getting too. But like I didn't want to overplay my hand and be like I'm getting the fancy pizza in the city that's $30 or whatever. The like oven, you can do it in an oven, sure, but like you need like a good place to like rest it. New York City 99 cent slices aren't even 99 cents anymore. Like 5 gifted tier 3s. Yeah, damn. Holy fuck. There's a guy who brings a huge pizza oven out in front of the metro. Food is so expensive these days. It has gotten very... Can we low? Oh, yes, sorry. I increased the sound effects in order to... Because I was playing that YouTube video. Let me turn it down again. Hello, sorry, Zombie Spale 6. Welcome in. The 125 per slice, ludicrous. Yeah, it's wild. 95% has been the $10 Costco pizza. I just don't have... Costco is not an option for me, right? There's no... Yeah, do you all know? Yeah, we looked at it, Ray March. We looked at the thing. It's very exciting. It's very exciting. Inflation, yeah. There's and also hello Steeled Shield. Is this your? Are we? Hello, welcome in. It's good to see you. Colonq is not a Costco guy. Yeah, I would never be Big Justice. I'm sorry. I'm little justice. I'm little injustice. I'm the tiny injustices that we all endure every day. When we have to pay a $1.25 for a slice of pizza. I think, like, I don't know about it. Like, I feel like when I cook pizza at home, I've made primarily, this might be a sicko's take, I think it's way easier to make deep dish pizza than real pizza, right? Because to cook real pizza, you need like a stone or to cook it on like a tray or something. But you can easily make deep dish pizza just in like a cast iron pan. And so that's like primarily what I've been doing in recent years. We have magical attack. Okay, we're fine. We counterspelled. So like you can just like put you can make regular, but then it's like a tiny little pizza then, right? I don't have a huge pan. And I don't want to bake separate 2 pizzas, right? Like I can bake I don't know. Like I can make like enough food to have leftovers if I just like basically you put the dough in the cast iron, put it up the sides, put some meats and sauces and cheeses in there, and then you're like, damn, a pepperoni square pie is $34. A classic cheese pizza at one of my favorite pizza places in New York City when I lived there is apparently $26 now. That is shocking. I'm currently eating day-old sheet pan pizza. This is highly relevant content. Yeah, we try and capture the individual ethos of Colonq Head, I would say, some of my friends. So I hope that's going correctly. I just had Domino's for dinner. I mean, that stuff is yeah, unfortunate. Deep dish pizzas for people who drink water out of puddles in the mud formed by big footprints. I don't know about that. Like, I think I'm kind of a fan, honestly. I'm a little bit, maybe this is Stockholm syndrome or something, but like I don't mind a deep dish. It doesn't have the pizza flavor. It's more of a casserole or like a shepherd's pie kind of situation. But I think it's honestly okay. Pretty good for $6 to $8 per pie. I see. Yeah. I don't know. I just haven't been doing very much of stuff like that. I think my eating habits have sort of reverted. I fuck with deep dish hard. Yeah, it's good. Really, most things that people say, like a good lasagna. Yeah. I'm not sure why there's such a controversy. Most like food related quote unquote controversy is like the fakest, most made up thing of all time. Right? Like no food is worth hating as much as people performatively pretend to hate like pineapple on pizza or like any of these. Like it doesn't, like no one actually cares, right? Like it's not actually relevant in any kind of way. Literally, why be a hater? Yeah, I think it's mostly just to be cool and funny online. Like my epic cool tribe hates pineapples. The it's a bit, right? It's a bit type chatter scenario. I do like there was a I don't like memes very much. I'm not a meme guy. I don't love these funny images. But there was a meme for a while of calling anything that contained tomato a Chicago style deep dish pizza based on its form factor, or Go-za for short. And I do remember getting quite a few laughs out of that, like calling a shot glass full of V8 a Chicago style deep dish pizza, things like this, right? Like I don't know, that's pretty funny. A stuffed pepper being a Go-za or something like. But this is like, yeah, like what is, I mean, these things are just like, I don't know, it's very like it ties into the thing we were discussing the other day related to like, it's really, I'm noticing more the level of like performative snark, right? I'm becoming a snark paying attention person, unreal levels of ethos. I don't know about this. I'm just recognizing snark more because I'm paying attention for it now, and it really is insane like how much of this there is on the web, right? Like this is I think it's coming from me. It's an easier thing to say than like it sort of sounds very silly to describe something as like Reddit as an adjective, and it's also a little bit, it's just like crude to say that, right? I don't want to just be like, it makes me seem like I'm like one of those YouTubers who's like really like obsessed with internet drama to call something like, I don't like this, right? But like I'm thinking, I'm sorry, I'm tired, that made no sense. The things I say from food come from me genuinely hating those foods. I could care less what really do. Yeah, I see. Or actually I disagree. I'm learning that like a better word for it is just snark. Like they already had a word for it. It doesn't have to be called a Reddit. It's just that it's just called snark. Excuse me, TTS computer, TTS. The water is too tasteful. It can be fun when it's a joke, but not fun when people don't get it's a bit, maybe. But like, I think there's just like a sense where like this is just it's overdone, man. Like there's too much. Like you gotta ease up on the seasoning a little bit with the sarcasm and things like this. It just comes across as insane. It's aren't sandwiches, they are taco. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like there's I think like it's tied in with that stuff though, right? Chromo Sundrift. It's tied in with, yeah, Whedon-esque. It's tied in with like Think Geek, right? Think Geek. Like having a t-shirt, like buying a t-shirt that says don't talk to me, I'll be sarcastic, or something like this is obviously overstated. It's cheap, right? It's I don't know. So I'm like, now that I'm like paying attention for sarcasm now, instead of just like reading the vibes. I'm like explicitly trying to like, okay, if I look at an interaction online, like where is someone being especially sarcastic and quippy, and like like almost all the time this is insufferable. I pause my video game to be here. Yeah, exactly. Don't talk to me until I've had my coffee. I had a shirt growing up that said sarcasm, just one of the services I offer. 15. Yeah, it's eternal, right? It's not like, it goes beyond this. And it's just like, I don't know where it comes from, because like nobody actually, like, I don't know. Like I feel like tabula rasa, like from a, like just in a vacuum, no one would talk like that. Like, so I like, it comes, it's a cultural thing, right? It's just, it's the conversational meta. Although I feel like it's not even the meta. It's like it's sort of the previous meta. I don't know. The innate desire to not be bothered by others who don't get your humor, I guess. Bitterness and nihilism, cynicism, maybe vulnerability. Yeah. I think this is possible, right? Like the unwillingness to open up. I think also a lot of it is just like people being chameleons for media. It's often divisive. Yeah. Like the thing is, it's like almost objectively, like, especially in the current like cultural meta, right? It's like a self-destruct, right? It's like a like, I don't even know what. It's like a magic card that reads "You lose the game," right? It just doesn't, like, it doesn't work very well, right? Like if you're trying to communicate with somebody and like effectively, like, I don't know, achieve some end together, right? Achieve some kind of like productive conclusion, like almost all it does is just like being sarcastic. It basically only serves to make you feel slightly better about yourself maybe and feel cool and epic, and just make the other person just like frustrated with the situation. And yeah, the magical 52 pickup card. Yeah. It's I don't know. It's really, I'm thinking about it a lot, which probably is apparent from the fact that I've mentioned it twice now. But like, it's just yeah, docket dressing down of chatters. I don't know, man. The it's there's something, and this really comes down to pineapple on pizza is good, actually. I became a Buddhist over constantly being negative. From the Greek sarcasmos, which is taken from, yeah, to tear flesh, bite the lip in rage, sneer, right? I mean, this is the thing, right? Like I mean, this is not the biting the lip and sneering is not the approach you want to take when you're trying to actually, but like it's kind of like what like superhero movie characters do, right? Like, I don't mean to blame Marvel on this or something, but it's sort of like what the meta is in the films, right? In the popular films, at least, everyone is always quippy and sarcastic, right? And in video games, like, everyone's always like, the cool guys are always quippy, and they're making quips and quick. They're quick-witted. Hello, Kill 53597. Thank you for the follow, friend. That is the second Kill themed follow today. Biting lip, yeah. Is the origin of it's Riz? I don't. That's too far. That's a bridge too far, computer. I think. Hello, welcome in. Hi. It's so much easier to be like that when you always end up winning. Yeah. And hello. Also, Ali Kara Akin. Welcome. Yeah, I get it's very clever. How's that working out for you? Yeah. It's just not effective in real life. It traces back to Buffy, which, yeah, I mean, of course, it can be good to watch fictional characters quip in some contexts, right? There's like a power fantasy element to that, because like, but I think it's gone beyond the power fantasy. Magic spell. We were slightly late on our counter magic there, but we ended up getting there at the end of the day. Your VMR model is crazy, bro. Love it. Thank you. I appreciate this. I'm glad you like it. You can do various things with it. Kill 53597. There are techniques you can perform. Some of them forbidden, and some of them secret, like this. That is my alarm. You're giving me PTSD. It was fine when Buffy did it because it fit the tone. Yeah, it's all about what fits, right? Does the glove fits, right? That's kind of the main thing about it, I think. And like, I think it's easy to take some things from the real world and then take some things from media and then apply them to the real world and expect them to work, and they just don't. Hello, Space Mario Bro. Also, thank you for emoticon of glitch NRG. It's good. It's good. RRA. Yeah, real. You program it? Yes, I did program it. We made the thing. It's on my GitHub. You gotta know when to hold them and know when to fold them. Exactly. Yeah, 90s dude was the thing. Yeah. I mean, like, it's just the meta changes, right? You can't be like, nowadays. I think the meta game is largely I don't know. It's closer. It's something. What is the rhetorical meta nowadays? It probably is too broad. What about that spider oil stuff? It's pretty good, I would say. We'll get into that a little bit. Can we bring spider oil horny? I don't know about that, honestly. Social nuance, yeah, perhaps. Demure, being. I think humility sort of always has a place in the meta, like false modesty, maybe, or just like modesty in general. I feel like it's in a particularly strong position right now. Probably. Skibbity, social SNES or Genesis. Watch some 3DO commercials. Yeah, I mean, this is the Sega do what Nintendo don't, right? This is the thing. Humility is great meta. A return to despotism, says Fighting Annelids. I think it's possible. Like, I think like there are conversational tactics that we like aren't even aware of. We haven't studied them. We don't know how they were built, right? Like, conversational metas centering around just like, I don't know. I don't even know what. There are secret rhetorical techniques that we don't even like have any comprehension of. Mirroring OP, just repeating everything your interlocutor says. This is possible. Being yourself but astroturf, yeah. Being yourself but a perfect golden god. I think like that's always that's sort of also an evergreen strat, right? There aren't that many like shakeups of the conversational meta. There's meta. I mean, it's possible. I mean, like we're thinking about like what are the tactics? I don't know. it's important to consider these things, I think. If you want to communicate, if you want to communicate and you have Asperger's syndrome, you do need to talk about these things quite a lot. Being a NEET who doesn't engage, metamorphosis, I'm turning into butterfly. Yeah. I think is the goal of stock trading. I don't know. What did I walk into? We walked into rhetorical meta. I'm calling myself out more than anything, right? I feel like Mod Colonq is always telling me, like, you overthink these things, right? You overthink these things so much, right? Like when I go into social interactions, I am the most skittish, cagey person of all time. Taught me yes and metagame, also a pretty good RPG metagame, to be honest. The main meta tactics that I have learned a lot. This one I can't. Well, Mod hates. No, this is untrue. This is untrue. The allegations are unfounded. But like, I definitely go into, like, I'm sure some of you do this as well. Like, I armor up, right? I get my full ass armaments out, right? I'm loading up with all of the different wordplay techniques. I'm running sims. I'm just gonna blow this bitch up. Yeah. Hello, handshake nom. The like going into a social interaction, I'm definitely like thinking beforehand, like, okay, if this person says this, I'm going to respond with this. If they ask this kind of line of inquiry, I'm going to respond with this, right? I'm really bad at doing it on the fly, because if I do it on the fly, I'm just like thinking like, oh, I just go, and I end up saying something really awkward and uncomfortable that just like is like, bro, what did you do, right? This is the way things occur, right? Yes, you gotta load up beforehand. You gotta load up with epic Marvel quips, and just generally strategies, right? Strategies. And one strategy that has served me very well is this is a very simple observation. The way to post-mortem your conversation trees late into the night. I mean, this is something that Mod and I unironically have done before, talking to like everyone at TwitchCon. Hello, Nulligore, also. Like, we definitely, like, Mod and I, like, will, like, after like a long day where we have to like talk to a lot of people, we'll debrief afterward and just like talk about everything and like analyze like what we think the dynamics are and things like this. We're both sort of we're both geeks of this way, right? Hello FN_Lumi, welcome in. And Haunted Dolly, I'll be the opposite. I'm pretty sociable in IRL social scenes and get along well with people, but online I feel a bit awkward, so I can't tell how people are reacting. Yeah, that's really interesting. It's the opposite for me, right? It's the exact opposite for me, because online it's sort of like everyone is on equal footing, right? And like, I'm really bad at like gauging people's, like, gauging the vibe, right? This is like basically the thing I am worst at IRL. Whereas online, like, the vibe is sort of purely in the text, right? It's a little easier. I guess I have a better sense for it, maybe. Authenticity, curiosity, and kindness works for me. Yeah, these are good. Kindness, powerful meta strat. Some would say anti-meta strat these days, but kindness definitely a meta breaker. One you have to be prepared for in public. Another one, curiosity, also extremely strong. Kind of hard to detect sarcasm in text for me. Yeah, I just assume everyone is being genuine online. Hello, Captain Bulka. Unless it's just like very obvious, and I think that goes a long way. The like you can bend the meaning of chat or messages by hardcore implying it meant a certain thing the chat will follow. Yeah, I mean, like, I try not to do this too. Like, I don't know. I try not to interpret things. I try not to interpret facts. Once caused me to get banned. Yeah, I mean, it is sort of scary to be chatting in certain places where you don't know everyone. What's the topic? Hello, Diablo Project. The topic is Spider Oil and also Game Boy Advance activities. We've been talking a little bit Diablo Project. You know how it is. Difficult to detect sarcasm in general, but broadly the topic for today is, can we go to Spider Oil? We're working on Spider Oil, and we're working on compiler activities. Let us static compile text. Let us not interpret lest we fail an assertion. Yes, I commit to a bit where I talk to my friends online and I mix absolutely absurd sarcasm. My genuine takes makes me understand Sam Hyde. I mean, this is like the thing, right? I mean, like being genuine, being like, sincerity is very powerful. Cute sprites. Thank you. Hello, Hydralisk 98. Welcome in. Wait, Hydralisk. Okay, this is not a judgmental thing that we are saying right now. Yeah, Spider Oil is the name of it. This is not a judgmental thing at all. Do you say hi as in like hello, like with HY as a pun on your own name in order to say greetings? Is this how it, do you have this? Do you have this? We were discussing like typing quirks earlier. If so, that's very cool and awesome. Please continue. If no, forget I said anything. Please forget. It is greetings of, okay, excellent. We found, hell yeah. We were discussing earlier that like certain people have like recognizable typing bits or things like this. Like some people who use, I won't forget. Okay, I will expect this then. Hello, Brighter Malfin. Also welcome in. What is spider oil? So spider oil is the name of the thing we were working on last time. It's the new web. Some will call it web 4.0. And what is web? What is the purpose of web 4.0? It's to make a new web that is, instead of being pages, it's zones. And we're gonna maybe, I think to make the zones work, what do we need to do? We need to do some parsing stuff. I'm still deciding like how we dive in without NFTs and crypto. It's the gamers web, right? It's the web only for gamers, right? Imagine, okay, it's sort of like how I know in Metal Gear Solid, the man, funny eye patch man, is trying to make a paradise for soldiers or something. He's trying to make outer heaven or something like this, right? This is the lore. I've never played this. This is the lore though, right? It's a new world for soldiers, a country only for soldiers. We're trying to make a country only for gamers. We're trying to make a new world. Force and Raid, welcome in, Rubins. And Paxonian, also welcome in. I appreciate your classic calling card. And Doc East, welcome in also. Great to have you. This is the hello Raiders. Is this real Raid or is this a false machine? Either way, welcome in. It's great to see you. Hello Pharaoh Block also. So the idea is to make a new world only for gamers. And the new world, these are sprites ripped from Final Fantasy 1, by the way. We have the sprite sheet now. A lot of what I did on this is I made a new way that makes it extremely powerful to, oh man, Force and Raid, that actually goes crazy. Okay, this is another thing that I feel like wouldn't land well with Twitch. Like this would be like, this is, but one of the ideas I have in my head is like, okay, that's I don't know, we don't even say that one probably. It's but we just have a sprite sheet here and we can just like select sprites from it. So the way this works, we need to do the parsing to render the levels. Isn't Twitch a new world for gamers? Perhaps. Hello, Failure. Gamers not derogatory. Equals forcing went offline and I came here. I see. That's so good. That's so good, actually. Hell yeah. What we have right now for spider oil. Can we go back to, where's spider oil? Bring up spider oil, please. Bring up the browser console. Bring up. Oh, I actually learned recently a new technique. This one goes crazy. We can go separate window. The tile set's part of the page. The tile sets currently they're baked into the client, right? The client can interpret tiles however it wishes. But there are certain names that this client has images baked in for. I think we will probably also have a way for the tile definition itself to contain an image in base 64 or something, just like a base 64 PNG or something like this, and a backup color. If we go down here to the source code, if we go to lib.rs and we go up here to spider oil, this is actually the wrong split, I think. This is perhaps the wrong split for spider oil. I think we want this to be, yes, this is the peak development setup that we have now. This is what we actually want for these things. What's up, Yellowberry? Just chilling. Why does your browser console look like some Morrowind dialogues? Oh yes, that's also a piece of customization that I performed recently. I realized I could customize the appearance of my system. Do you know about this, computer? You can actually customize the appearance of your machine, right? Good night, computers. Good night, Mickey Yoon. Please, may feathered wings bear you off to gentle rest. I'm very fatigued, and I shall take my leave for this the evening. See you proximally. See you later, Kokupsi. Also, it's great to have you. So I customized my machine a little bit, and I made it so that the font. What happened there? What's going on? What's going on with this? Oh, it's I'm mousing over things. When I mouse over, it causes insane pop-up. That's really scary. So I made it so that the font is Allegard now everywhere. It's also like this in the if I launch the actual emulator, if I say MGB Unix porn, I probably won't do this. That sounds kind of scary. We have this on the, you see, we're going Allegard style mainly now. This is kind of our new thing. It's also on, if I like press Control O here, right? Our file dialog also is like this. It's quite good, right? So this is actually fetching a page and decoding it right now. You see this S expression that's being printed out here, this test.sp. This is actually the result of pub.colonq.computer LLLL spider test.sp. It's actually this page right here. Oubliette cursor theme. Yeah, real. Skyrim music in the background, it fits the theme. We can do like, is there even any, I don't know if I would recognize any Elder Scrolls music other than the main theme of Elder Scrolls. I don't like, I feel like it's mostly just like sort of light ambient stuff that like, are there any like really recognizable Elder Scrolls songs? I guess I played a lot of Skyrim when it came out, and like I played a lot of Morrowind more recently, but like I just don't know any like, what is this? Oblivion NPC music 1 hour. That's pretty good. It's from Fallout 3 in New Vegas, probably. I see the Dobe. Yeah, I mean that's like the main. That's like an adaptation of the main theme, though. Like the main, like the dun 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 dun. Like that's in all the games, right? Or at least it's in Morrowind and Oblivion. The I sure do I want to mod Daggerfall Unity. We are kin. We are spiritual kindred, Hydralisk 98. This is so true. This is so fucking true. Chase theme Skyrim. Wait, is there like a dun dun, like people I probably know the ones that people use in like YouTube videos, I imagine. Those are the ones that have a recognizable nature to them. I would say. In Unity 3.4, I hear that's a great vintage. My experience with Daggerfall was selling horses to the owner until I was burdened by the amount of paper I had. The concept, I wish that like Daggerfall makes you wish that like it's unironically the best Elder Scrolls. It makes you wish that they were still like that ambitious, that game developers were still this ambitious, because I feel like you could make a game like with like, imagine something that's like, okay, we're gonna have the visuals of Daggerfall, right? We're going with the visuals of Daggerfall for our game, but we have a modern AAA budget, right? Like imagine what could be created. I don't know the amount of content that could be in the game, right? Because Daggerfall is insanely, like Daggerfall, if you don't know, has like this insanely huge world, but it was mostly, I think, procedurally generated ahead of time. Like it's not generated at runtime or anything. Or maybe it is, but it's a fixed seed, right? It's not like but imagine with a modern budget and modern systems and resources, like what kind of games you could make with that much money. Pre-baked, yeah. It's 3.5. They went from 3.0 to 3.5 and 4.0 like 2 months later. I see. This is your Unity hellscape, right? This is that video game. I think the ambition has been play tested and marketed out. Have you played System Shock games? I have not. I've heard they're good. They're classics in this immersive sim genre. 100 gigabyte of assets for Valheim graphics. Yeah, like something like this, right? Like I assume Valheim does not actually have 100 gigabytes of assets, but like using lower red, like I think if you could, like, you know what it is, probably, I think it's even a harder question. It's even a harder problem than like things being focus grouped out or whatever. I think it's a situation of like, it's kind of like the whole AI ML thing in some respect, in the sense that it's like AI ML has made it easy to dump resources into the thing. That's part of what makes it appealing, right? You can just throw resources in, right? It's generated to a degree in which it's possible to get seeds which are impossible to win. Yeah, but I think the map is always the same, right? Outdoors, it's just like the dungeons might be random. I don't know much about it. I've only played Daggerfall Unity a tiny bit and watched that one really long YouTube video that everyone talks about. Toss 10 to the 9 into the pit. holding myself back from talking about, I mean, please do talk about Starfield. And Starfield, I hopefully is like an like, I don't know, did Starfield sell well? At least, like, everything I saw about Starfield made me think that, like, I have absolutely no interest in this, like, whatsoever, even a tiny little bit. If you throw in some cheese with those eggs, we might just have a gourmet conversation on our hands. I don't know. I can't believe I've been baited like this. It seemed pretty interesting. Like, the in the Long Dead 0x10C, yes, okay, this has come up around here as well, Hydralisk. This is something that is like it's just like, there could be ambitious games that actually have ambitious gameplay, but I think the problem is that doesn't scale up as easily with resource investment, right? Like, it's easy to just throw more money at making more assets, or like making more expensive, higher quality assets, I think. Like you just do it. Like, you just hire, you can hire a bunch of people to like model photorealistic plants for you, right? You can just throw money at this. And like, I feel like it's hard to like spend $100 million designing a good game, right? Like what does that look like, right? What does $50 million invested into making the gameplay mad good look like? I don't know what it actually looks like. And I'm sure like yeah, Dwarf Fortress feels like the epitome of this. Yeah, like Dwarf Fortress is like it like how, like, I mean, I'm gonna maybe take it in a slightly different direction. Like, how would, like, if I guess they got a bunch of money from Steam, right? But like, how do they actually channel that effectively into like making the game better? Min-maxing for gameplay depth. Yeah. The I wanted it mostly for retro computing in multiplayer. Yeah. I mean, this is a insanely cool thing. The multiplayer concept there is like, I'm enough of an MMO freak, just buying previously popular IP. Yeah, like, you can just spend your money on buying the rights to Spider-Man or something, right? This is just like, I don't know that I think it scales with money. What does $50 million of investment in a painting? Yeah, exactly, right? Like, the thing with the whole AAA budget thing is like, I don't know if you can invest money into a like I don't know if it works, right? It's probably like movies to some degree. Like, movies, like, what does the budget of movies go to? Like, in insane, like, big budget blockbuster movies, it goes to like recognizable names, I guess, and also effects. Is that what I guess there's probably some element of like baseline quality you can get, like, with good equipment and like being able to get good sets for things and stuff like this. But like, mostly it's like the look of the, I don't know. Isn't that how the patronage system worked in Italy? I don't know if it's like, but like, to a large degree, that's just like allowing somebody to live, right? It's letting someone live a comfortable life so they can like, the sums involved are like too big. Marketing is a big expense too. Yeah, I can imagine that. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like if I had $100 million to invest in video games, like, I would give, like what do you do? Like, give 1,000 people, give 1,000 people $100,000, right? Like, I feel like that produces more like net good game, and like maybe even makes more money, right? Like, I don't know, right? Like I feel like the whole picture is just like really strange. Paying good designers to do good work. Yeah. Like invest in Finland. Yeah, that's probably actually the play. Like I find 1,000 Finnish people and I give them riskier for the stockholders. Yeah, I don't even know if it is, like, it probably feels riskier. I guess time will tell if it is. I mean, I'm sure there's maybe historical data we can judge from, but like, I feel like the ability for like indie games to make like insanely like I feel like you're better off rolling the dice a bunch trying to get an Undertale out of it or a Hollow Knight or something than just putting all your eggs in one basket to try and make whatever the latest, like, Starfield, right? Trying to make Concord or whatever the latest AAA flop game is, right? Like, I think like it's a I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, maybe the numbers are just like far different. Maybe there are way more people buying these things and playing them. Maybe I'm in a little bubble, right, where like people mostly play indie games. Most indies are seen by few. Yeah, of course. But like, most indies are also like orders of magnitude cheaper to make. Like, the budgets are hugely lower, right? So you can afford to roll the dice many more times. And especially if you have like if you're investing in them, you can afford to market them, right? It's not like it's a random game that's going on Steam with no marketing, right? You could be like, okay, we'll give you, you could even be like, that's something you can burn money on, right? You can even be like, okay, we'll give you 50 grand to make a game, and like we'll spend another 50 grand on marketing, right? Like I don't know, like maybe that's not worthwhile. It doesn't really go over well to stockholders. Yeah. Like I just wonder, like, if this is, I'm trying to determine whether this is like a notion that I have in my own head that this is better, or if it's actually better, right? Because like if it doesn't go down well to stockholders, if it actually is the case that this would be, I don't know, like, no one can know, right? I'm sure they consider this, not even bother with graphics. Yeah, like again, the game that like Undertale, like what did Undertale sell? Do we know this, right? Like, of course this is an outlier, but there are other games that are in a similar category. It was all indie in the 80s. Undertale sold 5 to 10 million copies on Steam, right? Like Minecraft, right? Like of course even if you roll the dice 1,000 times, you might not get a Minecraft out of it, but like there's I don't know. Like I like, to me it feels like hedging your bets versus putting all your eggs in one basket, right? Like to me, investing it all in one project that has really good production value feels like really like risky, right? To me, like that would not be how I would feel comfortable spending my money. It feels like putting everything in one big, you know, like thing. Hello, thank Colonq, so cute. I don't know about that. Xbox 360, the hardware was good enough that it wasn't holding game ideas back. Hello, Davros1. Yeah, I think probably that is maybe the turning point. It was the publisher this was the publisher model for a long time, until studios all started getting acquired. Yeah, I guess that is like the publisher thing, right? Like you're Are we rediscovering the concept of publishing? Maybe that's what's actually happening here. This all shifted after 2009. I see. I don't really know very much about the insider stuff of the industry. Don't put all your eggs in a one egg collecting game. Real. Don't put them all in Billy Hatcher. So you would like indie game mines where individuals labor in their cubicles at the rock of choice and they produce gold? I mean, not even that. Just like, I don't know. Like, I feel like the odds are better. Like, indie games are like an established thing, and they don't do well every time, right? But there are indie games every year, multiples, that are doing crazy well. I don't know what their sales look like compared to a given AAA game, but like I wouldn't be shocked if something like, for example, Balatro ends up making more money than the average big budget AAA title. Enjoyer of Spray and Pray. Yeah, I think so, right? Like I would rather Spray and Pray than, like, think of it in a real life situation. I don't know. The other thing to remember is game dev timelines are up to like 5 to 7 years, right? Yeah. Devolver / New Blood Interactive still going strong. Yeah. Annapurna. I've heard a lot of, we discussed this recently. I've heard bad things about Annapurna. There was all that collapse stuff, people quitting, right? A lot of these decisions were made in a different world. Yeah. Perhaps AAA without the graphics. Yeah. That's like the Warhammer Boomer Shooter thing, right? I don't know. I just like, it's like, it feels like maybe maybe they should be trying to make Balatros and not trying to make I don't know, what's the latest Suicide Squad kills the Justice League or something, right? They should be trying to make Balatros. It seems like it's probably a lot cheaper to make a Balatro. But you actually, like, let's think about what makes Balatro possible. The nice thing is it's auto-corrective. Yeah, like most things. People who want AAA mostly only want AAA. Maybe, like, I guess maybe that's true. Maybe I just don't understand the audience of games. Dreamed out a publisher model where you assist creative indies with a typical hard thing like netcode. I see that, like technical assistance instead of financial assistance. That's kind of interesting. If they fail, they fail. Yeah. I mean, it'll always line up. I mean, the thing is, I don't know. These inefficiencies could last a long time, though. One of the major problems is the fact that people don't really put a lot of research into new games. They play what the thing they remember. Yeah, I mean, this is probably true. Lots of my favorite indie games don't sell much. Yeah, I mean, this is, of course, like my favorite game of the last 5 years, longer, 10 years, right, is an indie game on Steam that probably, you know, probably made 5 figures, right? Maybe low 6 figures. Be down to believe that this applies to 60% of their player base. Which one? Void Stranger. there still is potential for an indie publisher that localizes. Why would you buy a PS5 when it has no game? Like I just like I guess there are still people that are buying, you know, they're like chain buying like FIFA or whatever, chain buying Battlefield every release. And I guess like the thing is like you don't have to stop doing that, right? But like, yeah, no one can direct things. Yeah, I agree 100%, Trap Exit. I just mean like these efficiencies can like exist for a long time, right? The adjustment is not necessarily instantaneous, right? It's just a different world from us. And the way that the adjustments happen is through conversations like this, maybe in a different context. Maybe conversations like this among people who are funding these things, right? Who are on boards and things and have but those people are influenced by other people, and other people are influenced by us, right? So these conversations precisely are the mechanism for which the correction of that inefficiency occurs over time. Yeah, there will always be inefficiencies and always correcting. Yeah, of course, naturally. Favorite is Teleglitch. Probably never broke even in terms of creator time. This is like Teleglitch. I know Teleglitch Die More edition. Was this like the thing? Are these like I've seen this name at least. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting though. Like I sort of would like to, you know, well, who knows? I mean, really, what we got to do is just make a good game. It really just comes back around to this. So many discussions that we have around here, around the table, around the round table. Hello, Ricardo Strikey. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, friend. Hello. Buen dia, computer. Hello. Welcome in, Ricardo Strikey. I only recently learned that our friend Ricardo Strikey is doing the streaming thing, and they are. Welcome in. It's good to see you, Ricardo. Your toe into this world while not being a Windows dev. I think it is, right? Like I mean, a lot of the you could make a lot of the things you'll be using to make a game probably like provide a convenient abstraction layer. How do you make a good game? This is the question, right? I don't know if anyone actually knows Chromo Sundrift. It really is still, I think, the Wild West. I started after you began. I see. Void Stranger Gaming happened. Wait, Ricardo was playing Void Stranger? Holy fuck, I gotta watch this VOD later. Either way, the more I look at this channel, the more I want to make an Anarchy Arcade level themed around your Emacs setup. Well, thank you. Let me know if you do. Have fun while making it. Yeah. So like even if you're using an engine, right, you can definitely like dev on Linux and then deploy on Windows. This is definitely achievable. Like Godot can do this, presumably. Fun plus strong direction plus good execution equals good game. Hello, Abby the lesbian. I will shout you out in a moment. I didn't know what I expected. I was left a bit empty. Well, I mean, it's the sort of thing that it creates a very particular feeling, Ricardo Strikey. There's a certain feeling deep within it, and I think this feeling can be. It takes time to percolate. The moment you go deeper into the creation of the thing, you stop enjoying the thing itself. It happened to me thrice. I heard a lot more about it from many people. This is why it's probably just simple for normal people. They just enjoy buttons. I don't know. For me, Diablo Project, I think it was maybe a bit similar. Like I definitely like had a period of time where I was enjoying games a lot less, but recently it's sort of come around for me where I'm enjoying games more than I ever have, right? I'm really having a lot of fun with games these days, right? I think they're good, right? I have high expectations. The game is good. Just wait and see, Ricardo. I would encourage you, Ricardo, to make notes of everything. I sort of had that told to me before I started, and I took very exhaustive notes, and I wrote down everything, layouts of floors, like what was on each floor. I wrote down all the dialogue in the game, and for once, like unlike most other games where I've been told this and did this paid off. It pays off in Void Stranger to write down everything and to be hugely attentive to all tiny details. Burn through 3 keyboards playing this game. Yeah, my current project, I'm using SDL2, GL, and Blender. I spent most of my time on Linux or Mac. I'm just assuming the Windows port will work when I need to do it. Yeah, I mean, this is sort of a scary thing, and testing is scary too. Testing is one of the scariest things about indie stuff to me, I think, right? Like making sure especially if you're going no engine style, right? Like we tend to be around here, like making sure the thing actually like works on everyone's machine is like wild. That is a challenging element. But I think like as Abby said, right? Can we shout out Abby also? Abby does streams. Abby streams good thing. Like, why do you want to ruin a great hobby? Honestly, a good question. Yeah, like fun being the first point. Like, what is fun? Like, how do you make a thing fun? This is something that like is a real question, right? I don't know the answer to that. Like, there are certain things, like you can observe fun experiences that you have yourself, right? Like you can observe, you can play a game and be like, okay, I'm having fun now. But sometimes it's hard to place exactly why that is and like what element of the thing causes you to have fun. Like sometimes like just the pure feeling of having the buttons, of pressing the buttons is fun in like an action game or something like this. And sometimes it isn't. Like what makes that the case, right? There's so many like little factors baked in, right? Like responsiveness and things like this. Beyond that, right? Like in like an RPG or something like this, like sometimes the experience of just like, I'm a freak a little bit. I like grinding in game. I like the experience of becoming more powerful, even like numerically, right? Yeah, it's like asking why is a joke funny, right? It's like, or asking like, well, what's the thing, like what is porn, right? You know it when you see it, right? You know it when you see it, right? That's how fun is also, I think. And humor probably as well. The enjoyment of what would be work if it was important. I see a Zachtronics player, a Zachtronics gamer. I mean, I feel this also. Challenge almost always, but balancing is hard. I don't know. I find sometimes things are. I sort of had a similar feeling for the longest time, Abby the Lesbian, right? I sort of felt that like it's this sort of this engaging challenge, but I find that I can have fun with things sometimes even if they're not challenging at all. Maybe challenge is maybe I'm reading challenge the wrong way. I think I would say resistance. Straining against resistance can be fun, a little bit for sure. Maybe that's the exact same thing as, I don't know, a balanced challenge. But like, I think challenge can take a lot of forms that aren't just like game hard in the traditional sense, right? I think Cookie Clicker is fun, right? Cookie Clicker has practically no challenge in the traditional sense of challenge in the game. The challenge presented by Cookie Clicker is the resistance of time, right? It's the resistance of having to wait, right? And overcoming the resistance. Yeah, something whimsical is fun alone. Yeah. I should change the color of the game to blue. You can change anything you like. I will not say anything about it, Ricardo Strikey. I enjoy playing that paperclip AI game. Yeah, the one like linkages between things. I mean, challenges, there is a goal. Yeah, maybe this is the case, right? They're like, I find these days a lot of the fun I have comes from planning in games. I like we've discussed this before, right? We probably still have the document on here actually. Is it in the notes? Where is little guy in the notes? Yeah. So a lot, like this was like last year I discussed like I have my simplified gamer theoretics magnum opus, which is the LGF theorem, which is the little guy frag theorem, right? And the theorem is this: a game is fun when you can make a little guy, right? And you can customize what the little guy looks like and what he does. Thank you. Wait, we have clone achieved, Charlie Folds. Holy shit! The bit has come to fruition. The bit has come to fruition. God damn, we got to add that here. Charlie Folds, Ryan Gosling, clone style. Huge actually. Puts on a pair of sunglasses. Every night is boys' night. And puts on a second pair of sunglasses. Real. But this is just like, this is obviously a little silly. But like the things I like in games are when I can customize a little guy and I can frag in the sense that I can compare that little guy to others somehow, right? I can be on the MMO and I can have the best gear. I can play Quake and I can customize my build a little. I don't know. I can customize something and I can have that thing be pitted against others. This is the appeal of Magic the Gathering. Also, I can customize my deck a little bit and I can play. Xwidget1 says a good game is easy to learn but difficult to master. Also, the growth is in social/casual gaming. Is the WEF? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it is. I guess I'm not worried too much about like the growth factors of the earth. The little guys Minecraft has this strongly, right? The little guy is your building. It can also be, it's the whole world. Customization is nice. I don't know if this is true in general. And we pulled a lot of things that people like in games. Like Press button, color change, feel good, smiley face. Evokes sensation. Anime. Extremely rare drops. Ragdoll physics. You know, the things like this, people love these things. One that sticks out to me constantly is the feeling of getting away with something. This is so good, right? This has been my recent gaming. I feel this mostly, right? Void Stranger has been fidget spinner emotion. I think there is dopamine drug feeling. Tickles the brainworms just right. These maybe fit this. Hot anime babes maybe fits this. I don't know. You can go for a babe in a game. I think feeling like you've gotten away with something, that you've accomplished a task that's sort of have you read about Bartle? Yes, we've definitely talked about this too. The Bartle types, the achievers, killers. I know them mostly in the Kingdom of Loathing refers to them as card suits. So diamonds, hearts, spades, clubs, right? This is the way it goes. Achievers, killers, explorers, and socializers, right? This is the nature of the thing, right? Of the classic MMO/MUD player psychographic types. I am definitely I would say a killer explorer type in these sorts of games, right? This is my nature as I play, right? I want to unearth secrets through cleverness, and I want to use these secrets to competitive advantage, right? This is my nature. In the Explorer camp, 99%. Yeah. There's the 3D variant. Even when I'm playing single player games, I evaluate it in the sense of comparison to others, right? I can't help it, right? I've been playing a ton of UFO 50 lately. As I've probably mentioned 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 times on the stream already. I have been playing a fuck ton of UFO 50. And like one of the main driving factors of UFO 50 is the idea that I can look at like the home screen and be like, damn, I got 8 cherries. I got 9 cherries. I have 20 gold cartridges. Like I can compare myself kind of implicitly to others who are also playing single. Like there's something good about that. Voices of the Void is nice too. Yeah. I have not played that one yet, but I've watched a lot of my friends play. When I did the unintended way and tricked the system, that's a strong one. Yeah. Void Stranger has this hugely. Minecraft, most sandbox games provide a lot of that, like the feeling of like making a little area in Minecraft where the zombie can't hit you back, but you can hit the zombie, right? Yeah, Zachtronics comparison summary, the histogram at the end of the not even against your friends, just the histogram is enough for me, right? The histogram is enough for me to be like, I go back, I do the level again, and then suddenly I'm above the mean on the histogram, and I'm like, I'm feeling pretty good about myself. Then I'm like, oh damn, this was a fun and good gameplay experience. I don't know, like that's a really good thing. Maybe not the appeal for everyone, but like, yeah, like knowing stuff. Like there was discussion on the Discord IRC the other day about the Estus glitch. There's a glitch in Dark Souls 3 where if you turn away to face your opponent and you start drinking your flask and you immediately press lock on to like snap your character around to face some target, you can skip the animation on the drink on the flask, which is a very minor improvement. But like I spent a ton of time like trying to find like reading about this stuff and like learning about this and like trying to practice it such that I could do invasions better. This is the killer explorer hybrid, right? When it's bimodal and you're in the better lump. Yeah. I'm almost completely uninterested in skill or mastery. What I appreciate most in games is form, systems interacting with each other, and just seeing what happens when you set up certain conditions. Yes, this seems like the deal, right? This seems like the what do you call it? This is the explorer thing, right? The interaction of the meeting point, the embrace of grinding gears, right? This is wonderful. I enjoy Metroidvanias when a combination of tools allows new areas, but not as in sequence break. Sequence break is absolute peak. I would actually argue that the ability, like I don't okay, I like linear games well enough sometimes. I like open world games well enough, but the peak is this is the absolute peak. The semi-linear game, right? The game that is mostly linear, that provides some choices, but then allows you through skill or cleverness to sequence break, whether intentionally or unintentionally. And the more unintentional it feels, the better, right? This is gaming. That right there is gameplay. Sequence break is just knowing the mechanics. Yeah. That too, right? Like this is the essence of the I don't want to even say the name, the Metroidvania. I don't know, being explorer under that typology. That's peak exploring, the sequence breaking. And in general, well, I think I brought up earlier, we were talking about routing, right? Routing is so good, right? And this and sequence breaking ties into this. The ability to not be playing the game and to think in your mind, right? You're going for a walk, you're sitting in the car, you're at work, to think in your brain, where am I going next in the game? And there are many options, right? This is, and there are many options and there are reasons to consider each option. This is like also peak gameplay, right? This is something I experienced a lot in this is part of the reason why I like Dark Souls is so fun for me, right? I played my first playthrough of Dark Souls, usually blind or whatever, right? And then my friends and I, we would replay and like do like kind of multiplayer runs where we wouldn't do the entire thing in co-op, but we would like co-op for bosses and like do a run with fresh characters with everybody, sometimes with like 5 or 6 people. And like this is so much fun. Also, hello Ziona Gabo. I got really hyped. I see. Can we shout out Ziona also? Ziona Gabo. I was able to get through late area with bombs plus rings and got the laser drill super early. Yeah, exactly that thing, Controlo. Exactly that thing. That is the feeling, right? I was so hyped when you told me that, right? Playing Barbuda is teaching me the joy of routing. Yes, Barbuda seems like a fucked up routing game, right? It's in a noble vintage of this kind of game, right? Like La Mulan. Like I think Barbuda is supposed to be inspired by Maze of Gallius. So it sort of has common ancestor with La Mulana, which is also like a hardcore routing style game. It's good. It's damn good. But the feeling of oh, we're playing Dark Souls 3. I'm at work and I get to think like, oh man, where do I go next? I could go into the I could go fight Crystal Sage and then go into the Cathedral of the Deep in order to get X item, or enter the DLC in order to get the followers javelin or whatever, or I could go straight on through and do Abyss Watchers, which will then enable me to go into the catacombs and get other thing, right? Like this is so good. The ability of choice, of meaningful choice, right? But what makes the choice meaningful? That's the question. Like what causes the choice? Because you can create choices all you want. Like a choose your own adventure book, right, has plenty of routing, right? It's all routing. That's the whole game, right? But how do you make the choices feel like how do you make it feel compelling, right? Sometimes choose your own adventure books can be compelling. Bloodborne is absolutely confusing me with where I'm supposed to go. Bloodborne rocks for this element, Ziona, so much, right? Like Bloodborne is like almost the peak of this that From Software has done, I think, right? Like Elden Ring obviously is very open, but the fact that it's so open makes the routing like less interesting, right? Like the routing I like in the routing that's possible in Elden Ring is stuff like, okay, I know where to go in order to get all of the weapon upgrade materials early on so I can get really strong, right? But like it's not as much as like how to actually get around the world. Whereas Bloodborne, I think like there are like 9 mandatory bosses you have to beat Bloodborne out of like 25 in the game or something. It's ridiculous, right? Like there are so many just like completely optional hidden areas in Bloodborne. It's so good for this, right? Because you get to make so many, and so many are accessible like really early on and have like interesting items you can find. Like it's really, really good for this. Hello, are you awake over there? Sorry, I'm yapping. I see. Enjoy, please. I'm yapping my head off about Old Yarnum, about Upper Cathedral Ward. We're getting really excited about Upper Cathedral Ward around here. Everyone does the dancer fight early. Yes, literally everyone is getting the Dark Hand so that they can do the dancer fight at level 3 or whatever, and so that they can go to Lothric Castle early on in order to get chunks. Right? Everyone's going for chunks. It's so good. I didn't know I was so lost about having a blast. Yeah, Bloodborne, it's really a gem of a game. I won't. Good luck. Tomato says good luck with your new mint build. I told them without you. I'm sorry.
That's so
it's mean. It's mean to tell them without you.
I wanted to tell everyone yesterday. You were like, no.
No, I was like, we'll save it for the stream.
And then you didn't even wait
How could you? I'm in the doghouse again. I'm sorry. I'm in the doghouse. It's over. It's over. We gotta go through the whole. We can recreate the moment, right? We'll rewind it, and we gotta go through the specs. We gotta talk about all the details.
You're gonna show those before I come back. Also?
Yeah, I'll show those before you come back. Wait, you have a dog? Yeah, I'm always in the doghouse. Got him again. Dog wiggle tail. Yeah.
I'll be back.
I'll be back. That's very ominous. Men in Black memory wiper. Yeah, real. Okay. So, yeah. All this to say is that it's hard to make it seems like it's hard to make a fun game. I don't know about whatever it is yet. It's ModClonq got a new computer. ModClonq is this? Maybe this is we're building ModClonq a new computer. It's actually mostly built at this point. Yeah. I don't know. It seems like it's hard to make a good game. I mean, probably like my plan, right? Like I'm thinking a lot about Elfland still. My plan is basically to make something that I would play that has a bunch of secret shit that I like a lot and like cool characters that people can ship. I feel like shipping is like powerful. Maybe this is a sicko's take, but I think like I'm not ashamed to say it, right? I feel like designing like characters that are explicitly designed to appeal to archive of our own or whatever, or to fan artists, like seems like a powerful stratagem. At least you're kind of doing a game design document of sorts. Those can be helpful. It's even harder to make a good profitable game. Yeah, I think at this point I would be satisfied with just a good game, right? I'm not really worried about the profits, right? Like we can sort that out independently, right? That's something we can figure out. Hard to make a game that is worth talking about. Yeah, maybe. Like, I don't know. I would define that as being good. I think things that are good are probably worth talking about in my eyes. Maybe good has a stronger meaning in my head, right? Good stands apart from like mediocrity, perhaps. On-stream development and long open beta is a good way to make a popular game. If you like it, then others should too. Yeah, I think so, right? Like, and to some degree, right? Like we have the merry band here. Hello, Zarithia. Welcome in for the hello. Have we met? If not, then hello. It's great to meet you, Zarithia. I think. Wait a second. I do know you. I saw you the other day on here. I saw you on here the other day. I see. I see. This is the case. Well, welcome in. It's great to have you. We're talking about video games, Zarithia. We're talking about what makes it good. 4D golf thing where it genuinely expands your horizon. Yeah, maybe so. Right? You can learn things. Learning things can be fun, right? It's some of the most fun thing that there is. GBA activities, yes. We are continuing to work on Game Boy Advance homebrews, Zarithia. That's a ongoing theme. And also we learned about multi-boot on the GBA. So we're gonna be doing more of this perhaps. Develop.games. Develop.games is largely like I don't know, it's like technical insight, right? I think that's my impression of this. I think like to me, so here's the plan, right? If you're wondering like what the fuck is the LLLL plan here, right? I've said it a few times. The plan here is you have big GBA knowledge, huge. We were learning a little bit about how like Pokemon Coliseum and XD on the GameCube interact with the GBA cartridge, which is extremely cool. What the plan is, right? We keep streaming because I like streaming a lot. Streaming is cool. We finish Oob, which is like the little fan game. You know the one. You know this guy. Hello 14 Android, and thank you for the follow, Zarithia. We finish Oob, right? We get that done. We've learned many things about it. Then we return to my prior project, which is called Elfland Masquerade, right? We do Elfland Masquerade. It maybe takes us a year or two, right? We have a lot of ideas. Largely, it's going to be cleaning things up, porting things over to the new engine we made for Oob, commissioning assets, things like this, and a lot of writing, a fuck ton of writing. This is the thing. We release and we make it it's a freak game, right? You know the games I like, computer. You know I'm into this. I'm into these weird puzzle games and things like this. We make a game. We do this, right? This is what it is fundamentally. It's a routing sort of game. It's a secret sort of game. And we have a lot of people around here who are into this thing also. So that is basically the plan. We work for a couple. We do this for a couple of years. We stream the thing. We release the Metroid Brainia, and then hopefully we have enough people who will buy it and leave a review upon release. That it actually sells. This is the intention. I guess we're making games full time now. Yeah, I don't know about that. You know, it's probably still we're keeping that 1 day a week. I'm thinking like 2 years, 1 day a week kind of gameplay. Bionicles, Metroid Brainia, yeah. Metru Brainia. Yeah, I don't know. So that's the broad idea, right? To like, yeah. I don't know. We'll see if this bears fruit, and if it doesn't bear fruit, we'll just keep doing it until it does. Right? At this point, the type of game I buy, don't play, but read the wiki. Yeah, same. Like the thing. Like I have still not finished La Mulana, right? Like despite like being obsessed with it. Release in time to cover your pension. Yeah, probably true. Okay. This is the can't stop, won't see. I mean, really, this is it, right? And I feel like this kind of goes reasonably well. Like not speaking like in a strange or conceited way, but we are kind of in a better position to release something than we would be, than I would have been 3 years ago, right? In the sense that like there's there's a vague number of people who want to listen to what I have to say sometimes, occasionally, right? So like at least if I release something, people will be aware of it. The crazy way that someone made a GBC GBA post. Yes, I was actually watching this last night, Zarithia. Damn. Okay, I have Jimothy Cool open. The can we see GBC to GBA Pokemon transport? It's not even using any custom hardware. It's just a link cable. Can we find the video? Is it Unorthodox Master of Games? Is this the channel? This is the channel. Maybe? No, it's not the channel. It's a different channel. Where is the one? Where is the one? It's a relatively recent video. Fuck. This is the thing, I think. Maybe they linked the video here. I thought the voltage difference would have killed it. Yeah, shit is wild. Maybe they have it in description on this video. It's a cool thing. The Gears of Progress 1964. Yeah. This stuff is very this uses the multi-boot thing we've been talking about to do Gen 2 to Gen 3 trades with like a nice UI and stuff, which is usually not possible. It's pretty nifty. What do you know about Faceball 2000? I know nothing about Faceball 2000. I have somewhere I need to be. And by the way, if someone hasn't updated their Firefox derivative browser like me, you should. New CVE. I see. Okay, we will do this for sure. Hello, compiling J. Yeah, it looks official AF. It's very polished. Yeah, 2 to 3. Right? You can trade from your Game Boy Color to your Game Boy Advance with 16-player multiplayer. Okay, you do know about these things. This is a fated meeting. In theory, until this year. Nick's Flake. Yeah, this is finally the impetus. This is finally the impetus for me to upgrade my stream setup. Despite not doing so for way too long. Wait, I wonder if that's what that dude was trying to do earlier, who we banned, who sent that sketchy link. I wonder, is the exploit, is it disclosed yet? Is the vulnerability disclosed, or is it just a CVE still? Like, is it known? Is it present in the wild, and how easily it's under investigation? I see. Okay, not public, I don't think. Okay, that's probably a good sign for that at least. Okay, so where do we go? I think let's try and put spider oil together. We did something meaningful on the GB. Let's continue spider oiling today. Somebody used it. I see. What's the safe version? Yeah, we probably want to just find the CVE for this. Hello, Tilted Over, also welcome in. Let's go to lib.rs. We are running the server. Let's try and render some tiles. The vuln has been in circulation in private circles for an amount of time. I see. We would like to take the page, right? Can we look at what the page is? The page looks like, can we grab this and just put this in test.sp? We get a page from the server that looks like this. It has a width and a height, has a background tile, has a map that says, okay, here's where non-background tiles are, various links that we're not going to handle yet, various entities that we're not going to handle yet, and a list of tile definitions, right? That we're currently just going to read the name of and then use to interpret somehow, right? 16 player thing is fucking nutty. Yeah, if you have a link, is that list? Yeah, so the ongoing project here, so Zarithia, okay. There's sort of two projects we have on the menu for today that we've been fucking around with. Hello, Ninja Flames, also. One of the projects is we're making a new web. The pages in the web look like this, and they describe things that are kind of like Final Fantasy 1 levels. They're like little levels you can walk around made of tiles and have like entities you can interact with, like signs you can read and stuff, and also like portals to other levels. And the portals are basically links, right? They mean load a different page and go there instead. That's one thing we've been doing, and we have a little like Rust Wasm web client for this. The other project we've been working on, the GBA project, which may interest you, is this thing called Upside Down Cake. So the context behind this is a few months ago, in like May, June-ish, we made a Game Boy game, like a piece of Game Boy homebrew. I have the images. It runs on hardware, and we put it on cartridges, and we handed out the cartridges at like cons and stuff like this. 131.0.2 or plus for the one I'm talking about. There are other less severe ones, I see. So we did this a few months ago, and the interesting thing about it is we did it with no tooling. We didn't use any existing tools at all. No compilers, no assemblers, no linkers, no like header fixing tools, no graphics importing tools. Where do you get the carts? There's a site called Inside Gadgets that sells these things. Yeah. So basically what I did for the Game Boy is I wrote my own assembler in Emacs Lisp that can Morsad, I missed you. Wait, I didn't know you were there. Oh no. Oh dear. Okay, next time for sure, Abby. This is it was such a whirlwind. It was such a fucking ever made Game Boy GBA game with Rust? No, but you can do this for sure. Hello, Maxi Raider. This is very, very much like you can afford to run, like you can make Rust spit out ARM, and people are doing that. But you can buy the carts from Inside Gadgets. There are all kinds of interesting things on here, including some that have like real novelties, like some that have like rumble, like camera stuff. Like there's very interesting things you can do here. Perfect for open source, maybe so. So we did this with no tools, right? And the way it works is we made our own assembler and like asset importing tools in eLisp. Like this is just a big function that like assembles something resembling a reasonable assembly language for the Game Boy's ISA into machine code. And we wrote the game in this, right? So the game is just an Emacs Lisp file that spits out a ROM. And now, and this was really nice because it helped us understand the Game Boy a lot, right? Like it really improved our understanding of the system because we had to like make everything ourselves. Next, we're doing that for the GBA. That's the next level. How did you learn? Just on stream? Yeah, mostly just on stream. We had sort of been writing an emulator beforehand, and we were like, we'll like the emulator was annoying because I was writing it in Haskell, and like I ended up just like debugging performance stuff a ton on stream, and it was getting boring. And I was just like, hey, this con is coming up, let's do this thing instead. Hello, 80HTQ. Also, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Out of my pay grade. I don't think it's out of your pay grade. I think it's just it's actually a lot easier than like. And also, it's a really shitty assembler, right? Like ultimately, all it is like, okay, we have to identify like what the instruction needs to be in the bytes, right? So this is the next level. This is for GBA. We have a working assembler for ARM because the GBA is 32-bit ARM. It sometimes works. We have a test case that can test its outputs against like a known good assembler. So we have like some confidence that like it's working when we know when it breaks, basically. And what we're trying to do now is let me get this off the screen temporarily. What we're trying to do now is like build infrastructure to enable us to do higher level programming, right? Because on the original Game Boy, like it has the resources available are very limited. a link for the Faceball stuff, yes, please. If you don't mind, actually, I'll pop it open in a tab. If you want to link stuff, we have a Discord IRC that is like sensible. It's just like one channel where we share things typically. That's like linked to the IR. Yeah, that's the place. That's the place to drop stuff if you got it. But this is extremely cool thing. Wait, this is you. Wait, this is you. Wait, it's Zarithia. Holy damn. Yo, this is sick actually. At Portland Retro Gaming Expo 2024. This fucking rocks. The that's my old overlay. I see. Yeah, it's showing a clip from you, Ado HDQ. What were you up to today, Ado? How was your stream? The hell yeah. Made the 16 player happen after 30 years of it being theoretical. That's so fucking sick. That's awesome. Okay, I will look into this for sure then. This is like very much my particular area of niche interest right now. The thing I want to start doing, Zarithia, as I'm like getting into hardware stuff more now. And the pipe dream now for me is playing a match on Pokemon Showdown of Generation 3 Pokemon, like with a simulator. Maybe I'm a simulator I'm hosting myself, maybe using teams pulled from a cartridge. And the idea I'm going to do for this is like build a little multi-boot thing that reads stuff from the cartridge and talks over the link cable to a little like Arduino that also has Wi-Fi, right? And build a little thing to like, you know, pull your team from the game and like pull commands from the controls and send them over Wi-Fi. This is the next level for us, maybe. And I need to start. I ordered a bunch of stuff and I'm going to start tinkering with this soon, I think. Maybe on stream. Hello, Pure Coin and Zol Fix. Also, hello, Zol, welcome. Hi, I don't know why I'm getting so excited. I'm compacted. Yeah, that's the idea, Zarithia, right? With a really small Arduino, like there are like very like tiny little like Arduino Nano, Arduino like these sorts of things that you can plug in. The idea would be to like 3D print a little case and like maybe imagine hosting a Pokemon tournament where like this device combined with the server it connects to like manages all of the matchmaking and matches and stuff. You just have to bring your Game Boy and a cartridge, and I hand out these things when you arrive, right, at a con or something. I just like hand these out to 16 people, and then like you can all it just runs the tournament and it displays the matches on a big screen, right? It's so sick. Like the possibilities are so cool. GBA already has the GBA has multiplayer built in, but it's only over cable or via the wireless adapter, and the wireless adapter is limited in some respects, and also it makes it hard to do like if I wanted to like stream a tournament or like keep replays or something, it's a pain in the ass. Also, another project idea that I've had for a long time that I will maybe eventually execute when other people do enough hard work that I can not do, is I want to make a version of, I want to use the models from Pokemon Battle Revolution, which are currently in the process of being ripped. Oh, you've been hexed. I like how your no emote translates to nay. That's so good. Can we shout out Maxi Raider also? Is this true? Is this true? Wait, is Maxi Raider streams, right? Is this the case? No, you don't. Ooh, that's someone else. Oh, I'm confusing Maxi Raider with Mostly Maxi, I think. No, I see you don't. I see. I'm getting it all mixed up. I'm getting things all confused. Also shout out Zarithia, who is evidently extremely cool. What train of thought. Fuck. Oh yes, ripping models from Pokemon Battle Revolution and then using them to play back showdown replays. This is something that is also maybe interesting, right? Or just in general using Pokemon Battle Revolution / Coliseum to display replays. It seems like an interesting prospect. Like imagine the train is going off the rails, boss. Oh, we're back on. This train, we just barrel straight on through, you demoniac. If there's a penny on the rails or something, we just blast straight on. I love your. Yeah, I mean, who knows if we'll ever do it, right? Who knows? But it seems it's an appealing thought, right? And that thought can give us strength, and that strength can lead us to interesting places. So yeah, the current thing where we are with this guy, if I go into games, GBA test, we are currently on here. This is continue, please. We're displaying some backgrounds with a bad palette, right? We need to like nail down our a more sensible default palette to use for these things, / import palettes from images that have palettes, and then we're golden basically. Excuse me, computer. We're sipping. This is tangentially relevant, but my friend is reverse engineering the Atomus Wave networking chipset, so it can be replicated in some form so that Dreamcast broadband adapters can become accessible again. In that same vein, I've wanted to make a networked Dreamcast game for a very long time. This whole project is reminding me of this aspiration. I see. Yeah, I mean, like the multi-boot capability of the GBA just opens up so many interesting things, because you can make little peripherals that do things, right? That can run code and therefore create their own driver, basically, right? It's crazy cool. It's extremely cool thing. Okay, so that's the deal. What we did earlier was GBA convention badge. Yeah. Like I don't know. Welcome back, Nasakill. Also, welcome back, Kokupsi. Earlier, I hope if your implication there is that you are bleeding from your foot, I hope you obtain medical attention. Where is this guy? Yeah, so we built this thing that allows us to do local labels within the context of a gen block, so we can implement control flow a little more easily now. What is actually separating us from the place of honor we would like to inhabit? I think it's something like extreme anime MacGuffin vibes, Atomus Wave networking chipset, Kokupsi. Well, they said something. They said, I'm back because I don't want foot blood on my sheets, right? So this seems like I don't know. I hope it's just I see. Well, please take care of yourself. This is, tell me more about your spider oil. Welcome in, Digishell. Hello. I hope the rain parade went well earlier, Digi. I hope life is good. Thank you for the boosts, all friends, as well. Please check out my friend Digishell, who is wonderful. It's my spider oil actually is probably what we should do now. Let's get back over to that. It's been cool to meet you though. Yeah, thank you. We'll be in touch, Sarithia, for sure. We'll be around. We kind of have like a, I'm sure. Okay, this is gonna sound very scary, but it sounds like you're interested in the same things that many of us are interested in. So I'm sure we kind of have like a circle of people who are all just like hanging out around here, and I'm sure many of them will say hello, right? We have many interested and excited computer people, simply just drawn in by the prospect of some fresh spider oil. Well, we must provide. It's more of an anointing sort of oil than an eating sort of oil, I would say, Digishell. It's the spider comes down and draws a little symbol on your forehead. This is kind of how it goes. Okay, let's get our developer tools open here. Hey gamer, what's up? Yo, listening to my favorite influencer, and I slid in my. Oh wait, this is from the collision with the refrigerator. Oh damn! Now it's all coming together. Now I wasn't properly connecting the dots. I'm sorry. Jeez. Okay, back to lib.rs. This is our primo game development workflow here. It's actually very slick. We can put text all over. I can say this lives at y equals 20, 30. Like I just save the file and it goes. I can say hello computer, I heart you, right? You see? You know, it's very easy. It's very flexiform, right? It's flexile, you might even say. This is quite good. So the promise of spider oil is the promise of new web. Do you understand? Do you process this? We've talked much about anointments and being anointed by the spider around here. And the spider in question here is the spider. Like, if there's the World Wide Web, where is the worldwide spider? Right? Where the fuck is the worldwide spider? I don't know about this. But I do know if there is a you know, this is the concept of the name. I Pentakill League of Legends. Which came first? the spider or the web. I think in that case it's kind of unambiguously the spider came before the web. I don't know if that's a consideration. Saving up 1 million points, please do. Please hang out with me a lot. Please hang out with me a lot and say funny things, and we can laugh and have a good time together. It's so okay. So the lore behind this is I tweeted a thing a while ago where I said something like, instead of calling, maybe I should actually talk about technology on here instead of just tweeting things at 5 a.m. like anointed by the spider. So the concept of being anointed by the spider has sort of recurred several times around here. And when we were thinking about web, I was thinking about web 2, and it's like, okay, what does a spider makes a web? So if a spider is anointing you, your anointing means to be, you know, it's with oil, right? With oils and incense, right? So a web is something a spider produces, and a spider that anoints you would produce oil, perhaps. So instead of a web, we have spider oil today. So let's nail this down. Let's get this in place. We don't need this. We no longer need to render this text here. Web 2. That's horrifying. That's horrifying, actually. It sounds like it was fun. I've been jealous of the old web for a while. I mean, we can still have it, Kokupsi. There's no one who says we can't, right? Just because Mark Zuckerberg doesn't want us to have it doesn't mean we can have it. Doesn't mean we can't have it, rather. Excuse me, I can't even talk anymore. We can I mean, our very own, like, we just have to make it happen of our own right. I mean, watching this 12 hours straight every day. Don't like Mark Zuckerberg. I don't know. I'm neutral. I've never met him. I try not to dislike or like people based on distance, based on telepathy, I guess. Our very own DigiShell around here actually has a website of this form, right? Has a site of this formulation. Has a NeoCities, right? An embracer of the old web. Right, so this is, and many others are doing the same. Hello, A Monkey Man. Also, oh my, I do, yeah. I mean, we've seen this thing. We have. So it's coming back. We just have to bring it back ourselves. APL glyph for recursion is a good fit, and this is good. This is good. Is this really? Is this like what? Is this some kind of recursive combinator? Is this the idea? I don't know much APL. Is it like a fixed point style situation? I've never coded in my life, so that's a win. Yeah, I mean, you'd get there fast. So what do we have for a page? Let's start by instead of rendering every. So how do we render something, right? We need to parse out the tiles. Well, first, before we do anything, let's just parse out all of the map data. So instead of saying hash map new here, we need to parse tree somehow. So what does the map look like? What the map looks like is so I'm using this library called LLXper. I prefer the Y kind. I mean, I'm sure it's that glyph when called from an so it's not as cool. It's a bit easier than this. I see. It's a scoping. It relies on scoping, and well, it's still good. Still good. Good night, Controllo. Thank you for hanging out. It's great to have you, and good luck. Good luck with the week. Hello T Bucket. Also welcome in. What's the thing? So we have this data structure here, this Lisp like thing. We have a bunch of cons cells here, right? How do you plan things like this? Plan things like what do you mean? I don't tend to plan very much at all. I guess I sort of just like with computer stuff. I sort of go with the flow. I don't like I think a lot of, you know, some people are perhaps planners and architects of things. I think a lot of my programming experience has been just doing a bunch to build up intuition for like, okay, this is kind of probably a good way to do it. This is a bad way to do it. Yeah, how does a spider plan his web? And it's sort of, or maybe a her web. I don't know. I don't know the who knows? Are spiders like bees? Are there like, I don't know. What's the gender situation with spiders looking like? How are we feeling about that these days? Is that, I don't know. How do you play the growth of your hair? I don't know. I don't know. Are we spiders making the web? I mean, we will be soon, all of us. I think the depends on the spider. I think, yeah, probably nothing special as far as I know. I see. I'm thinking of wasps or something. Probably it's a compute shader. Brute force. Let's go. I mean, it's not even brute force. It's just like once you you'll get the idea for like what's the right thing to do. I think, right? Like you'll be doing it and you'll get the feeling for it, right? Your fingers do the walking a little bit. So we have this tree. Presumably we can match on this tree. We can do some transformations on this. I assume we can actually. I wonder if there are iterators over it. There's list iter, which probably it checks if it's a list and it iterates over the list elements if so. So this is actually quite easy, right? The problem is the top level thing is actually a keyword list. It's not a how do you say a I think there's some built-in support for handling a lists in this library. Can we look lxper rust but nothing for handling keyword like property lists. We can deal with that pretty well, I think. And they have lists, some kind of list support here maybe. Where's value? Can we see a list? Yeah, they have a dot get. They have a dot get here, but that's not going to work for us because we're not in an a list. Spiders are just boys and girls, but spiders have no concept or means of determining gender. Spiders have gay sex exactly as often as straight sex and just hope for the best. I see. There's no characteristics in this nature. It's powerful. It's powerful. The if we go list iter, oh my god, the prod bot giving itself a different sigil, so it makes me think like, oh, it's not the bot, and then saying F is horrifying. This is fearsome. This is fearsome. Okay, so how will we do? So I think it's something like this. Let's say if let's sum it itr equals this. Otherwise we'll just return an empty hash map, right? Hash map. I want this to be pretty permissive, which is maybe a mistake, but I want it to like basically work even on like pretty malformed inputs. Something like this. Okay, so in hash map, so here we want to say something along the lines of, we want to get the map first, right? So while I don't know, like let's say while itr.next, which should return is not equal to some what's the word, symbol, lxbr value. There's too many fucking pop-ups and the window is too damn small. The window is too small and the pop-ups are too many for next if else. Did chat die? Did it say F because chat actually died? It did. The prod robot actually, oh my lord, oh my lord. Okay, maybe we should write our own thing, like a helper function for doing a list get, because we're going to be doing it a lot. This is and value. Okay, can we go like this? Can we go like this? Do we need to do this? Yeah, we do need to do that. Incompatible types. What are you complaining about? You expect a box string? That's sort of a weird type for that, I think. Did you investigate? I guess we could maybe do this in a different sort of way. Well, I guess there's no live chat suggestions for your code bit. We sort of, I want to do this, Eudaimoniac. It's on the list, and we kind of opened it up. But I didn't finish it yet because we got distracted by the spider oil thing last time. But we will do this. I think this is a relatively easy bit, right? To have chat, to have a redeem that makes a error message thing, like kind of how this is on my current line. But yeah, I don't know. Can we just make this small? Let's make it very small. Okay. Crypto is a category on Twitch now. We can do crypto gambling. So is there a better way for us to match this? Box string is sort of a weird thing. I assume there's like a value dot is there like a is symbol? Is there as symbol seems probably returns an option string. Okay, that's probably better for us here. Strange that it returns a like, sure, I guess we can do a little bit of an and then situation. That's maybe sensible. And then x dot as symbol, while this is not equal to some map, let's hope that this compares everything at the right level. What OS is this? Hello, Toon Crabra. This is Nick's OS. So once we do this, the next element should be the value. That line is bugging out. I mean, it's bugging out because it's saying it doesn't have the right return type, right? If I say hash map new here, it'll not worry about it anymore. And now it doesn't know what type the hash map is. Because Emacs, gotcha. And now it'll know what type the hash map is. Hopefully, if I do this, yeah, there we go. And this is, yeah, we want the iterator itself to be mutable. Okay, that's fine. This will skip us to the point. Did you salt the hashes? That's a different kind of hash. That's a cryptographic hash. We don't want that. We don't need any of that now. Okay, this is our poor man's property list lookup. Doing the NeoCities HTML tutorial. It's very cute and silly. Hell yeah. If you make a cool site, please link it. And if you have a cool site, you can also get it onto the Pubnix. You can get it onto our very own NeoCities like thing, vaguely. Learned about salted hashes last night. Yeah, it's a cool concept, right? This probably is a skip while actually. Does ITR have that built in? Can we do a little skip while action? Huge. That's actually huge if so. X dot as symbol not equal to some map. It gives an adapter. Like this yields its own iterator, because we just want the first one, right? So I guess we can just do this dot next, right? If let some map mexper equals this, does that get us there? We got to call as symbol, of course. We got to call as symbol, of course. Now we're good. Now we're cooking. Okay, so mexper should be the next element, which means it should be, if we look at test.sp, it should be this. It's this list, right? So let's for now just say log info mexper and see what we get. We probably want to say we need a format string. mexper is this guy. Okay, cool. Cool, very cool. Where is it then? Do we know? mexper is just map. Okay, we need, it's skip while. This doesn't skip the next one. We want dot next. Well, no, we don't want that. We need to skip. Oh, is there a skip until, I guess? Can we get are there other skip? There's only skip while. Because the previous thing was skipping the next thing as well. Skip while should yield the one you want. We want the one after the first thing that satisfies the skip while, right? We want to go one more after. Because we're trying to find the next element in the list after the one that matches. Can we advance an iterator in a inline manner that is not horrid? Skip. Oh, .nth one. Okay, that's actually great. Okay, for sure. I forget about nth. This does the job for us perfectly. Okay, cool. We have mexper. mexper is exactly this here. And now in that we can just use. I mean, we could just not get in this, but we're just gonna iterate over this again, right? So like, let's say, let mute ret equals this guy, and then ret is down here because we're gonna mutate the hash map, and then here we can say, for p. Hello, I'm rude. I'm rude now. On twitch.tv/Roodle. God damn.
No.
God damn. In mxper.listIter. Well, we got to match the whole thing. We got to do the whole little song and dance again, right? Maybe we should actually hit them with a. Oh, I'm good. Oh, I'm loaded up, mod Colonq. I'm as strong as I've ever been in my whole life. Can we say and then? And hit him with a little bit of and then. m list iter. That's where we want to be. That's gonna be where we want to be right now. And then here we can just say mxper. This is now an iterator. And then for everything here, we can say if let lxper value cons, because these are now cons pairs of, again, if we look, let's look in the other place. In test.sp, they're now little lists like this, where the first element of the pair, we're treating them as lists because I didn't want to have dot syntax in the thing, because it makes things slightly more complex to parse. So like we're gonna grab basically the car and the catter, right? This is easy then, right? So they need to look like this. Death, destruction. Are we experiencing death and destruction right now? Are we good? Are we good? We're still we're chilling. Oh, we're back. We're very back. I like how it's even still. I like immediately. I'm like, yo, it's over. Yo, it's actually over for me. My entire life, my career is over. My whole everything. No, I don't think that actually. But you know how it goes. This is. Let's just match them very precisely. Let's just do let's do big pattern match. I'm fine doing a little bit of a big pattern match here, gamers. This is a cons XY. Let's even match the types. I don't even care. Value. Number. I'm thinking this is there a number one? Yeah, number. Number X. We're gonna go for a bit of a thick pattern match for sure. The number X, number Y. Thank you for the boost, mod Colonq. Welcome in. Almost missed it this time. Almost missed that one. Okay, the rest of the list is lxper value. This is actually almost like programming in ed, given that we have 2 lines of visible code. We probably need to rectify this situation. Having 2 lines of visible typing area is proving to be deleterious to our performance. And then this is lxper value symbol S, and then this is lxper value nil. Hello, Prowl Cash. Also, welcome in. Welcome in. Hello. It's great to have you. Okay, can we make this be indented properly? Okay, that looks like it. If we say this is equal to P, then else we do other thing. Okay, cool. Where are we dying now? Pattern has 2 fields, but the corresponding tuple variant has 1 field. Why would cons have? Oh, there's a type for cons. There's a type for cons also. I've been looking for a while now. Also, wait, I missed your boost. It's over for me. I'm so sorry. Thank you for lurking. Hello, Polyglitch. Also, I really appreciate it, Prowlcars. Okay, it gets even thicker. It's gonna be an even thicker. Let's get this shit out of the way. This is not relevant for us to be looking at right now. If I say lxper cons, why would they do this to me? Why would they do this to me? I wonder if there's a macro. I wonder if lxper's sexp macro can form patterns. Can I is that possible? Can a Rust macro generate a pattern? I guess there's nothing stopping us from trying it, maybe. Let's comment this out for now, and then say something along those lines. If I say if let sexp, if I say lxper sexp, like a.1 here, I mean, it's going to match against symbols instead, right? We can't put variables in, so it's not going to work. There's no way for us to unquote. Is it just lxper cons, which contains, is there a value? Is there lxper? Because it's a fuck. Well, how frustrating that we cannot conveniently pattern match on this structure, I think. Bless you. I think, like, was a baking palooza a few dozen baked treats? I see. There was a lot of baking happening this weekend for sure. Baking paloozas are fun but quite tiring. Yeah. Okay, can we go back to here? Like, can we see if their examples are keeping us from doing anything explicitly this foolish? I don't think there are. Can we look at value then? Are there methods on value that would allow us to obtain the information we seek? Is there car? There is a cons function, but this is not useful. There's from. Okay, you can do from. Again, it doesn't matter. None of this is useful in a. There's no pattern synonyms in Rust, I think, so we can't really utilize this in any. Is there a first? Like what are the destructors of this? Can I easily say car on a value and have it give me some value, right? I guess I could say list and yuck. You were lisping our Rust. We're lisping our Rust a little bit here, Sadistic Penguin. It's sort of essential. It's kind of essential for us. Create a vector value from elements convertible into value. I see. We can turn it into a vector. We can turn it into a string. We can turn it into. Don't turn me into a vector. The hello, Big Book of Bug, also, and Sadistic Penguin. Great to have you, Sadistic Penguin. Sadistic Penguin, I always forget, but I think I remember this time. You are the person who is developing the video game with is this the Saint Ocker video game? Is this true, or is this total cap out of my imagination? Is this the one? Is this the one? I may be literally rambling about nothing. You might not. Oh, that's you. Okay, it is you. Okay, I still got it. I have it. Super Puzzle Cat. Yeah, hell yeah. The okay, we have it. Well, I'm glad to, it's good to see you. Okay. I don't know if there's a very convenient way for us to do this destructuring other than as a lot of manual. We're gonna have a lot of if-lets here, gamers. We're gonna have quite a few if. We're gonna do quite a bit of if-letting. Let's use macros to make patterns. Maybe you can. I don't know if this macro supports it. I guess let's see. Like, for interpolation, use unquote. I mean, that is maybe you can interpolate things, but I don't know if we can provide a pattern this way. Nested if-let is often assigned a factor into failable function. Probably true. Probably we do want this. I really just want to do the big pattern match stuff. I don't think it's possible when these things are going to be boxed. Like, we can't pattern match on a box. Probably. I think. Very applicable to the outer part. Yeah. We should really just have. Okay, let's write some utilities here. Let's comment this out for now. What are you trying to match? I'm trying to match this sort of against this tree structure, Koovy Man. And I had Haskell brain at first. Welcome in, Koovy. I had Haskell brain at first where I was like, oh, let's just like match against like a complex left-hand side for the tree. Let's write a helper function that's something like value plist gets, right? And this takes a key, which is a string, and it takes a map, which is a LXper value. Hello again, Vesdiv. Welcome in. And it returns option LXper value, and it actually takes a reference to this because we're not evil. It probably returns a reference to it's like this. It's like this kind of a guy, right? What are we complaining about here? It can't infer what the thing is, what the it's re-imported as value then. Oh sure. I don't know why I'm adding this at all. I wasn't doing it before. I just decided that's suddenly the thing. It's the same lifetime as this guy, right? This is the guy. Yeah. This probably works. Okay. And then this is just this thing, right? It's this skip while situation, right? I made some pattern matchers for a hash map string t with a function taking arrays of keys of constant size. Maybe do something similar here. I see. I don't know how much like custom pattern stuff can you do in Rust? Can you write like a macro that matches a? Is this possible? This is just this then. This guy is this then. Well, ITR is just this guy then. I see. This is just M. Okay. And of course, none. Sure. I mean, honestly, we can just do this with an and then too, right? We can just say, if we're being funny with it, if we're being a little bit funny with it here, sure. Okay, so we have convenient plist lookup. Why and then when you can try, we can try. Oh, I guess we can here. We can just do funny things with. We get the funny question mark, right? We get let ITR equals this guy, and then we can just do this. Yes. This is the thing. Yeah. Hello Mog, welcome in. Great to see you. Can we shout out Kubi Man also? I know Kubi Man is a Rust person on here. For real. This is the way capital. Okay, good. Sure. So down here, what are we going to do then? We still have the same thing fundamentally, right? Where we have to let's keep going. Like, let's write another thing that extracts. Can we say value extract pair? Can we value extract coordinate pair, maybe, right? And what this is going to do is we're going to say let's say M is a reference to a value. Extract tree unwrap retrieval. Yeah. This is our desire. Hello BRC_Del. Welcome in. And then we want, so we're assuming that this is a list, is a pair where the first element is another pair that has coordinates, right? So the thing that we'll return is something along the lines of let's just say, like, I don't know F32 another reference to value, right? Lexper value. This is the thing. Hello and good night. I'm exhausted. I'll just leave my laptop to satisfy the. Thank you. This is kind of you to do. This is very kind of you to do. Please feel no pressure to do this, but it is kind. I hope you had a good day, Del, and sweet dreams. I will ramble to you and hopefully give you good computer dreams. Do we know this? Okay, sure. This is, I think this is just like the awkward ugly thing, right? So this is let's say let ITR equals, and now it's a lot easier as we get early return now, right? We get the funny do notation, right? So we can say let coords equals ITR dot next. We call it a list, but instead of list, it's maps. Lua, maybe something like this. I don't know. We can say let's let coords ITR equals coords dot list ITR iter rather. First time I found you on Twitch, I do have to ask, how the hell is your model looking so 8-bit but it ain't? Lol. Hello, it's Lysec. It's actually real text. It's actually real text characters. You can do very funny things with it. You can say things like, you see, it's yeah, and it tracks my head movements. Welcome in though. You can do a variety of cool actions. First blood. Thank you for the follow too. And if you like what you see, we have a Discord and an IRC where we quote unquote hang out. That's where we go. Let's see. Let x equals coords ITR dots next. This is the thing. My favorite VTuber model of all time. Thank you. I appreciate it. My face open source. It is open source. It is in. The code is horrendous though, because it's code I wrote in 1 week. It's on my it's on the GitHub. Like I'm in enough nerd discords. This one is different. This one is, you might like that. This one's only one channel. It's good. We discuss. It's under the renderer repo. It's code I wrote in a week when I knew Rust a lot less well, and have since hacked on a bunch of features over time, and it is not pretty. It is not good, some would say. And then V is ITR.next. Again, and then this whole thing is just some X, Y. Can this be also as number? Yeah. As, let's say as F32 maybe is a good. Is there only as F64? Is there only as F64? Let's cast him down also. Also, what are you even doing? With the try operator, this ain't so bad. Yeah, it's way better, right? I one of my things with Rust is like, I wish you could do the funny try thing as in blocks, right? I wish there, like, I guess what the meaning of this is sort of like it's sort of nice to be able to do this kind of thing in blocks conveniently, right? Like again, how it's, because fundamentally what this is, it's sort of like their experimental feature, I believe. Yeah, like Haskell has this, right? With anything that is like you can basically do this with anything that's like monad fail in a do block. It's in nightly. Okay, sick. Well, we will try that, because with that, like, I would be cooking so hard. I would be feeling very good about myself. What are you? These are mutable iterators. Okay, we're back. Excellent. So we can extract coordinate pair also. So what does this look like now? You can do it with an IIFE, but that's ugly. Is LXpr just for parsing sex, or it's for parsing and generating sex expressions? I wish I could understand Rust. Yeah, Rust is a little, it's a big language, sort of. It has big syntax, right? So I feel the same way sometimes, but I once you get the taste for it, I think it's quite nice. I quite like both reading and writing it at this point. I would encourage you to definitely check it out more. So what are we doing here? Like, we're getting the map, and then we're gonna iterate over it, and then we're gonna let's do a let's write it in the way that comes to mind first. Let's say let m equals ret m equals rather. We don't need to do any of this now. Also, hello Saru Fim, thank you for the resub. Also, Zig or CMake Clang D for C++. I don't really have. I would not use CMake necessarily. You can probably go a long way. I mean, I know Zig is sort of nice and has nice cross compilation stuff. I mean, like, I would just say go with just go with the G++, right? Or Clang. Just go with the plain old Clang and a makefile if you need it, right? Like plain make goes a long way and is a lot more usable than people think. Clang D is the LSP, right? I don't know how you know, good this is, but it's probably okay. I would say oh, and if you're asking, oh, I interpreted the question incorrectly. I was interpreting it as, because you mentioned CMake, I was interpreting it as use Zig or Clang. I was interpreting, like, can we write, like, I was interpreting it as Zig or CMake for C++. But maybe the question is actually Zig or CMake for C++, right? Where do they associate? I'm not sure where it goes. First one, okay. Yeah, I think writing C++, like, sure, you can do that. I think definitely do just use CMake, and don't even, like, honestly, unless, like, I'm a makefile enjoyer, right? I'm a makefile enjoyer partially because it's like a lot less moving parts than something like CMake or AutoTools, and also because the dependency management part is like solved by Nix, right? But if you need dependency management, maybe CMake is good. But a lot of the time, like a lot of like C++ dependencies also that are like popular are like header only or like easily vendored. So like, yeah, it can still be a pain, right? Thank you for the sub. I did say this. We're actually responding to the sub message right now. The nice defaults for catching undefined behavior and dependencies aren't that bad. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it really doesn't matter too much. You CMake, just wanted to see what y'all thought. Yeah, I am a CMake hater to some degree. I think CMake is a kind of a monstrosity. I never have fun when I use it. But like it's fine, right? Like I'm over exaggerating, right? I wouldn't say I'm a CMake fan, but like it's yeah. Zig is really good for the cross compilation thing. So it could be good for this. Trying to build merger FS across generations of Linux distros and CMake would always break shit. Enjoy tacos also. Yeah. Yeah, there are like good Vim cheat sheets. I've heard of people like printing these out and putting them on their wall or something. It's a good thing to have. Okay, so what are we doing here? This is something like value plist get. Doing a little bit of a value plist get situation. Map tree. Hope you're doing good, gamer. I'm hanging out. What are you creating? We're making something called spider oil today. It's Lysec. I'm going to cooking. Goodbye. Enjoy cooking. Also Big Book of Bug. We're making a little thing. It's called spider oil. And what it is it's the web, but it's different than the way you might expect it to be. That's sort of its nature. Let's think about this for a second. Let's say let map equals this instead. We can do it in a little more of a little simpler of a way, I think. Let's obliterate this. Olive oil or let's spider oil. Custom. Well, it's a custom HT. It's a different sort of markup. What is your complaint? You need to be borrowed. Sure. Okay. So once we have M, right? M is a value, right? We would like to take M. Let's actually say an and then on this and say M dot list iter, right? We want M to be a list. And on that list, we want to iterate over every element. How do you get oil from? Well, it's the oil that the spider anoints you with. I don't know what kind of oil it actually is, but it's the spider's oil. It's like do not suck spider. When everyone is trying their own take on it. Yeah, it's sort of like our version of Gopher, maybe. It's the idea that we have compared to Gopher, where instead of sending pages, we're going to send something much significantly more fucked up. Let's say for P in M, and I guess we can just map this over the guy, right? Like this is probably achievable. But we're just gonna add them all to the hash map anyway. Like let's say like if let some x y v. What is the map actually? It's just mapping strings, right? Cool. We would like to make sure that this thing is a symbol, right? Floofy spiders are cute, but I'd rather not have them in my house. Yeah, real. Let's just make this do more to structuring then. Instead of returning a value reference, let's just make it return... well, yeesh. I guess it's fine. I guess we'll just map it independently. Like, I wish I could chain multiple if-lets conveniently though. The eternal question. Equals p. Crabs are water spiders. I think they have a lot of similarities. I guess it is just a value, right? So when here we need to say value extract coordinate pair. Okay, and this guy, what are you complaining about here? Oh, we need another level of tuple. We need another level of tuple here. Okay, cool. So now we just need V. There's let chains in nightly. We gotta, I wonder what I think about an older nightly. It's whatever version I have pinned in this Nix flake. So probably some, I should consider upgrading this thing. This is something, this would change the game for me a little bit. Let's, what else do we need to say here? We need to match V against something, right? We need to match V. Let some s equals v dot as symbol. And that'll give us a string. Also need an opt-in with feature. I mean we can do that too. I guess that the implication there was that I don't even know if I have it, which I guess is possible. If I say then map dot insert, and we have a pair, we need to cast both of these things. X, Y. What else? What else do we need to hear? We need S. S string new S. Does this get us there? Do we get there? We get there. String from S, sure. Excellent. So this should parse the map for us. We can print the map also. We can log info map debug print the map without using and mute. Oh, you probably can, right? Like mutable, you don't really need, well, it depends. Like you could definitely write a sort of like, you could definitely do a more pure functional thing in Rust. It would just involve a lot of copying, right? Like this is kind of the thing. Like in something like Haskell, there is mutation happening, but it's sort of hidden beneath the hood to avoid, yeah, sure, but the kind of the point of Rust is to enable you to use mutable references safely. At least that's how I see it, right? For me, Rust is like, oh, I get to write Haskell. It's slightly more irritating syntax and like is a little limited, but I get to have more control about like when copying and allocation happens, right? This is sort of the intention. What's your WM? It is EXWM. It's Lysec. It's Emacs, right? So the Emacs that I'm editing in is actually also my window manager, which lets me do things like this. Yeah, not even imperative. Does Haskell have single assignment? Haskell has no mutation at all. So yes, there are no mutable variables at all. And there's no like reference value distinction in Haskell because there's no mutate, right? There's no difference between passing something by reference or copying, or like all that is hidden by the compiler. There's no notion of, yeah, no mutants allowed. IORef, STRef. Okay, this is fair, but this is within a limited context, right? And the context that is in is sort of like it's sort of the same as if you produced it's the same feeling as if you were like outputting a log of or like updating a list with a log of updates, right? You can of course simulate this thing, but at like the base variable level, you cannot have this, right? Like and of course there are other ways you can simulate mutation too, right? You can simulate mutation with something like I don't know, how do you say like recursion, right? This is a common thing. You can have mutable state just by having a recursive variable and then like doing tail calls back into the same function. Like this is how you do like a game loop in Scheme or something like this. It's yeah. Jane Street, we argued about how that was possible given they were so embedded in the OCaml world. That's sort of surprising. The okay, we're logging maps. Spider oil, dev console, spider oil, map. We can now see we have coordinates. 1 is brick, 1 is stone. Easy. So how do we rent? We have a map parsing. Then let's just render the map, and that's going to be easy enough. If we go back over here again, let's write a function write a little helper called render map. We already have render tile. Let's say render map and self context state is like so. If we have a map, m equals self dot page. If there's a page loaded, right? That means we have a map from that page. What we're going to do then, we probably need to parse out the background color from the page also. We'll think about that too a little bit. Borrow please. Let's say for x in 0 dot p dot width, for y in 0 dot p dot height. Let's make sure we're parsing everything properly right now also, because I think right now I'm just like saying those are 0. Width 0. Yeah, here we are. Let's get those, because now that we have the plist getter, it's actually quite easy, because now it's just like let width equals value plist get width tree, and then x dot as I64, or something like this. Like we want them to go to their, well, maybe this should really return option. Like there's a lot of like failures to parse that we probably want to distinguish from. Yeah, map or and give it a default is probably sensible. I'm trying to think like whether we want to fail or give it a default value, because like a default width of 0 is sort of a silly situation, but like I guess that's maybe fine. Let's just do it. Let's not think about it too hard. Map or 0, this guy. Sure, do you handle it? You're the wrong type. As usize. I don't know why we're doing usize here instead of u64 or something. It's sort of that's sort of insane. Why are we doing that? Why are we like pervasively? What was I on yesterday? Let's just say it's u32 or something. I'm not worried about this. Evil x %s usize u32g. Thank you. Can we see where we die? Tile def also is doing this. Big int enjoy. It's not even like, it's just like it's just not appropriate. Usize is for lengths. The okay, here we go. And this guy is then just hello Wazi Kamawada. Also welcome in. Map or should give us the thing, right? This should give us the thing. If we say as u32 here. Thanks for yapping while I work. See you later. Have a good stream. Thank you for hanging out, Abby. We'll catch you around. We will certainly catch you around. This is not map or. This would not need to not return a. I mean, like, and then is the thing here, right? And then after this, this is unwrap or defaults, or just unwrap or and give it a 0. That's a little nicer, little more explicit. Height is this, sure. Okay, we have width and height. What are you complaining about? Expected U32 found I64. Oh, we're not casting them, of course. There we go. How is it going, Wazi though? Let me shout out Wazi Kamawata. How is I think I saw online. Did you go to PAX, Wazi? I think PAX Aus was just recently, right? A lot of people I watch were in that vicinity, I think. Oh, you did? Hell yeah. Very nice. Let's say BG tile. BG tile is also a string. And this takes BG tile. And BG tile is this same thing. BG tile. We're going to say that the background here, we're going to say that the background is grass. And then here we can say as symbol, and then this here is BG tile, something like this. Met a lot of other creators, only got one day, but met a lot of other creators and saw some cool stuff. I'll have to be faster, but yeah, getting the passes is always challenging. We've gone to PAX East for a long time, and it is always a challenge. Dots 2 owned. Sure. Cool. And then finally, I think that's all we need for now. Well, we can parse these later, right? We're not using them very much right now. Let's just in render map. It's popping up more and more in job listings. Yeah, it's a pretty cool little language. This is simply self.render tile. Context state. The tile itself is, let's see, if let's some t. Ever been at any of the EU conventions? I have never left the United States, actually. I don't even have a passport. I really should get one of these things because I've considered going to. Yeah, you have a 2D. Yeah, this is the thing. I think zero. Yeah, you've mentioned before. Like, I should just write an iterator for this. But like, yeah. I would like to go to Europe to some conventions at some point. It seems and to like just see people in general because we have a lot of. But like, yeah, it seems scary. It seems I've just never been. I am not very well traveled, so like, I don't know. Equals p dot map dot get xy. So if this is real, if this tile is real. Hello there. Hope you're doing good. Thank you, you underscore Daniel Pancake. I hope you're doing good as well. It's let's say let t equals I mean we can just do this with dots or dots what do we say? Unwrap or p dot bg tile. This is the way of it. Depends on where you got. My first time in EU was solo and it wasn't too bad. Big anxiety the first couple days though. I'm consider going to America for the first time to is this Anime Central? Is this true? If you're going, we could like on when is that actually? I don't know. I mean, if I have not been to this before either, but like we would consider going if you are going. Honestly, this is we are enjoying in May. I see you go to ACEN. Okay, yo, actually huge. We will we will discuss this after stream. Then we'll figure this out. We can add it the weekend after PAX. Well, I guess we're choosing between PAX East and Anime Central. I think we might be choosing between both actually. I don't know about that. If I get a visa in time, I'd love to. Okay. Okay, cool. Well, keep us posted. I would like on the plans that you show. We would love to see you. Where is this? This is T. This is a T situation. LLLL Weeb.
Crazy.
That's shocking. That's shocking. I was thinking the other day, we're so lucky, Mod, that we're both on the same page with this shit, right? That like we like send each other like VTuber memes and stuff, right? Like this is like it's pretty peak that's the like imagine like it would be very hard to like I don't know. It'd be very hard. Okay, can we say this is like I don't know. Like how big are these things? This is X times let's say let fx equals x as f32. Fy equals y as f32. This is fx times times do we have a constant for this? Is there some kind of constant for the dimensions of tiles? Fuck. I need my personal space. You make me too nervous. Well, you do tend to approach extremely close. It's pretty peak. It's pretty I don't know. Honestly, I'm a fan. I'm part of the LLLL romance fandom arc, maybe. Let's just say this let's cheat for now so we can see. Yeah, she's in her own gaming station. If we go back to Spider Oil, what do we see around here? Anything interesting? Do we see anything interesting? Well, we're not calling render maps, so that would probably explain a lot of it. Let's just render that map now. The LLLL universe. Yeah. So that's gonna be a problem for us right now. We're not rendering any. And ooh, what's the yeesh? Let's see. Let's see. Why do we not render any? That's gonna be a major issue. Is there anything in the developer tools output? No. I mean we do have this. This is in place. But where do we go from there? Why does render map not produce any outcomes? Is it because the page is not ever loaded? That is a possibility. Let's log that. Let's say rendering. Let's say that we are rendering. Well, that's going to be a major issue for us. Why are we not? Oh, now we go. We're rendering. We're rendering once, it seems. Why are we not rendering more than one time? Why is it taking minutes every time? That's going to be a huge. Oh, it's because it's fuck. It's looping over. It's looping to max int. Is width. No, that shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen. If the range should not do that. I had to. Oh, maybe it does do that if it's unsigned. Actually, are we looping over all unsigned integers? Is that what's going? What is? Can we log what width and height are? 0, 0 is empty. Okay, that's what I would expect, right? But like, why does it take so long then? It should not take this long. That's curious if so. Okay, let's wait for the page to load. It is 0, 0. We are getting 0 and 0 for width and height. That's concerning. Can we see what X and Y are? If I log info X, I know I think I can just say X Y here. Is that how this works? What are we rendering here? Let's wait for the load. Well, that's concerning. It's taking a good. It's not. We're not. Yeah, the iterators are empty, right? Which makes sense. Why does it take so long every time, though? Why are we like pulling a weird? Okay, we got to investigate this. I'm gonna go get more water first, though. Do you want to say hello? Oh, she's so excited. She's like, she's hyped. Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself. Okay, I'm running. I'm fleeing fast. Get me out of.
You're gonna mess up the mic immediately. First order of business, ruin the microphone. Hello, everybody. Hi, how are you? How are you? Hi. Hello, 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 hi. Hello. If anyone's here who doesn't know me, hello, I'm Colonq. Hi, everybody. Oh my gosh. Hello. Hi. I don't like that idea. Traffic. Hello, everybody. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I know Colonq already spilled the beans that I'm finally gonna convert to a Linux machine. It's gonna happen. I was convinced. Hi. Hello. I'm just excited. I hope everyone else is doing amazing too. Thank you. Yes, Colonq has convinced me. I'm gonna start with Mint because I'm scared. Thank you. I have used Windows my whole life. But I really do not want to be forced to like make a Microsoft account to use Windows anymore, and so I'm done. I've been told that the transition to Linux will be very I pretty much don't care as long as like games run and I can make my computer have a pretty background. I do not care. So yeah, I'm excited to be done with kind of the Windows shit. Yes. I do not know which Mint, trap, exit, etc. Yes, Windows 10 does not require a Microsoft account, but I know that the day is coming that Windows 10 will no longer be supported. I am going to have an NVIDIA card, but John Linux, also known as LLLL has told me that it will be fine. I totally lost my train of thought. Yeah, no, but he said that Mint is going to be the easiest, and he's like, yeah, I don't want to. When you switch to Windows 11, it like forces you to make a Microsoft account. I have to use it for work, and I've just had to. There used to be so many workarounds for it, and now they really do not let you get around it, even like over the year I've been working. So I'm done with that. I'm not going to tell Microsoft anything more about me, and I also don't love all of the like guaranteed integrated AI shit. I just don't want it on my computer, and I know like you can take it off right now, but then like who knows, maybe not forever. So I am excited. I won't be able to play Valorant anymore though. Oh darn. But no, I'm very excited. Here, I can read out the stats on the computer, and then once it's I'm just excited. Because it's like it's a transitional time. You know, new computer is the same computer I've been using for over 10 years now. So, it's a big change, but the old computer is gonna stick around probably as like a media machine because it still like runs almost everything. Just not well. Like, it's been really chugging along with Final Fantasy 14, but I know that like Baldur's Gate 3 just does not happen because I'm also kind of a snob and I don't want to play on low settings. So, okay. The processor is an AMD Ryzen 9 7900X, whatever that means. My picture disappeared. I think the most important things are just the processor and the card, right? Which is just a 470 Super, RTX 470 Super. And then the case is very pretty, and we love that. Yeah, I'm as oh, the RAM. We got 32 gigs of Ripjaws. I am still using DDR3. So, oh my gosh. Oh wait, the case is so cute. If anyone wants to look it up, it is a Thermaltake View 270 mid tower in the blue color. Hi, Shindy. Hello. Yeah, 32 gigs of RAM is gonna be a crazy upgrade for me. Going from 16 gigs of DDR3 to 32 gigs of DDR5 is gonna be wild. But the case is like, it's like, if people don't want to look it up, I totally get it. The two sides of the case are glass. Yeah, the hydrangea blue color. I was so excited. Yeah, the blue is so cute. I was so excited when I got the case. It actually looks great. And I did spend a couple extra dollars in places to make sure I could get all white components. So I'm so excited. I just sat on the floor for like 3 hours last night and made all of the cord stuff look nice. And yeah, whenever I see a case that's like a cool color, like when I'm shopping, I'm like, oh, whoever I was building for, I'll be like, if you want this, you should get it now. And my last case, the case that I've had for 10 years, is a really old blue Thermaltake one. So I was like, okay, it's the spiritual successor. It makes sense. So I'm very excited. I'm very excited. Once it's done, I'll see if there is a way for me to take a picture that is non having my face reflected in the side of it or something. Yeah, your face was directly in the middle of the thing. Yeah, you could just see me staring into the camera. Yeah, the focal point makes it so that my face is what's focused on. That would be very funny. All I have to do is slot in the video card tonight, and yeah, it's right there. Oh, you can go see our $61 worth of cables from Best Buy. One HDMI to USB-C adapter and one DisplayPort to DisplayPort. $61. This is insane. First Mod Colonq stream when eyeball emoji. No. Right now, yeah, right. I kept trying to convince Colonq to build the computer on stream with the gloves. You told me this
but 2 days ago. You're like, let's build it. And I'm like, first of all, you
wouldn't let me.
Also, my
you said no.
My desk is tight. It wouldn't even fit on my desk.
No, I said we would get the arm and put the camera on the arm and point it on the floor.
You can't be doing that.
We could have gotten I was going out to, I almost said the city that we shop in. Yeah, okay, I was going out to do grocery shopping and I could have bought us like morph suits and stuff.
Could have been a tax write-off.
Yeah, tribags. It was like, but they were the same cost. It's just that the other one was on sale. Yeah, I was going out to Rural Bond. So yes, we will be buying, like, the same cables are literally like $10 on Amazon, but I need one or I won't be able to run my new computer because the new computer only has one HDMI. Okay, are you doing the thing with the cane that you're pulling me off stage? We do not. Which there are not that many. There are not that many micro centers in the United States. We live in the middle of nowhere. Okay. Everyone knows we don't have a micro center nearby. Okay.
Did you unplug the mic again?
Wait, did I?
No. Last time.
Stop it! No, I didn't.
You did.
Micro Center does rock. I saw like their bundles online. I really wanted to get one, but alas. I think I'm gonna install that card. But then I'll turn the light on.
Fun's over. No light.
No light?
No light.
Really?
You can do it in the other room.
No,
there's light out there.
Carpets out there.
There's not carpets everywhere. Also,
let me do it.
No. No. I keep the light. Okay, computer. Do you have this feeling? Does the light ever make you hot?
Oh my god.
Is this they look at me like I'm crazy because of the light that makes you hot, right? There's a certain kind of light. Like overhead light.
For you, it's just any light that's above.
It's any light that's above, right? Lights that are from below don't affect me so much, but if the light is from above, I become like it's not that it's like physically hot, but I can like feel it on my skin, right? Like even with my eyes closed, I can like imagine the feeling of it on my skin, and it makes me like hot and itchy. So I can't do lights overhead. The sun, yeah. I mean, I dwell in the night. I am the Dark Star, and I am of the night. They are saying this, right? Men call me Dark Star. I have track lighting in my current apartment, which absolutely projects heat despite being LEDs. You're actually just, I mean, I don't think I'm crazy. I like some fairy lights. I like some Instagram, inspo, Pinterest board kind of lighting. I don't know. The fluorescent ceiling lights, I can't do it. Okay. I see. That's revealing information, Modpunk. You can't be saying that.
No one thinks that we live in Florida.
That's revealing information. I don't believe in that. Thank you for Tritonopia Dark tilted over. Welcome in. Hi everybody. Hope you're good.
There were quite a few people that are a couple.
Some people arrived and said hello. I scrolled up and saw. Now, Shinix was here before.
Oh.
Shinix has been hanging out. Straight to NixOS, I assume. Yeah, that's actually the backup plan if she doesn't like configuring Mint.
Which Mint? People were asking.
Which Mint? Probably the default Mint with cinnamon, I imagine. It'll be borked. Yeah. It could be borked. We'll see how it goes. No, it's resold. It's a resealer. Okay, so why is this? So first of all, why are the width and the height so fucked up? That's a big question. That's going to be a huge question. Why are the width and the height so fucked up? For one, call it goof. I'm sorry for coughing. This was not TTS. This was not very TTS of me. What are you talking about? Unrelated matters? Is it unrelated matters? I assume we're just extracting 0, 0. There's something with the frame rate that is happening. That was not very uncouth. I see. We do tend to keep it a little bit uncouth around here, I would say. They are 0, 0. So that's kind of interesting because, like, they obviously shouldn't be that. Right? Like, right? They clearly shouldn't be that thing. So how do we control that? Like, how do we, like, hello Das Razor, as height is X. This one is a square map. Yes. For now. Also, I'm just saying they're both that. I'm just using X as a meaningless variable here. Hello, Cannel Sun. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. This is just to get the thing as an integer. They're both, yeah. So why is this? I guess our value plist get is just broken, right? It's just straight up busted. It's just straight busted up. So that's also I realize why it's not rendering because there's no. I'm still curious why it's printing this so infrequently. That's something to be concerned about. I bet there's some slowdown in the event loop related to how we're polling the futures for the requests. That seems like it makes a lot of sense potentially. So we'll assess that as we go. But I think first of all let's figure out this width and height thing, right? Like why does I64 just not work for numbers? Like what is the deal? If we just log this, right? If I just log value this guy, math problems wrapped in a coding puzzle. I'm not sure. Wait, this is a fake. This is a robot. I apologize. Hello robot. Hi everybody. I'm what's going on anymore? Whenever I return, I'm like very like it's like where are we? What's happening here? Learning discrete math Monka S. Get cloned, nerd. Yeah, I've been Clonk's fallen off. They're saying this all the time now. It's kind of scary. Although I feel like we have kind of fallen on. It's been good. It's been good to fall on. To fall in a little bit. Oh, so these are hell. These guys are hell. What the fuck? What's going on with that? These guys are hellish. What is this? What is this supposed to be? It's like giving us the whole remainder of the list. It's giving us the rest of the list. What is the deal with that? Also, like, huh? Huh? Oh. Is this using the string at all? Yeah. Yeah. You know what that is? That's why we don't disable unused variables in the warnings. That's why we don't disable unused variables in the warnings. That'll do. That'll do for now. Yep. Yep. That's this is key. This is key. That is a fucked up situation right there. Let's just do this. We're fine doing this. I'm not worried about doing this. I'll get rid of my warnings the old-fashioned way. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Okay, that'll do something. Where's with season's greetings? I know it's a little early, but I got in the spirit and bought some eggnog. Very nice. Congrats on the eggnog. That's pretty good. BG tile should fetch the correct thing now too. Okay, cool. Let's go back to developer tools, spider oil. Could not find brick, could not find stone. Okay, that makes sense. Doesn't know how to render brick or stone, but it can render this. It can render the 10 by 10 map to the canvas of grass. That's pretty good. That's not bad at all. How do we get the problem with brick or canvas is we just made those up when we made the example. We didn't actually base those on anything. What are our tiles that we have right now? If we look in tiles.rs, you'll notice that we have two tiles defined. We have grass and well. Are you an eggnog guy or a boiled custard guy? I don't think I've had either eggnog or boiled custard in my life. ModClonq, have you ever had boiled custard or eggnog?
Oh.
You haven't had eggnog. You've had boiled custard. Okay. Never heard of boiled custard. I usually like custard type things. I can go for some egg. I can go for some egg. What's that thing they used to say in what an egg cream? What's an egg cream? Egg cream? Egg cream? Cold beverage consisting of milk, carbonated water, and flavored syrup, typically chocolate or vanilla, as a substitute for ice cream. It contains neither eggs nor cream. Hello, Fizzbuzz. Welcome. Fizzbuzz was here. Well, Fizzbuzz, yo, huge. Yeah, damn. You can go for an egg cream. So let's look into assets a little bit here. Can we hit him with the Asprites source assets textures fftown.png to open up the Final Fantasy Town tile set? We have Feral Harupi 4 yay speed. And hello, Fury Slays. What's going on? Only good stuff. Only the good stuff around here, I would say, Fury Slays. Grape nuts with my egg creams. This is the old person breakfast of champions or something like this. I don't know. Let's define some other tiles, right? Let's say we do have brick. Brick is probably something like it's y equals 1. See, it's this one. This is x. This is 0 0. This is 0 1. Right? This is the guy. This is brick here. Cool. So now if we have brick and we reload this, if we go back to spider oil, you can see that there's a brick there. That's going to really improve our gaming a little bit. What is the other sample tile we have in the test.sp? We have stone. Stone wall. Do we have a better word for stone here? Maybe it's just this guy. Maybe this is sort of like a ceiling though. This is sort of like a top of a thing. I don't know. Maybe we just change the example a little bit. Can we open that? If I open sshpub.colonq.computer, public HTML spider. If we just open that up real quick, does that get us where we need to go? We just edit this guy. Let's just say instead of this, it's sand. let's say it's sand instead, and then we can have a sand tile conveniently if we say sand, and sand is, what is this? 0 1 2 3 1 2. So it's 2 3. Probably would make sense given it's the one right next to the well. And then if we reload this a little bit, is it gonna go for us here? All right. No, we're still not fetching sand. Maybe it's cached. It's probably it could be a cache situation on the fetch. I spilled egg cream all over my chestnuts. That's scary. The Bixia heart emo is sick. Vixia V heart spin.
Yeah.
That is good. That is good. You can do a lot worse than that, honestly. I would say you can do a whole lot worse than that. What are you? You're arriving. You're arriving. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. The okay, can we go to
Brick.
Can we go to Brick, huh? Huh? Oh, hi. Hello. The okay, it still is. Oh, we didn't change the map. We changed it to say sand. Let's go back to test.sp. Over here. Let's just say this guy is sand. And then this guy, rather this guy is brick, this guy is sand. Okay. Now if we reload this, if we force a reload by changing the file. Classic streamer gibberish. Yeah, the fog is coming. The fog is coming. Okay, we still have no sand. What is the purpose of this? What is the why do we have no sand? Huh? That's not the sensible. We would call that a partial parry in the rhetorical business. We would call that a clumsy retort, Mod Colonq.
Yeah.
The Fog, a great movie.
Sue me. Sue me.
I'm not even gonna respond to that. Hello, the Iron Saints. Welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. A store in the South called Dirt Cheap filed for bankruptcy. I went there today and bought a $700 fire pit for $50.
Whoa.
That's pretty solid.
Hell yeah.
I wouldn't complain about that.
Wait. Requires Windows.
Requires Windows.
It says requires Windows.
It doesn't require Windows. The what is going on over? There's all kinds of shit going on right now, Colin. I couldn't tell you honestly what's going on. We have to retract our. We have to move back a little bit from this. What actually is happening? I don't fucking know. It's a little fucking unreal. The why is there no sand? Why has sand not made an appearance? That's a question that we are all asking. If I say this is 1-3 instead, does it show well at least? Like, are we missing the tile set? I heard was Mod Colonq saying sue me. Oh yeah, she's yelling random things in order to create could not find stone. Why can't we find stone? What's it trying to render stone for? What's this all about? We can't find stone? What are you talking about, stone? Are we waiting? What's this? Could not find stone. What is it grabbing? Is this cached? Is this guy cached? Response? Can we see the non-gzipped response here somehow? Is that possible for us? Is that a feasible outcome? I don't know, maybe. It is cached. If we control Shift R here and refetch the non-cache version, are we still could not find tile stone? Very interesting. Are we hard coding stone anywhere? Howdy again, Howdy736. Welcome. The no, I thought we might be doing that as like a default. What is the fucking deal? What are we fetching? Why is it stone? Why is it stone? The map is brick stone. Isn't it supposed to be brick sand? It's stone. What the fuck? Test.sp, like, I think this feels like a caching sort of scenario to me, computer. This feels like a major league caching incident. I don't know quite why that is though. If we control Shift R, like, is there any way for us to force no caching? Could not find tile stone. Network. It's still cached. Can we make it not be cached anymore? Like resend? Maybe this gave us a new response. Did this give us a new response? Let's see. Did this at least invalidate the cache? What is this emoticon? Curling? Oh, curling stone. Classic. Thank you. No, it didn't. It didn't do that. We still cannot find. What the fuck? Where is it coming from? Where? Like, if we curl the thing, there's no stone mentioned. Stone is not mentioned. Are we still fetching a cached version? If so, is there a way for us to? It looks like a coffee pot in your chat. It looks like a very strange. It looks like a thing of. Looks like a thing of paint. Looks like a ramekin filled with red paint in my chat room. You are cool. Aspiring dev here. Post car accident. I'm trying to get into freelance web dev, so I can't bartend. Well, I'm sorry to hear about the car accident. I'm trying to immerse myself in the matrix code all around the internet. Mind filling me in what you're doing? Is this an engine? Doesn't look like VS Code. I want to follow along, but I'm lacking some includes in my brain. Yes. Okay. So what we are doing is we are trying to make a little browser game, basically. A browser game. There's a disable cache box. Oh, yeah, there is. So there is. That actually will help a lot, maybe. Okay, yeah. We're making a little browser game, basically. It's the things you see on screen, it's mostly my editor, largely. My editor is Emacs. So that's why it doesn't look like VS Code. And this is Firefox up here. So yeah, we're trying to make a little browser thing. A little browser thing, basically. And the language we're writing in is Rust, for fun. Which is kind of like C++. And you really are, you're managing. ModClunk was saying the other day, like, I really am your manager, right? Like, he was helping me keep, like, she kept telling me, like, she was like, oh, X such and such happened on Twitter, you should reply. X other thing happened on Twitter, you should make sure to say hello, like, yeah. So yeah, this is what it is. It's a little browser game, written in Rust. This is just my editor, right? It's a custom engine, but the engine doesn't really have anything graphical about it other than like the actual game, right? So we're just writing some code and making it happen. It's kind of the thing. We're making it happen here a little bit. Yeah, I don't know if there's much more than this, I guess. It's kind of, this is sort of the long and the short of it. Yeah, we're also very, very willing to chat about whatever as you know, as things proceed, right? Like, I mean, God knows I like talking, right? God forbid I don't talk for 1 second, right? So this is, yeah, it goes that way a little bit. It goes that way. LLLL Colonq. This is solid. This is a solid one, Paxonian. Except it skips the L sometimes. It skips the first L. So it's just Colonq. We're going to Colonkers. Yeah, it's good to, I don't know. Who knows? Okay, this is kind of good now. We can render these pages more sensibly. Can we make a guy that walks around now? Like, can we get a guy that walks around a little bit on these? Like, yes, thank you. Thank you. It is a powerful emote. Peepo Toaster? Peepo Toaster? Real? The L is silent? Yeah, they're always saying this. If I say FF Final Fantasy 1 oh yes, I'm being managed. You can actually do it also, ModClonk. You can actually do the thing if you can remember how to spell it. For the future, I would like to, the good way to say it, Mod, probably is to avoid volunteering other people's time. I will answer questions for sure. Other people will chat. The final it's fun to follow along with you. Good vibes. Thanks for breaking it down. I want to make a game outside of RG. Yeah. I think a thing to keep, it's definitely less inaccessible than people make it out to be. Of course. Can we go Final Fantasy 1 sprites doing mod duties? Yeah, real. Insane. Can we get a guy? Can we get a guy out of here? Yeah. Can we make but it sounds like maybe they already have. Can we get a guy going on this? Any guys in the chat? Can we open image in new tab? Sprites.png. Can we get any guys in the chat room? Can we go sprites.png? Can we grab one of these things? Who do we want to be? Who do we want the default guy to be on the map? Let's make it John Combat. We can go for John Combat for the guy. We can be John Combat. Let's copy John Combat and make John Combat walk around a little bit. Let's actually copy how big is John Combat? John Combat is 16 by 16, I assume, right?
Wait, Colin, that's crazy.
How many frames do we have going on here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 8. There's 8 frames. What is 16 by 8? 128. What happened? Colin? Oh yes, the pronunciation. Yeah, that's actually insane. Hello, Rocco Gaming V has been here. In fact, Modclonk. Well, you're saying hi. Well, you were asking. I don't think that's the case. You were asking if I had said hi, and that's a different question entirely. Okay, cool. Well, let's copy all of these over. Let's copy them all individually. Can we make that happen? Because we want a sprite sheet where we can make the guy walk around. Let's copy, paste. Copy, paste. This is manual, right? But I think any sort of automation here is going to take longer than just doing this. So like, it's not like this is taking insane amounts of time. So like, I'm willing to deal with it for now. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. 3 more John Combat characters. Man, this takes me back to the second stream I did. I did so much of this. This was we did a lot of sprite extraction gameplay from one of these little sheets. How nostalgic. The cherry blossoms falling. I don't know. Okay. Now we need to replace color. Can I actually just fill the foreground color with transparency? Is that an achievable outcome? Well, we can. We're back. We are cooking. They caught us cooking a little bit. Let's continue. Hello, Stardax229955. Hello, everyone, and LLLL. Hello, Stardax229955, and everyone. It's great to see you. This is called. When you put this guy as in source, we're making a little funny browser thing. Stardax229955. Girlfriend, a birthday RPG, making sprites for Puppy Cat to be in her party, meaning from pixel art was probably the most hardcore part. That sounds sick. That's an awesome gift. Where does this live? It lives in Spider Oil. Spider Oil source assets. You missed the lore earlier. We can't go into it again. You'll have to watch the VOD. You'll have to catch the VOD, Modclonq. You'll have to catch the VOD on that one. Let's call this player.png. Excellent. Okay. If we don't save, please. If we go over to the one chick she hated at work. That's good. That's very funny. Okay, assets. We have a little bit of a tile sheet. Player is a tile sheet. And tile sheet player. That's powerful. That's powerful. SMH, tell her the lore. Damn, I really am in the doghouse today, gamers. It's truly fearsome. What is the dimension? The dimension is 16. The width is 8. The height is 1. It is textures player.png. And we should be able to use this to draw the player now, because we can reutilize this convenient render tile index function that takes a tile sheet and the offset of the tile and a position and renders it. Wow. How compelling. Self.render tile index. We can give this context, state, and self.tile. The thing you were coding, we were trying to get randomly generated rooms and hallways. A game called Shadows of Doubt has perfected procedurally generated maps. It's so in-depth. Is true. I don't know. I've heard of this game, Shadows of Doubt, I think. I don't know very much about it. I didn't realize it was like a procedural generation thing. Is this possible? Can we analyze this further in the future? Is this true and real? If I say glam vec2 new, and we put this at 10, we put this at 20.0, 20.0, which is not going to be grid aligned, but we'll deal with it for now. Can we see the guy? Wow, there's Guy. It's John Mann. We have John Mann on the screen. If we say that this is, let's break this up into a couple of lines so that we have a little more room to play around with. If we say that this is now, instead of being index 0, what if we were to say that it is st.tick, the game tick, divided by 60 modulo 8. Extremely cool. Hello, L. Lantez. Thank you. What are we failing on now? What's the complaint? What's the situation? Oh, it's one of those. I see how they go. I see. We don't even know anything anymore. We don't even know anything about anything anymore now. What's this? What's going on here? Expected U32. What is tick? Tick is a U64. Oh, it's a parentheses situation regarding that as well. I gotcha. Easy. Okay, cool. So now you see John Combat once per second. You would think it was once per second. Is it happening once per second, or is it slower than that? We still have not yet. Yeah, the casting thing. I quite like explicit casting. I don't like the precedence on as necessarily. I feel like the precedence on as should be lower. Much lower. Once every 2 seconds. Yeah. It's possible that we're doing something strange. I guess it's also possible the thing is natively running at 30 FPS because we're just doing like request animation frame basically rather than timing it. Interesting. But I am concerned about the apparent delay surrounding the update, like the polling thing that we encountered before, right? Like the fact that render is only happening. Like render, this should be happening once per. Why does this went up to 1500 when we weren't looking at the dev console? Does it just update really slow? Oh, I see. It doesn't. It's Boo Mario situation. It's a Boo Mario. This is broken when we bring it up in its own window, and it doesn't update unless we're looking at it. It doesn't update well, vice versa. It only updates when we're not looking at it. Is what's going on here. I did say hello to. It's actually L Lantez, and we did say hello. Can we say dock to bottom instead? Now it's updating fast. You see, now this is something closer to probably 30 times per second. So that's believable. I think that's somewhat believable that's going on. Let's just say 30 modulo 8. You see Guy will go around. John Combat now performs action. He's action man. So how do we make him walk around? What's the deal with that? How do we get him to go all sorts of different places? Also, we're going to have to do some. What's your goal here? To make it a little. So the idea, L Lantez. I think my chat crashed again. Let's resummon. Let's resummon chat room. I like any language where casts are basically function calls. I agree with this also. This is quite nice syntactically. The goal here, yeah, wasp chat window is frozen. Yeah, I just didn't. It should be back now. It should be restored to its former glory now. I was just being foolish. The goal is to make we're basically making like web pages, but instead of web pages, they're like little levels in this game. So people can host these on their website, and then you can load the game up and travel between them. So that's kind of the idea here. And we're just stealing Final Fantasy 1 sprites for now because it's fine and it's sort of the vibe that we're looking for. How do we move around? Also, it'd be good to have a camera that can scroll, right? It'd be good to instead we can keep the player in the middle of the screen, right? And have a camera that scrolls around. That'd be great. So let's consider this. I mean, let's consider movement first. This is easy enough to do, I think. Let's keep track of inside of game. Let's keep track of player posts. Player posts. And player posts is a glam vec2. It's 2 numbers. And let's say player posts is glam vec2 new 0 0. That's easy enough. Friends YouTube series on making games like this in the browser, absurdism in a fun way. I'm glad you think so. That's very kind of you to say. Is there a community hosted one like a tavern? That is the idea. I'm sorry, I always read it Ringle Tingle TV. That is the idea. The idea is that you can host your own page, and we will probably end up hosting a lot of them on the Pubniks. You can go to Discord IRC if you want to join the Pubniks. We'll host a bunch of these on the Pubniks, and they can all talk to each other, and we can have some like common spaces, like basically the equivalent of a search engine here, or like a directory is like a page with links to many other, like a hotel with many doors or something. I don't know. That's kind of the idea. Ideally, we have scripting in this eventually too, so we can make some little interactive things, or at least like funny little messages and guys that walk around and stuff. That's the intention. And other people can make clients too. The goal is for now we're gonna have this one demo client, but it should be easy to make a client. Let's render player. If we recall, if we open player's tile sheet, right? Not that one, this one. There's only one facing direction. So you can see now, like, can we make this large? If I say asprite player.png, you can see that there's only facing back. There's a couple of images here, right? It's actually kind of remarkable what these are a little bit. Hello science_streams, also welcome in. And Jen Dude is here as well. Hello Jen Dude. It's great to see you. I hadn't realized you were here earlier, but I hadn't realized you had missed the boost. Well, thank you. I'm glad you got it. How are you? I'm doing well. Can we shout out science_streams? I almost forgot what a failure that would be. Alas. The yeah, Modclunk's growling in the background. We are making a little device. We are creating device today. I don't actually know what these ones are. Is this like sitting down, or like what is the fourth guy? What is John Fourth here? This guy and this guy. What are they? Do we know? I sort of it seems like sitting down or walking, but the walking animation is alternating between this and this. I think. Maybe it is walking. Maybe this is just standing facing the side. And this is walking. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. They just have a so these are the ones we can basically ignore for now unless we're standing still. Yeah, okay. That's good. So what we'll do is we'll keep track of player facing direction. Based on and we'll update that based on which buttons are pressed, right? And then we can also just keep track of like if we're walking currently, for example, if we're walking downward, right? We'll alternate between this and this, right? If we're walking upward, we'll alternate between this and this. Left will alternate between this and this. And then finally right, we need to alternate between this and this, but we need to mirror the X texture coordinate, which is also easy, I think, right? If we go to our, and it's something we might want to do anyway, right? So like, let's go to our, where's our shader? Can we go to the shader for our tile sheets? Don't save, please. Can we go up shaders, sheets, frag.glsl? So really what this means, right, is sometimes we want to say 1.0 minus the x coordinate here, right? Because if we say 1.0 minus the x coordinate, everything will be flipped backwards, right? For example, if we open Spider Oil now, you can see we're now facing right on those instead of, do you see? Everything is flipped. You can tell most clearly on the player. So that's really it. We're already flipping the y coordinates because they're upside down in our mesh anyway, right? The coordinate system that we're using is the coordinate system that we like to use for indexing into it's backwards, right? So like this is all just a question of how do we represent that nicely. Of course we could just pass in a boolean as a uniform basically. QTC who asked? QTC they're hitting me with the QTC who asked now? What the fuck? Hello again, Azriel though. That's a little scary. That's scary shit there. Oh my god. I'm being hit with coots. Okay. How do we represent this nicely? It'd be nice if we could just do it's Apple. Hello Madrick Buzz. It'd be nice if we could just do like some kind of mathy thing instead of having a conditional here, right? That would be quite good. I think something we could do is we could pass in just a float. We could just pass in a float. And if the float is, what we'll do with the float is we'll say, what's the thing we can say? We can say, let's think about this. So if we had a uniform float inv x, right, and we wanted to compute the x text coord here. If I wanted to say float tcx or something like this, right? What would that look like? It's something based on vertex text coord dot x, right? And we want it to either be this or 1 minus this, based somehow on the value of the float, right? So how would we consider this? I think obviously one thing you could do is say inv x minus. This is not the correct thing, right? This is either 1 minus this or 0 minus this, which is not at all the right thing. I think because we want the sign of this to also be like influenced by inv x, right? So like I think one thing we can do let's think. I guess this we have this is let's assume this ranges from 0 to 1. We can turn that into something where like 0 is positive 1 and inv x is negative 1, right? By saying this is plus. Hello Zerdu, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. This can be something like you can purchase them with my card because they are a business expense for sure. This is something like this. Does this do it for us, computer? Is this a sensible way to represent this thing? And is there a simpler way, right? So let's consider this. When inv x equals 0, it should just be vertex text coord dot x. And is that the case? Well, this will be 0 then, and then this will be 1, and this will be 0 plus 1 times vertex text coord dot x. I think that's correct. If this is 1, this will be 1 plus 1 minus 2, so negative 1 times vertex, so it'll be 1 minus, so I think this is the right thing. Sure. Let's just say this is TCX then. Sure. Excellent. That also has the convenient thing, if we don't set the uniform, it'll be 0, so like it just works by default. But if we set inverse, then if I say I don't know, what's a funny thing to say? If I go to lib.rs, where's I was. Don't be outing my Amazon history. Don't you out my Amazon history on stream. That's rude. Jeez. You're reading out my whole ass. Damn, I'm getting put on blast here. Oh my lord. Okay, can we just pass in a flag for this? That seems vaguely sensible. I'm not horrified of that. I'm not horrified of that. Maybe we pass in another. Maybe we pass that in before the position, actually. Yeah, that seems good. That seems like it fully describes the meaning of the thing. And then this guy can be flip posts. We can just have another argument on this guy too. Flip bool. Hello, Banjo Fries. Welcome in. I'm not a true LLLL Colonq stream unless he gets put on blast. I don't know. That's maybe something like that. Okay, so if we say true here, then if we go down, now it's not being used is the complaint. The complaint is a lack of use. And then this is easy though. This we just say self.assets.shader.sheet.set f32 context in _ x. And how do we know if this is true? This is just if flip 1.0 else 0.0. Excellent. I'm out. See ya. Thank you for hanging out, the 0x539, and thank you for all the help. I appreciate this. One day my Rust, I will improve my Rust foo. It's always great to chat. Thank you very much. The where do we? What is still causing us grief? Oh, here it is. Of course. I appreciate being able to meaningfully help. Yeah, it's good. It's really nice when people like are. You know, because a lot of the stuff I do is just like so out there, right? Like it's cool when help is a possibility. This is rendering the player. If I say this is true instead, it's going to flip the direction. It's going to be facing the right instead of the left. You see? Okay, we have this possibility now. So how do we animate the player? Well, I think this is easy enough. Let's write another function called render player. You're just at the right level where there's stuff for me to suggest and I can be completely understood. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We love that. That's the good place to be. Lemon. Thank you for lemon. Let's write a little guy called render player. Can we make render player down here? Let's see what that's all about. If I say fn render player and self context st, drop that in here. Okay, here's render player for now. Let's also just call render player. Okay, but what does render player want to actually do? Well, we want to render player at player posts. For now at least. I think in the long run we're going to want to render player in the center of the screen always and shift the map according to this. But for now, let's just say I don't know. We can say self.playerPosts.clone, right? Easy enough. But what are we gonna do? Just burning my 40k channel points with the palette? They're only 5 each, right? So it's not you're not burning. You're probably gaining them faster than you're spending them still, Paxonian. We keep it cheap. I would, the ones that are like less than 100 points, right? They're like supposed to be effectively free. Less than 1,000 points probably. Like they're supposed to be like basically free because you get so many just passively over time that it outweighs it, I think. Thank you for boost Lucky Bear thing also. Okay. So what is this? Let's say let walk cycle equals st.tick divided by, I don't know, what do we want it to be? Divided by 15 modulo 2. I don't know what the precedence on these things is, but I'm not going to take any chances, and I'm not going to worry about it either. This is the walk cycle then. This is a U64. Let's actually say as U32 even. So what will we render? We also need to know the facing direction of the player. We need to know the player's facing direction. This is something that we can, let's just save this somewhere, right? Like let's just say let's just make an enum called facing, maybe. Or I guess we can do it with, we could save a velocity or something, or save like a previous position and compute a diff. And then, but I think facing is probably the easiest thing for us to do in this context. What are you? Huh? Why are we indented? What is causing our indentation to occur here? Did we delete something up above that's causing us great difficulty? Oh. We accidentally replaced this with garbage. Okay. Let's make a facing kind of scenario. What is facing? We have north, south, west, east. Making more points than I can burn. Hell yeah. Rip my number 3 spot. And that's probably just because, did you boost today, Zulfix? It won't show if you don't. Oh, I see. Oh, you're number 5 right now. You were overtaken by Steel Shield and Mustbrook. Alas. Well, I mean, you've been busy lately. This happens. It's natural. I missed a few apparently. Yeah. It happens. How is it going, Zulfix? It's great to see you. It's good to hello. I hope life is treating you well. I remember it's funny because I still think of you, Zulfix, as being like the person who like was staying up super late all the time to watch Mako. I dost adore the chat GPT rephrasing missives upon the screen. Yes, you've been cursed, it seems. You have the Python curse from earlier. I think was it Lumi who applied this? Maybe so. The color of the game, 20 minutes till dawn. I actually played that game quite a bit, Ricardo Strekey. Actually, once upon a time I had I think it's been updated since, but I had done everything in that game. I kind of like this genre, the survivors like genre of a video game. Okay, can we get an FN tile offset and self U32? And what is this? This is match self. Thank you for theme change. Hello again, Fade. If we say north, what is north? Well, north is offset. Let's open the sprite sheet again, if you don't mind. If we hit them with the A sprite textures player, north is offset 1, right? You'll notice that these go in the same order, right? This is facing down, facing up, standing, facing left. Can we say tile offset and flip? Actually, that's a better way to say this. U32 bool, because that's what we actually want to compute here. This is 1 false. South, west, east. They're all. This is true. This guy is true. This guy is 3. This guy is 0. Right. This is the thing. Right. These all need to be called self. Yeah. So this, given a facing direction, catching Mako streams really late was fun. Now I can catch them when I wake up sometimes. Yes, this is the killer. To me, I'm still I'm sort of I've gone through several phases. If you're wondering, Mako is an Australian. She's Australian, so she streams very late American time, and also does some programming. I don't know if she programs on stream, but definitely like does some computer related things on occasion. I think her background is in this dimension. Completely separate something. What? That's cool. That's epic. I can tell you're excited about it. Okay, we have tile offset and flip given facing. So how do we determine? Can I turn the light yet? No. I'm sorry. Could you just wait until I'm done, please, if you don't mind? No. No. You could also, like, there is floor space in the other room where you could do this. No. Here. Recognize her voice from the VTuber skit she did in one of her online classes. Oh. Wait, is this? Wait. Hold on. No, it's not that. It's just that's wild. That is fucking nuts. But no, she's a good streamer. Where is? So we need to determine facing. We're just gonna keep track of player facing. Player facing is a facing. And what are we gonna do with that? The default player facing is facing south. Didn't see that meme back in 2020. No, No, this may predate me, honestly. I was not doing the indie stuff or on Twitter much, honestly, in 2020. I was limited exposure at that time. So how are we going to do this? We have to go to update. And in update, we're not going to, we don't need to do for now. If we say st dot, do we have a binding for like whether or not a button is, how do we do this in oob? I have to find out my phone. YouTube searches is awful as generated. I have no pressure. You could link it on Discord or something later. It's that is wild though. Where to go? If we say, is it key pressed? This takes a key. This is not the right thing, I think. This is not what we want. Where can we go to game or update.rs in oob? Is that a possibility for us? You can run your DRM here. Where does the oh, it's st.key. They're on keys. st.keys dot can we say down? Which ones do we want to prioritize? We probably want to prioritize the front facing and back facing ones, and only show the side facing one if we're actively moving that direction. I think maybe that's the deal here. If keys down, so we'll do those last basically, right? This is the order that we go. This is the order that we go. West. This is left rather, right rather. And we're just gonna do a bunch of mutation stuff. We'll just say self dot player facing equals facing west, east, north. Hello, Tommy Tupperware. Thank you for the follow, friend. Welcome in. Okay, this is, and then here we can also just add to position. Let's just say easy enough. Hello, Condition Bleen. Thank you for the raid. How's it going, Bleen? Welcome in. Hi. How are you doing? Condition red? Condition is red? Damn. Can we shout out Condition Bleen? Condition Bleen, if you do not know, nice font. What is it? It's called Yosefka Comfy. It's linked in my description if you scroll down. Hello, the Pork Tree and the Doom Merchant. Also, if you don't know about Condition Bleen, I gotta show you Condition Bleen a little bit. This is something that may be of interest to you. You might be directly interested in this. Hello, it's Diego. Also, Condition Bleen streams with a CRT setup, and you might be like, oh, this is a cool Photoshop. This is a cool Photoshop template. This is a cool PNG image overlay. No, this is a real camera. It's a real camera aimed at a bunch of CRTs stacked like this. Like, this is a real camera feed of the monitors. So this is mad cool, actually. What were you up to, Bleen? How was your stream? If you don't know me, I'm L Colonq. I program on here. I go on here and we pretend to be something else. We pretend to be someone who knows how to program. That's our main thing that we have going on these days. It's pretty good. We're currently working on a little browser. We're making a sequel to the web, the World Wide Web. It's called Spider Oil. It's what it is. It's the web, but instead of documents that you like scroll around in and stuff, it's like little maps like Final Fantasy 1. Right? That's kind of the idea that we're cultivating today. And we're currently trying to make our little player move around. So the idea is that like there can be doors in this map, and going through the door like loads someone else's page on their own server, and that page describes its own map. Finished Frame Grid and messed around with a few rhythm game demos. I see. Sounds pretty fucking good. Hell yeah. The we love to see it. We love to see that thing. I've been also we've mostly just been doing this and yapping around here and rambling about the Game Boy Advance. You know the way of it, Condition Bleen. You know the way these things typically go. We're in a talking kind of mood. We have the talking plague upon us. The dancing plague, maybe even. Where is FromSoft Medieval Fantasy Mecha goes clunky? Yeah, I think like a lot of old FromSoft stuff has the clunk to it. Also, I'm a Kingsfield person a little bit. I can like Kingsfield, but it's mad clunky too. And a lot of the old Armored Cores are as well. Like there's just that's just how they did it back in the day. It seems. I love GBA. Yeah, I love the GBA too, the pork tree. I love it so much. We're thinking about. I've been writing a custom assembler for it recently, and I'm thinking about doing some custom hardware for peripherals. This is the idea because I learned recently that the GBA will actually try and boot. It'll try when it boots up. It'll try and load a program from the link cable first, so you can actually make like little custom devices that can like serve their own driver basically over the link cable. Hello, propaganda Mexicana. This is excellent. Welcome in. So we're updating player facing. We want to define some kind of player. We want player speed, right? Let's just say const player speed f32 equals 0.1 for now. Let's drop that. Let's drop that in the arena. Also, if you're just arriving, we have a Discord and an IRC. They're linked. They experience linkage. It's a good place. I recommend it. It has my. I would recommend it at least. I don't know about anyone else, but I would recommend it. Let's go player facing. If we say self.player posts plus equals player speed. GBA was so amazing as a perfectly timed handheld piece of nostalgia. I agree. I mean, I'm 27. And I have like maximum nostalgia for it because it's like what I had when I was a kid, right? And I think it's great. I think it's absolutely wonderful. I want to I sort of have this dream of like, I don't know, like expanding like the universe of games that I inhabited when I was a kid. I forgot you're 27. Yeah. The not enough communities have IRC servers. Yeah, it's an excellent thing to have. If Bleen, actually, if you want an IRC, like if you have a Discord or something that you want linked, I actually, for a couple of friends, I'm like running channels that are linked to their own. Like my bot can easily like extend. So like I guess DM me if that's something you're interested in. And of course no pressure if you're not. I totally get it, but it's like we have this capability. Let's say West is, what is West? I have neither, but I should set up an IRC. Colonq's secret attempt to log all Discord. I mean, it's not like that's hard anyway, right? I could just like, you can do that with like Biddleby or something, right? Like it's not, this is not that challenging. This is a new. I think there are plenty, if you wanted to log all Discords, there are plenty of ways to do that already without having to rely on people trusting you. You should just assume that Discord posts are public anyway, probably. That's probably a thing to be done. Okay, if we go back to Spider Oil, can we walk around now? Is that a possibility for us? Okay, we can walk really slowly. Also, it continues to randomize. So when we call render player, it should now, instead of doing this, we should say let offsets flip equals self.player facing dot tile offset and flip, right? And then this whole thing is, instead of this, it's now offset plus, it's now blah blah blah. What is it? It's not offset. It's not walk cycle plus offset. It's walk cycle times 4 plus offset. Yeah. Okay. Good. That's the business. And flip. Okay. If we go back here, we can walk around now. It's really fucking slow. Increase the speed. Let's increase the speed 5x. Multiple layers of irony as a form of encryption. Okay. This looks like ass. This still looks like ass. Why does it look like ass? Do we know? Are we offset from the grid somehow? Can we close this? It looks like ass. Also, it's mad lagged out. that could be the result of our typical lag. I think the reason why it's like this is because we're not rounding to whole numbers. Obviously, these need to be floored. The player posts needs to be floored. Because we have some sub-pixel nonsense happening here. This needs to be glam vec2 new. Would you wear this? Ominous linkage. What? Yes, I would. I would wear this. It's a good image. This is how I want you to imagine me when I'm in my battle station. This seems like the sort of thing you wear on a plane for maximum comfort and style. Can we say .x.floor? Self.player post.y.floor? Does that do it? The boots are Rick Owens. This is the world of high fashion. Okay. Does this less bad? Okay, it's more aligned with grid now. Something about it, though, is very strange. I mean, diagonal movement is naturally going to be faster, given that we're not doing any square root of 2 shenanigans. We should just normalize the... We should add up... Instead of adding directly to the position, we should add up into an offset and normalize the offset. That's the real solution here. Extremely my style. Hell yeah. I don't know why it's lurching along here, so... I think this is just our standard fuck. The standard my laptop being ass kind of behavior. It's my laptop having a badly configured GPU. Extremely my style, biblically accurate fit. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. These are wonderful, actually. I could go for this a little bit, I would say. This is when they catch me in my meditation chamber. Okay, let's actually do the normalization thing so that we don't get speedy diagonal movements. Can we say updates? Let's call this let mute offset equals glam. Man, the word offset is so versatile. 0.0 0.0. Will normalize affect the thing if I say self.player post plus equals offset.norm normalize or 0? Yeah, if the input is 0 or very close to 0, it'll be 0. Excellent. That is what we want to have. That's what we love to see. All of these then can just be adding to offset instead. This basically handles the square root of 2 situation for us without having to think very hard, right? Because like if you're moving diagonally, you can't just add 1 to both x and y. You have to add square root of 2. You have to add square root of 2 over 2 times the speed to both, right? It's a hypotenuse style scenario. Okay. Buying 2 extra seats on the plane for my leg and my leg. Yeah. Okay, now we have equal speeds for all. We have equal speeds. Okay, look, we got Guy. They put Guy in the game, and the guy is animated. Let's not animate him if he's not currently moving. Let's only animate him if he is going. How do we do that then? Well, hello Magical Deizu. Also, thank you for the follow. We can do that by saying we know he's moving if you're currently holding any keys. This seems to fit your criteria for fun game. Yeah. You can press buttons and things change. Yeah, I think maybe this does fit. I mean, let's not even track a flag. Let's just check all the keys for key down. I think that's fine. Let's say if self.st.keys.up or st.keys.down or st.keys.left or st.keys.right. If this is the case, we return this. Otherwise, we return 0. We call that a classic maneuver. Incompatible types because we have a semicolon here. Your stream looks so cool. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you to say. Hell yeah. Thank you. You can do funny things with it. Hello Majad also, as Majad just demonstrates right there. we're making a funny little game like thing, and a bunch of other things besides that. If you like this, we have a place where we hang out. I don't mean to be too forward and be like, oh, come to my place where we hang out, but it's like, I'm always, you know, you can't win if you don't play. The way I see it is, it's always like, if someone's like, this is cool, I want to be like, if you like it, well, you can see. I got a dash, but have a fun stream. Thank you again for the raid. Please enjoy the rest of your night, or the rest of your day, I guess, as the case may be. Okay, we have movement. There's movement occurring. There is schmovement. Your Emacs setup makes me want to try it out, but I'm too committed to NeoVim land. Hello, Johnny Thompson. It's 2 a.m. Okay, good. Have a good rest of your sleep. I would say just try it out. I was a committed Vim user before Emacs, Johnny Thompson, and I still don't know. I don't know any default Emacs key bindings. I know how to quit. I think that's Control X, Control C, or it's Control X, Control. I don't know what it is actually. I don't know how to quit. I don't even know how to quit, and I know how to press Control G to interrupt. That's the only Emacs key binding I know. But like I use Emacs because it lets me use VI keys for everything. That's like one of the reasons why it's useful. I can easily use VI keys to read my email or read my RSS feeds or read Twitch chat or etc. Right? Second to last fantasy. Hello, ML Crow chat. Welcome in. Colonq bang. Yeah. We're L:_Q exclamation point here. Don't need to quit. All is there. Yeah, I guess that's the case. Because when I quit Emacs, I press QK. I don't fuck around with this control stuff. Like an addictive personality. Hello, Weasel on a stick. Maybe that's true also. Is there still weirdness? No, I think we're good. That was just subpixel weirdness. There's lag weirdness, but it's the standard oob hell lag. Took me an hour to get evil mode, but now it's normal again. Okay, this is good. I'm a shift double Z. Yeah, that's the alternative mode. That's the secondary modality. You can also be a Control Z P kill Vim fan. Hit him with the Control Z P kill Vim. Diagonal movement in oob. Well, no, it's not an oob. It's just my GPU on this laptop being a hellish NVIDIA Optimus thing, which gives us random insane you can see the insane latency that's happening sometimes here. Like like it feels like we're walking through molasses every couple of frames. This is an artifact of my laptop hardware being poorly supported by Linux, or just like working poorly in general. We have coped with that too many times. Well, anyway, we can do this now. We can walk around though, right? And we can change the map that we're sending, right? If I go to test.sb and I say, let's send a smaller map. Let's say it's a 5x5 map. Why you upgraded not the primary dev machine? Because I'm foolish. Because I'm a fool. Chromo Sundrift. Not really that. I wouldn't go that far necessarily. Welcome in, Retro Boy. Welcome back. I would not like. I guess. Thank you for the gift sub. Also, the thing is, I think I'm more worried about. Oh, I didn't even see them complain about the ad. Thank you. I'm more worried about the stream crashing than there being funny adverse effects on the stream, right? What was happening when basically that's what the choice was between, right? Because when I was running OBS on the other machine, like the stream was like straight up dying. Would that new box be a good Linux dev machine? It would be probably decent. It would certainly be better than this one. But I think actually the plan is almost anything would be better than this laptop I have currently. Hello, Colicus also. And I actually have I realized like the other day, I actually have just like a spare like shitty server with integrated graphics lying around. It's crashy due to Linux driver reality. Yeah. It's crashy for the same reason this stuff lags sometimes. It's because the reason for it is I'm running on I have this laptop plugged into an external monitor, right? And the laptop has something called NVIDIA Optimus, which is some fucked up like sharing scheme with both integrated graphics and discrete graphics, and it requires some nonsensical setup for the NVIDIA drivers, and it never seems to quite work right. And apparently, it like causes these random spikes in like GPU bandwidth. And I have no reason, I have no ability to just not use it, because normally I would just be like, okay, I'm not using that. I'll just use the integrated graphics. But the problem is, the HDMI port only connects to the discrete graphics, so I'm forced to use it. So it's actually not a bad laptop at all. It's only bad in the context of using an external monitor, which I need to do to use like the capture card and stuff like this. That's how I've always used it. Business laptop from a big company, yeah. So it's like it's a Razer thing, right? But I know I had a ThinkPad that had these issues also. A ThinkPad T490. It's quite bad. It's been a month of clonking for Kokoopsy, but it feels like half a year. It's been great to have you, Kokoopsy. I feel like recently we've met a lot of like cool, like there's been a lot of cool new people. I don't know what it is about this time of the year, I guess. Like I feel like there are periods where it's just like a lot of like the same regulars for a long time, and then like the new people always seem to arrive at the start and end of summer. It's sort of interesting. The iGPU is actually faster. Yeah, it's faster because I think the discrete GPU has to do like these expensive copies of like every frame or something like this. Like we observed it in like a GPU activity monitor, and like there were these like massive GPU bandwidth spikes. Thank you. Hello, MC Schwartz too. So yeah, that's the long and short of it. I actually have several options now that I'm considering actively. I don't know. I think I want to install Geeks on the new machine. More free time on summer. Yeah, I don't know about the end. The end of summer is sort of remarkable too. Hello, Salad for Rest. Also, I think it has to send the whole frame buffer over the bus every time. That's my speculation. I don't know enough about it though. What was that? That was total clarity. How was your stream, Salad for Rest? Welcome in. Hello, Qbert3. What were you up to, Salad for Rest? Can we shout out Salad for Rest? The beginning of summer for yes, this is also true, right? In the other hemisphere, the southern hemisphere. I see. This does the thing also. Interesting. I guess this is something I'm curious about. I assume it is the case. Like what months is summer vacation? Like there's summer vacation for schools in Australia, right? For like. I mean, maybe this isn't the case, but if you have like a summer break in the southern hemisphere, like what months is it? Like is this like this is interesting. Like is equals Christmas. I see. I guess that doesn't change, right? That's really interesting. I think like. Yeah, Eternal September effect. It could be like this. It could be like that. But Eternal September, I think, stemmed from the fact that like people suddenly were able to get online more because they were back at university, right? Because the universities had the computers, I think was my impression of the thing. But now, like nowadays, it's sort of the opposite, right? You would sort of expect it to be like an Eternal June, right? Because like people get off of school and therefore have more free time to be online because almost everyone has access all the time. Warm Christmas is crazy. Yeah, it's funny because so many of like the cultural institutions that we have like loaded up like for me, like Christmas is like eternally winter, right? Like this is like every sorry, I'm sipping. This is like everything related to Christmas is winter. And in fact, like it must be weird like for like seeing things like on, I don't know, like a lot of like games and things, they'll have like a Christmas event and it's always like winter theme. My freshman classes uses Usenet for the class communications lol. CS only though. I'm a Christmas enjoyer. Me too. I'm fond of, well, I guess I'm fond of like I don't know, the not super commercial trappings of Christmas. People build sandcastles at the beach, but the stores have fake snow on their display windows. That's actually insane. So they're still caught up in like the broader northern hemisphere like cultural thing, but like that is so wild. It was so hot here, I saw 2 Santas passed out from the heat. Oh my god, that must be horrible, right? Like the whole Santa outfit is like ostensibly like warm clothes, right? Like that's insane. That's wild. Oh. Yeesh. The Charlie Brown Christmas Jazz album. Put sheep under a palm tree. Do we know? Okay, let's make this guy a little bit less scary. Okay, he's standing in like an active stance, facing forward. He's stanced up. Can we go over to this again? If we go into if we go into to source assets textures and we say asprites player.png again, is there a position that isn't quite so stanced up? I think we kind of have, like, it might be the case that this is the one. No, these are all sprites from Final Fantasy 1 for the NES, Wind Up Boy. They're going Famicom style. I'm just stealing all of these just because they're like, yeah, we can keep fighter always stands up. But in the side facing view, right? In the side facing view, we want them to be a little bit different, right? Like this is the walk cycle thing. Can we say like the orange dude reminds me of Void Stranger. Yeah, it's a similar resolution. I think Void Stranger's textures are also 16 by 16. They might actually be 8 by 8. No, they're 16 by 16 probably. The 8 by 8 is just too small. Yeah, they have a similar characteristic. This headline is about this headline. Yes. Okay. So, I mean, let's not even fuck with this anymore. This is fine for now. This is fine to represent a little man walking around. Great grandparents are from Northern Hemisphere, so it's a little less weird than say people from Madagascar. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, right? Like it's like, I don't know yeah. This is a believable thing. Okay, we have Guy going around now. Can we do collision? Can we have Guy be colliding with Thing now? I guess that would require us to have some sort of sense of whether tiles should be solid, right? Like that's something we need to do, and that's probably something we should store as a property on the people go north to warmer climate. Yeah, that's also an inversion, right? Only 5% of world population is in Southern Hemisphere. I see. He seems to be randomly switching between fighter and knight though. Oh, he is. That makes sense. I'm treating fighter and yeah, okay, that makes sense. I wasn't even thinking about it very hard. I'm not interpreting it as the walk cycle. I'm holy fuck. Are there other sprites that we're missing here? I feel like there are. Why are we doing that? I feel like there are other forward facing sprites that we could use for the cycle that are distinct from this. Can we get them? Maybe it just flips them by default probably, right? And that's why there's two facing. So okay, I understand. This is fine. We just need to adjust our priors a little bit. Why it's let's so walk cycle is still this, right? Walk cycle is still this. Evening Yellowberry HN. But we need to alternate between flip and non-flip instead for facing sideways, and we need to alternate between. Okay, let's make this a little more. Let's make this a little better. We'll pass in walk cycle here. We will pass in walk cycle here. This function will now receive a U32 that indicates whether or not we are walk, right? Whether or not we are on the alternate walking frame. Is this GBA? This is the other thing today. This is spider oil. The GBA stuff, we made some minor improvements to our assembler today. How do you say? This is, we're trying to do a thing. We're continuing a project from last time where we're trying to make like a web browser thing that is, I don't know. How do you say? Goodbye, Mod Colonq. A web browser thing that is, like little maps you can walk around instead of pages you scroll on. Yeah. That's the idea. Also, I apologize. I know Chromo Sundrift. You are an occasional VOD watcher. I realized I have not actually uploaded VODs since I moved to the new machine. So I'm going to hopefully get onto that tonight and get them all queued up. I have this mental note that Chromo Sundrift equals person who actually watches the VOD channel. So your appearance has reminded me that I need to do that. You upgraded your mecha, yeah, a while back. Or at least I upgraded the machine that hosts OBS. So regardless of what we do on stream, regardless of what shenanigans ensure, we have OBS functional. I watch VODs. I see. Yes, I see you comment sometimes, and I'm like, yeah. I mean, this is how it goes, right? I want them to be up either way. So we will make sure that they are on there. where is this? So this is no longer, we no longer need to add. What we need to do now is the walk cycle now influences this. This is walk equals 1. This is walk equals 1. And these other ones, we alternate between 2 and 3, right? So these are 2 plus walk, 2 plus walk. Yes, excellent. Tile, offset, and flip. Now we no longer need to do any of this. Now we just need to say offset. Easy. So now we won't be becoming the night half of the time. There we go. Yeah, now we're flipping successfully. Excellent. Okay, that's what we wanted. That's what we wanted. There we go. That looks about right. What if the Southern Hemisphere is like Dune, and we radically underestimate the amount of people living there, and an Atlantean empire in the Amazon, Wakanda, and Southern Africa, bustling underwaters? Yeah, perhaps. I mean, this is the Doom plot point, right? They don't think anyone lives in the. Yeah. He got that swag now. You are of the night. Yes, we have this. We have this. It's going. Can we do some sort of basic collision? And we could also walk off the map easily now, right? This is clearly not the right thing. So what would collision look like here? We just have a grid of things, right? What collision looks like, I think, is when we have our new position, right? Which we know easily. It's just whatever the current position plus offset is. We can check whether that position is inside of any existing. Yeah, collision is a 404. We can check whether that's inside of any existing objects on the map. And if it is, we can just we can just handle it appropriately. If there's a link at that position, we can follow the link. If there's no link, we can handle it based on. I mean, really, all we need to do is we need one function, right? We need one function that is given this position. What tile are we inside, right? So given a position in floating, like a floating point position in pixels, basically, given a pixel, what square is that pixel inside of? And that's easy we can just use that to reject motion. We need to be slightly more clever than that, because the natural effect, like, that blocks some things, some behavior you want. For example, if I'm pressing diagonal movement and I collide with this, I want to keep moving upward, right? I want it to ignore the horizontal component of my movement, but handle the vertical component successfully. Rereading the judging eye right now, and it made me think of you. What is the hello Haplo Eco? The judging eye. This is I know these very well, Haplo Eco. I know these very well. Is this Confluence, or have I mentioned this before on stream? This is R. Scott Backer. I'm actually quite a fan of these, for sure. I read them all a few years ago. The what is it? The Prince of Nothing, and the Aspect Emperor. These are good. These are good. I find them very, very. I was very entertained by them, at least. Yeah, there's not really much else like them in fantasy fiction. They have a very strange sort of character. Yeah, dark for sure. But their whole thing is very strange. It's the book recommendation here that Haplo is suggested is the first book is it's a book series. The first book is called The Darkness That Comes Before. And they are very strange, sort of philosophical, very dark fantasy fiction. And I like them. I like them quite a bit. I don't usually like modern fantasy very much. Yeah. Okay. Collision detection. Then we want to handle diagonal movement correctly. Basically, we need to break. Ideally, we need to break the movement component wise, right? I don't actually know the best way to do that. Probably something like how do you say? I mean, the lazy way is if we're moving two directions diagonally. So say our movement vector, we have a dx and a dy. We just check three positions. We check plus dx comma dy. We check plus dx comma 0, and we check plus 0 comma dy. And then we sort of just use the first one that succeeds. And that's probably fine. Sonic did something like that for ledges, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I think this is sensible. So, I mean, fundamentally, what we need is we need whether something is colliding. Right now, there's one other question though, and it's how do we know what tiles are collidable? For now, let's just assume that any tile that is not part of the background is collidable. In the future, what we can do is in tests in our actual file, right? We have this tiles thing that has a bunch of properties. We can just say like collision T or something here, or like whatever not the default is, right? We can say collision T here, and then that sand would be collidable. Something like this. I don't know. The solid T. Let's add this to game. Let's just say can we say there's a bug in this approach though? What is the bug? Let's think. You'll hover off the edge of things. Will you? Well, you won't hover. We could set it such that you can arrive. You can get right at the edge, right? Do you mean there'll be a gap between things and what you're colliding with? I mean, the typical problem with misalignment with this, and also the other problem would be how do you say you want to close the gap. Yeah, the other problem is if your speed is too high, you can overshoot, right? But our speed will never probably be our speed is never going to be greater than 1 block per frame, right? So we don't need to worry about that as much. But that's also a problem in like platformers and things. If you're sampling at a fixed like distance, if you're sampling like your speed. This is actually the reason behind the Mario. Do you know the one video, the parallel universes thing? The half A press video. Half A press. Do you know the one? The watch out for rolling rocks 0.5x A presses commentated outdated. This excellent video. One of the things that they exploit there is that Mario, if you get your speed high enough, you can suddenly start moving through things, right? If your per frame speed is greater than the thickness of an object, right? It'll only check your position plus your speed, right? So if it overshoots the object that you're colliding with, you'll just go straight through it because it never gets checked. Yeah, this is a bug in a lot of like a very classic type of bug, right? Very very easy bug. Like it's sort of an annoying bug to fix. And so like it just ends up being like, okay, we'll just do that, right? Like if you just restrict the speed that the player can move naturally, it sort of solves the problem for you. So like, I think, have you seen the video about invisible walls in SM64? I think I have probably watched it because I really like that channel. But I don't recall it offhand right now, Keyboard 3. I'm a fan of their videos though. I've been to mess around with Box 2D, but apparently it can do continuous collision. Yeah, and I suspect actually we could get good collision pretty easily if we imported Rapier 2D. There's a library that has this library Rapier and its accompanying library Perry has very good 2D and 3D physics and collision detection, similar to Box 2D or Bullet or something like this. I must away. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Thank you, Wind Up Boy. We will not go. Wait, I was like, we will not go too much longer, and it has actually been a long time today already. Let's get basic collision, and then we find someone cool. I think is that a good plan? We go basics first, and then I would like to accomplish some kind of task. Let's say tile at, right? Tile at takes self, and it's going to take X, which is an F32, and Y, which is F32. What does tile at do? So tile at returns option string, where string is a tile name. And really what this is it's as easy as we just need to determine the tile that this position occupies, right? The tile that it occupies is pretty simple. It's X divided by, I mean, the problem is our tile sets have different dimensions right now, which is kind of fucked. Let's just say we have a constant tile dim. Tile dim equals 16.0, right? Let's not worry about that for now. Let's use these for tile dim. Let's use these for tile dim. because it's always gonna be, it doesn't make any sense to have multiply sized tiles. It makes sense for us to have sheets that have different sized tiles, but our tiles are always going to be 16. So this is as simple as x times tile dim, and then well, it's not quite that. It's x divided by tile dim. It's x divided by tile dim dot floor. Dot floor. And honestly, it's actually, we can just dot as u32. Let tx equals this. Let ty equals y divided by tile dim as u32, right? This will get us the coordinates of the containing tile. My biggest fear, safe souring the vibe with my incomprehensible typo-ridden insomnia brain rot, is developing a taste for microtonal music. You will not. Well, I mean, first of all, you will not sour the vibe in any sort of capacity, Kokoopsi. You have been. It is a pleasure to have you here. Typos and all. It's great. And second of all, I can no promises. I don't think I'm going to encourage anyone to develop any taste for any kind of music, given that we're playing none of it. But if this is a legitimate fear, then Godspeed, I guess. I hope you can avoid this. Yes. So how will we get a tile? This is as simple as saying self.page let p equals self.page self.page dot get dot map dot get is map not the right thing? No, p, of course, p dot map dot get tx ty. Thank you for incident tilted over. Expected reference, and it returns ofu. Returns a reference to a string. I guess that's probably fine. Well, no, we'll clone it. What's the best way for us to do that? Is there a cloned? There's cloned. I think cloned is the way. Here, maybe. Self.page move due to method call. Cloned is not the way here. This is this. Why is it moved? Due to this? What are you talking about? Hello, hail JH. Clone equals copy plus paste into notepad plus plus. So true. Welcome in. I feel like microtonal music is just a way to escape the 12-tone tyranny. You know, I don't know about that, friend. Can we make this be a is there something I'm misunderstanding here? I guess that's possible. I would assume there shouldn't be any need for a move here. Well, if I just write it like this, if I say if let sum p equals reference to self.page, right? This is the behavior we want, ostensibly, right? I would expect that to be the same. So what are we fucking up here? Expected unit type. Oh, just don't. Well, why is this? Something strange is afoot. Something strange is afoot here. Why is... Oh, we don't have an else. That'll do it. Okay, this works. I'm just not even gonna think about this. I'm curious as to why that moves in the other case, but I'll have to think about that a little bit more. If we go... Okay, we have tile at now. So this is now as simple as let's not worry about the gap situation just yet, because our movements are small enough. Our movements are significantly less than 1 pixel. Right now we're moving half a pixel per frame. So it should be enough. Our speed should be low enough that we can get within 1 pixel. And it should appear fine, I think. Let's adjust this thing here a little bit. Let's say this, right? Let's say if self dot tiles at we should, instead of taking, let's say self dot tile at let's offset equals offset dot normalizer 0. Let's do it in place. Tile at offset dot x offset dot y. No, not quite this. We need to add it to player posts, right? We need to add it to player posts here. Like, let's just add it independently. I don't really care. Self dot player posts dot y. This is gonna be nicer, I think. Dot is none. Then we do player posts plus equals offset. Otherwise, else if this same thing, but one of these we're adding nothing, right? So just moving the x, don't move on the y. If this is the case, player posts dot x plus equals offset dot x. Otherwise, do the same thing but for y's instead. Don't add offset dot x at the end, and add offset dot y to player posts dot y. Otherwise, do nothing, right? Don't change player posts. Okay, this is maybe something that allows us to move around a little bit. Can we go to spider oil? Spider oil. Okay, are we loaded up? Are we doing anything sensible? We are not doing anything sensible. Okay, we're colliding. We're colliding on one side only. We're colliding, I think are we off? Okay, what the fuck is this? How are we? We're colliding only with... the position is sort of off here. The position is sort of off here, I think. Generate the 3 candidate positions into an array and test them in order. This is maybe sensible, like... Perhaps. I'm trying to think if it is. I mean, this is... it probably is. It probably is sensible to do that, but it's also, I think, not worth the little... It's not worth the squeeze right now. It's just a little rectangle on its side. Yeah, I'm curious where the other one is, too. Like, I don't know if they're the wrong size here. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. Like, okay. I don't know what the fuck the deal is with that. Like, let's just get right up to the edge of this tile. And then here it's like, oh, of course. It's because it's always checking the top left corner of the player. Duh. It's checking the top corner of the player instead of any position on the player. We want to check, like, the problem is the player is not a single point. The player is a rectangle too, right? If you consider just the top left corner of the player, it works fine, right? If you only look at the top left corner, right? Like it's totally fine. And in fact the whole rectangle is fine, right? Just if you consider the player as just a little dot and it's in the corner. Yeah. You were testing candidate point based on direction press. No, we're not. We need to incorporate the direction into that also. So like, how do we do this? Well, this is just a matter of adding half paying attention because you have, oh, don't worry about it, ML Trout Chat. I totally understand. This is just a matter of adding, if we're moving either down, you ain't sigma, bro, maybe beta or gamma, but never sigma like me. Sigma or alpha like Patrick Batman or Thomas Shelby is me, but you ain't ever gonna be alpha or sigma, bro. Just stop trying to be alpha like me. That's so crazy. Hello, Mapsy_. I consider myself, what am I? I'm a bit of a I would say I'm a bit of a lambda male. I'm kind of like a lambda male sort of character. Maybe a little bit of a, like, what are other kinds of male? It's a bot. Well, it's sort of funny either way, right? Like it's, I like to humor these things a little bit, right? You know how it is. A modulo male, a sigma male. I don't think it is a bot. I think it's just a character. Hello, welcome in. Is this, we were discussing chatter bits a little bit earlier, Maps. Is this a bit that you're deploying? Yeah, I don't think this is not a bot. It's Mapsy underscore. Omega mail. This is something to consider, perhaps. So the player posts that we need to consider this relative of is a different one. Let's say let posts equals self.player posts for now, and let's just do it all with posts instead, just for, it helps our brevity a little bit as well. Sure. Sigma Alpha Male, like Patrick Batman and Batman. This is a good bit, actually. Thank you for the follow too. The dual Patrick Batman and Batman kind of goes crazy. I'm a fan of this one. Do we know what this is? Okay, so posts, let's think about it for a second here. If we're moving, let's just save an offset for this. Like, so your sigma in this, that's wild. That's fucking wild. Let's say call side equals glam vec2 new. This is let's say off call, let's say call off maybe. Insulting me, beta. Okay, please do not just like insult people randomly. This is too much, my friend. This is too much. We must annihilate you now. Now that you say thing to my friend. You're really relying on the player being a post for this whole thing to work. They always are. It's maybe true. Hello Kalti Moose, also welcome in, and good night Nikola Arkristov. I don't know what that was all about. That was a little bit wild. Okay, can we go here? Let's just say let dx, let's just say let d equals this. Drive-by pasta copying. I was also oh no, please don't worry. Hello Atlas underscore 77. It's we're making a little browser game kind of thing, where the browser game is a we don't need to do this. This is not the same number at all. The browser game is a it's like instead of looking at HTML, we're making a new web where you look at little like Final Fantasy style town maps instead, and they can connect to each other. That's the idea. Back to new. It's an interesting chat. It's been an interesting day. It's been pretty good though. I wouldn't complain. Here we don't need to change call off. Here we don't need to change call off. Here we do. And this is plus equals new 1.0 0.0, right? And down also we need to change plus 0.0 1.0. This is the nature of the thing. Any reason for Rust? My existing like game engine thing is in Rust. So I'm using like this. I actually have a really convenient thing. If you want to set up your own project using the undocumented oobgin, you can actually, hello Lamula Shop, also welcome in. Thank you for the follow. You can actually just type yeah, it's Rust legacy code. You can type nix flake new -t github L:Q Talea, and then the name of your project, let's say foobar. This worked on my machine. This worked on the other machine. Did we misspell? Is it a different argument for the templates? Why are we in? Can we say nix flake Nick? Hello Rihanidi also. Nix flake new help. I think it's -t for template, right? I think it's a -t situation. It is. I don't know why that is. Oh, it's the wrong thing. Obviously, I'm being foolish. I gave it the wrong thing entirely. What is this actually? If I get CDS, this is not my templates repo. Nix Flake new -t -t GitHub L:Q /templates. I see. And then this is game Chalea is the name of the template, and then foobar. What if I boost every time? Then you'll be extremely strong. If I say this will just like make a new project that uses my thing, and if I with some like test code in there, and if I say Nix develop, like it'll just work out of the box. If I say trunk build, it'll build the thing, it'll compile the whole last thing, and I can just say trunk serve and it'll start working. It is quite convenient for making these little games. I'm trying to reduce the impedance to like make little games and things like this for the browser. So all I have to do is do this, and then I can just like wait for this to run the first time, and then it all just goes. It all just goes. I can just like live edit. I can just edit the file and it will get live reloaded in the browser and stuff. It's very nice. It's a very nice thing. So that's why we're using Rust, because I already have this all set up. You're inspiring me here. Yeah, it's good. It's a good thing to have. Let's kill for now, because I don't want to wait 5 minutes or whatever, however long it takes for the initial build. I should probably pull in more of those depths with Nix. I probably can do that somehow, and just have them all be in my like cached. Let's see this. Okay, we have call off, and then this can just be plus self.call off. Or not, just call off, right? So now we're checking if we're moving down or to the right. We'll check relative to the right or bottom side, respectively. For the future WASM-based games, yes, it is my intention that this little it's not much of an engine. It's like a library of common code, basically, right? And like an event, like libraries for all the stuff that you have to do every time that just like doesn't change, right? Like set up the window and set up the OpenGL context and like have some common shaders for doing things and upscale the resolution and handle user input and play audio clip and load PNG file as a texture and like just all that shit. Like I just want to like not rewrite that. I've rewritten that enough times in my life. I would like to not rewrite it anymore. So the goal is I'm using this for everything now. And yeah, I'm at the Programmer Grammys. I will thank Look at my acceptance speech. Thank you. Okay. This guy now. Collision, are we good? Are we good or are we bad? Is this approach that we have considered for ourselves in fact fundamentally flawed? Find out now. It is fundamentally flawed because this should be 16. This should be tile dim because these are in real coordinates, not tile coordinates. Because we're assuming that player dim is the same size as tile dim. Okay. Now it kind of still doesn't work. It still doesn't work. It still doesn't work sometimes. It still doesn't work sometimes. Very strange. It doesn't work some of the time. What are we missing here? I feel like we're not checking something correctly when we're moving vertically. Maybe? Or like, I don't know, diagonal. There's something weird happening. There's occasional weird movements that are of. Oh, I guess this is the case. You can always just cut across. The edge thing just doesn't work because you can clip the edge diagonally without moving while moving in another direction. We just need to check all of them, right? We just got to check multiple points is what's happening here, gamers. That's the real thing. We do, like, honestly, checking points in general just sucks, right? Let's just not check points anymore. Let's just check rectangle collision. That's easy. Like, why not just do, let's just do rectangle collision. This is simple, I think. Checking points is not fun. The square versus square is easy. Yeah. But I think, you know what? Let's do that next time. We gave it the old college try at the first attempt. I'm just gonna do that next time because I am sleepy and I am gonna get some food. Erase all the way down. Let's just delete collision detection for now, though. We can banish collision detection to the other realm. Good night, Elko. Good night, Colicus. Who are we raiding today? Thank you everybody for hanging out. This was a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. It's always great to say hello. Who is around who we can raid out to? And thank you Imjaran for the follow. If you saw, I'm sorry if you were like waiting for me not to catch you. I apologize. It's alas it do be that way sometimes. Okay. Who's around? Who's around? Do we have any do we know anyone who's online right now? Is there anybody who we know who's on the web? Jar in, apologies. Masaka's online. That's always good. Masaka's around today. That's not a bad thing. Choco Jax is around. That's pretty good. Couldn't find the video, alas. We'll get there eventually. Nova Liminal is online, doing some wave function collapse stuff, I think. Agent Ultra do Haskell. Who is this person? Agent Ultra? Agent Ultra. Not as fun as you. There's Agent Ultra is online here. Who is Agent Ultra? Oh, Grimmy just went online too. We could raid. We haven't raided Grimmy in quite some time. Let's raid into Grimmy, I guess. Oh no, we raided Grimmy on Model D. Oh, I don't know. Who knows? Let's just raid Nova. We'll raid Nova. We can do a little bit of wave function collapsing. Nova Liminal. That's something that we're interested in. We'll go say hello. As always, thank you. Hi. I don't know why I'm saying as always. Thank you everybody. It's cool. I had a lot of fun today. Publish that paper. Thank you. If you liked what you saw, we have a Discord IRC. That's our area. You know how it is. Newspaper. Publish. This is we have the paper. It goes into the there. Shumimi. Raid Shumimi. We could do that also. I'm sorry. It's already in motion, but like I will do this next time if you remind me, Captain St. Asher. I will raid people if you just tell me to. Also, I'm usually just like, if someone recommends somebody, I will almost always do it. So just like, yeah, just say so next time. Thank you everybody. I'll be back on Friday. Actually, we may be back before Friday? ? On other zones. That remains to be seen. Good night, son. Thank you. We'll just wait. It might actually be an exciting couple of days. So we'll see how that all goes. The Bastist? I don't know about that. Well, see you soon, computer. I'll talk to you. XO. Okay, bye.